to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland. What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Birsa 101, the sickle cell breakthrough.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Souvik, and I'm a scientist by profession. So, as most of you understood that from Chief Minister's vision also, that few years back our Prime Minister has declared that by 2047 we are going to be a developed country. To be a developed country, one of the important things that we have to free from disease as much as possible. And I will explain one of the pertinent problem in our country, which also Honorable Prime Minister has expressed, that sickle cell disease-free country by 2047. So being a scientist, there are many scientists who took up that challenge, and also with a group of scientists in our institute took up that challenge, and we have some success, and that is the success I am going to share with you. It is under clinical trial. So second slide, please. Next. So to my international delegates, this is a family photo of a famous actor of our country, Mr. Amitabh Bachchan. And as you know that India is very crazy for movie as well as cricket. So if I show this photograph, most of you are asking one question in your mind is that the son, Abhishek Bachchan, looks like to his father or mother. Or any newborn which comes to our family, the first few moments we discuss, the baby looks like his father or mother. Why this question comes in our mind? Next slide, please. So we all, whoever is here, all human beings, we inherit a material which is known as a chromosome. It is one pair of chromosome. So total we have 23 pairs of chromosome, and each of every pair, one copy comes from mother, another copy comes from our father. And that's we call that chromosome. Within that chromosome there is a module we call gene, which is basically blueprint of our system. Like we are getting xeroxed one after one from copies, one from mother, another from father. Now, when it is getting copied from father, mother to offspring, if this copy are correct, perfect, then we born as a healthy individual. But if you imagine there is a mistake in one of the copy, so it will also be getting xeroxed, copied. But as the other, there are two copies, other copy is correct, so you do not see any problem as such. But you imagine both the copies has same mistake, and we are xeroxing it. So this mistake will get repeated. As a result, the offspring, which basically is getting newborn, has a chance to have disease. This type of disease we call genetically inheritance disease. Next, please. So sickle cell anemia is one of such disease. Next, please. Next. So this is the global scenario. The red part, deep red, is the highest number of prevalence of sickle cell anemia across the globe. Now if you see very carefully, the most red part is the African countries and India. So as a result, the attention from developed country to cure this disease is very less, because all these pharmaceutical company followed by the research and innovations driven by commercial interest. As it is a poor man's disease, so that interest goes down. Next slide, please. This is the Indian scenario. Again, those who are familiar with India, the deepest red part is the most prevalent area of sickle cell disease, and that is Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, and Chhattisgarh. But other part of the country also there are a lot of incidents of sickle cell anemia. Again, those who understand the population level of India, this is the region where most of our tribal people or tribal countrymen lives. And their family income not more than $100 per month. But the one family member, if he gets or she gets this sickle cell disease, the burden per month for the family more than $100. Next slide, please. So basically, how to correct it? As I told you, there is a mistake. How to correct it? In 2012, two lady professors from US and Europe has developed one technology which is called CRISPR technology, and they have patented. Patented means if you want to use for any kind of applications, you have to pay these universities. Next slide, please. So first, FDA approved, FDA who clears the drug which has to be in the market. First FDA drug approved for sickle cell anemia has come out in 2023 December. But the cost of this drug for sickle cell anemia, $3 million. If we convert to in rupees, it is almost 25 crore. And anybody in this audience will agree with me, it is unaffordable. Next slide, please. Me and my colleague, we have started almost a decade back. We understood the cost. If we want to use this technology for our country, cost is going to be a problem. We cannot buy license from developed countries and use for us. So we started developing indigenous this technology, CRISPR-Cas technology. We had success. Last 10 years, we are working hard. Next slide, please. As a result, we have developed a new engineered CRISPR-Cas system, which led us to secure patent, not only US, many European countries, many countries we are expecting to get, including India. These results, because in scientific community, unless until if you do not share your result to the community, peer reviewed, nobody accept you. So this result also got published in an outstanding journal of internationally reputed journal very recently. Next slide, please. So as I told, we are working almost 10 to 12 years based on our success in the laboratory. Ministry of Tribal Affairs, as I told you, this is the disease which happens most of the tribal population. Ministry of Tribal Affairs has given us fund to try in human, we call clinical trial, which basically is going on at this moment. We have good success, and we are expecting this trial, first trial, we will be able to conclude by end of 2028. Next slide, please. If you understand how drug comes to the market, there are different stages, proof of concept, etc., etc. Last few stages we call clinical trial, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. The phase 1 trial basically few individuals, couple of individuals to check whether your drug is safe, there is no toxicity, and so on and so forth. And for that we are spending almost, any drug, if you want to keep it to market, the expenditure becomes close to $1 billion, 8,000 crore rupees. That's the cost. Okay, and in a government sector, if you run a trial, it is not possible financially because you need a commercial partner to take it forward. So right now we are running. These are some images, interacting with patient, etc., etc. and it is going on currently. Next slide, please. As I described, that it is a very costly affair. So Serum Institute of Pune, you might have heard, they are the largest vaccine producers in the globe. There is, at least 1/3 of this population of this in this auditorium has been vaccinated from their vaccines. Okay, they have came forward and signed a deal with us that if phase 1 is successful, they will take it forward for phase 2 and phase 3, so that it should not be burden to the government also. So that's the current stage. Next slide, please. And really, I cannot acknowledge each and everybody into this game, but definitely, there are good number of scientists, those who are working day and night. I am really thankful to them, and the funding which is coming from different funding agencies. Thank you very much.
What an interesting conversation. We're trying to cover all aspects, as you can see here at NXT, from, of course, happiness to progress of India states, to also biological research. And, of course, we were just talking about the sickle cells and other issues. We will be focusing on a whole lot else in the next 3 days. But what we also told you in the morning, of course, today was that there will be several dignitaries on this stage as well. Of course, we're all waiting with bated breath for this evening when the chief guest, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, joins us, of course, on this very stage. We also have a host of world leaders in attendance at this forum. And one of them is, in fact, here at this very minute. Yes, the next session also is, again, a very, very awaited one. We are very privileged to be joined at this gathering now for this next keynote address on a challenged world economy, closer ties between India and Europe. This is, of course, the guest of honors session. We've all heard at the start of the year of the India-Europe Free Trade Agreement that has once again brought India-Europe ties into the focus. That's been a big focus in this first quarter of 2026. And to shed light on that and a whole lot more is the 32nd Prime Minister of Sweden. We're very happy to have you with us, sir. I would like to welcome you on stage now with a warm round of applause. Could we please invite Excellency Honorable Fredrik Reinfeldt, the 32nd Prime Minister of Sweden, for the guest of honors address.
So, distinguished guests, foreign guests, also Indian students and everyone listening. It's a great honor to be here. We have a very troubled world. We are seeking new leadership. We need new answers. That's why we are coming to India. And we are also coming to India from far distant places like Sweden. You actually saw a picture in the last speech of the Nobel Prize ceremony, which is actually given in my hometown of Stockholm. So even far distant, it's an honor to be here. Sweden is, of course, a very small country. We have 10.5 million inhabitants, and I'm always humbled to see when I come to a city like New Delhi, which actually has 3 times the population of my home country just in a city. It says something about differences in the world. If you actually bring all the Nordic 5 countries together, we still don't count more than 27 million inhabitants. But all the same, all individuals should be respected and treated with dignity, and therefore always you should remind yourself that even small states want to develop and want to be sovereign and respected in this world of today. Just to remind you that even we are far distant, we have more than 280 companies of Swedish descent who is actually active investing in India. We heard about investing more in India. They are already present, many of them since decades ago, and they actually employ more than 2 million people here in India, the companies directly or indirectly. When you say you want someone to invest in your country, you will find that the answer to that is that yes, but you should also counter-invest into other countries. Therefore, it's also interesting to say that 70 companies in India is also present in Sweden. So we also have Indian entrepreneurs, companies growing in Sweden. As I mentioned, Sweden is small, and we live in a part of the world, Europe, which has been very troubled by war, by a very partly dark history, and we have tried to learn something from that. Of course, you saw the wars in the 20th century. If you look at my country, Sweden, you will have to go back to more the 17th century, but it's the same story. We have been at war with our neighbors. We have had very difficult time to actually live close and nearby and to respect each other. So for me, it was very important in the mid-90s when Sweden joined the European Union to understand what the European answer to the historical problems that we have been living with, what was the answer? It was actually to deepen our cooperation and to respect the fact that we have very many small nation states that need to come closer together. This European Union bases itself, of course, on the idea that if you trade more, if you get closer in cooperation and also in decision-making, you will actually learn more about each other, you will be more respectful, and in doing so, you actually erase the risk for war, for more bullying that we see too much of in the world today. This trust building is very much done through trading, and this is very important when you discuss about coming investments into a country. Trading, when I speak to entrepreneurs in Sweden, is of course this idea that I get, that is making something differently than before, that actually solves a problem which I have seen and others have not really understood yet. But they all face the same problem, that's when they want to grow. Because that's how you get economy of scale, that's how a big, good idea could become something, a thriving company. And they all say the same thing. Sweden is very much too small for a growing company. And of course, where do you go from a small country? You go to other countries, you meet other individuals. So they very shortly, when they expand, become export-oriented. I think this is an explanation why small nation-states often are those that are most pro-free trading. Because it's obvious, you can't just ring-fence the nation-states and think everything happens in this country. So we have learned that to become strong in entrepreneurship, in companies, we need to trade with the world. Is this only true then for small countries? Well, I would say in this digital era, with new components and new ways of making companies thrive, this has also changed the way that we must look upon trade. If you want to grow now, you must grow not in a nation costume, you must go global. Not all companies, of course, but many that want to grow now have a global arena. And of course, to become a global company with global presence is about learning about different cultures, different circumstances, but the one question you will face as an entrepreneur is, of course, you can't burden too much when you come into nation states with bureaucracy, with different regulations, with different cost system, or telling them that you're not allowed to do this and that. What then happens is that the companies will not grow. And if you want employment, if you want development, if you want more trade, these are the issues you actually have to do something about. That's the lesson of Europe. It's not perfect. We have tried to form this single market, now 27 countries together, and all of that is, of course, only 450 million inhabitants. Now we are coming to a third of the Indian population, but all the same, that's our way of trying to solve the historical problems we have had, and in doing so, also creating development in our time. For us, it's very interesting to look at India. India, as we heard, the Prime Ministers have pointed out that by 2047, India should be a developed country. India is to become, much sooner than that, the third biggest economy in the world. And of course, India has a very interesting demographic profile in a world where actually most of the developed world are now facing decreasing population and low fertility rates. India stands out, not as if the effect of this is not seen in India. It is actually. Even India now is below the replacement level when it comes to fertility, when it comes to rise of your population, but you're not even close to other countries here in Asia or in Europe when it comes to very low fertility rates. Therefore, India, through this 21st century, will continue to grow its population, not as fast as in the past, but still growing. And just to remind you that one of the driving forces behind the rapid development in the world has been the rapid increase in the world population. We actually only 100 years ago had 2 billion inhabitants of the world. Now it has quadrupled in just 100 years to more than 8 billion. And what has happened is that at the same time, a lot of poverty has been pushed back throughout many parts of the world, not everywhere, but all the same. And of course, this has created demand, new business situation for entrepreneurs to solve problems and to meet this demand from a growing world population. And we have actually taken this for granted, as if this was forever to grow, and therefore the markets should also continue to grow. But the truth is that in many parts of Europe, actually all parts of the developed world, you now see a different path. So with lower fertility rates, when a crash down on migration, which we have a lot of discussions about in Europe, we de facto have a decreasing of the population. You see it in Europe. It's only the beginning now. It will continue. You see it also here in Asia, in Japan, Korea, China, but not in India. And when you see a decreasing population, this will affect growth. Because if you don't get the same demand, and if you don't have this automatic increase in demand, you will have to solve growth issues in another way. And of course, the only thing happening is not only a decreasing population, it's also an aging population. That need not be a problem in itself, but it's actually a different composition than what we used to have, with countries that were dominated by young people, by teenagers, and where very few were actually very old. And now if you look at the future, we will turn this the other way around. So we will be very dominated by older people, really older people, above the age of 80. And of course, the fewer will be the young people. Is that problematic? Yes, in many ways it's problematic. A lot of the entrepreneurs, a lot of the ideas comes out actually from young people. It's very often the youth that says that we have to do things differently. We need to go in a different direction. And of course, if they are smaller in numbers, the impact will be less. And on the other side, older people who do a lot of good for society, but they have sometimes a tendency to say it was better before, in the old days, looking back when everybody was happy. And the problem with that is that it's very seldom true. It's actually never been better than now, even though we have a lot of problems in this world. But this balance is important. So India, not being as affected as other parts of the developed world, still having a very well-educated young generation, is now coming into the world in a very interesting position. That's why you have a lot of people now coming to India, because you have so much interesting ahead of you. As mentioned, we had this agreement, and I think this is very important in this world. I've now mentioned trade. I don't believe in world leaders weaponizing trade that we see at the moment. Trade should be a source for good, for development. And that's why your Prime Minister said that you want to be developed by 2047. You want to see better living conditions. You will use this growth, this increased better living conditions also for creating better environment, better circumstances for companies. And if we don't want to weaponize trade, and if we see the need for actually working together, then we need the kind of agreements that we now have taken between Europe and India. I think this is the way for the future. It's actually, in this world, so different from a lot of the other answers. And look at the strength of this. It's actually bringing 2 billion, that's 1/4 of the population of the world, 2 billion together in a trade area, which actually together will be 1/4 of the GDP of the world. And it's, of course, not a perfect agreement. It has been discussed for more than 20 years. That's a negotiation time to be respected. But all the same, now it's in a decision. It's not in place yet because we are democracies, both here in India and in Europe, in European Parliament, European Council. This has to be approved. We hope to see it come into function by 2027. Exactly as we often know in Europe, it takes a while before it comes into full-fledged functioning. So you will see partly a growing free trade agreement that comes into place. Don't underestimate what this will mean. Because this means, and I hear this with my businesses in Sweden, where can we go where we have a rules-based idea for our trade? That's not an odd answer. One of the toughest questions for entrepreneurs is, how do I relate to rules of engagement in different countries? And is it respected when it comes to the judicial system? Is it respected by political leaders? Because otherwise they face the risk that there can be interference or decision-making which goes against foreign owners or many of these ideas that we see in the world. And frankly, that will not bring investments to anyone, and definitely not even to India. So what we are asking for is, of course, secure and safe boundaries for how this trade could actually continue. On what conditions? With respect that we are different, that we even may have different regulatory systems, but respect that means that we can foresee for a foreseeable future what are the conditions for trade. When this comes to play, come to work, you will see a redirection. That's what I hear in Europe, for more to come to India, because there are other parts of the world where it's very tough at the moment to actually be if you believe in rules-based trading and you don't want to move in to a kind of weaponized, authoritarian, leaning way of trying to conduct for the future. So this conference is very important in the sense that it's trying to answer to a lot of the questions we have today. And I think I've been trying to explain why Europe is so keen to see partnership with countries that see the same challenges as Europe do. And just to come back to where I started, in this world, being big is of course beautiful. India is very big, very important country. But being small is also beautiful and also important. And I think that the combination to understand each other, to respect each other, is of utmost importance. We have so much historical experience when we have not done this. And let's learn from that experience. Come closer together. Try to involve in trade, in cultural exchanges, in people-to-people contact, and you will see a different world emerging. In my new capacity, I've been for many years Prime Minister in Sweden. I'm now also chair of the Swedish hospitality industry. And just to point out also the fact that I see everywhere that we also want to come to India as tourists and to see more than just being here on business trips. This is also as important as everything else. But this also works both ways. When we are on hospitality adventures, we want to see the world. We want to see something different. We want to eat something different. We want to smell something different. Out of that comes respect, trust, curiosity is met. That is a better pathway for the world. So don't ask for leaders to close the world, but more for opening up the world. And in doing so, doing it in mutual respect with the kind of agreements that was actually presented here in January of 27. I saw they call it the mothers of all deals. Well, that's respectful to refer to your own mother, but perfect. Let's call it the mother of all deals. It's still to be taken into practice. It should be used, and it will bring our two continents closer together. That's the way for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to our guest of honor, the 32nd Prime Minister of Sweden, Honorable Fredrik Reinfeldt, for that very, very spirited address. All right, let me move forward now to our next panel. Our next panel, of course, which will be talking about next in life, sustainable choices amidst geopolitics, is also a very anticipated one because of the three eminent speakers who have joined us for this. So with us now is the former Norwegian Minister of Climate and Environment, Dr. Erik Solheim. Could I please invite you on stage, sir? Thank you very much for joining us. Of course, we will be hearing your address shortly, but in this panel, you'll be in the role of a moderator. So thank you for doing the honors. And we are joined to speak in this next panel by Dasho Sangay Khandu, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Bhutan. Could we have you back on stage? Dasho Khandu, I welcome you back on stage. And I also now invite on stage Member of Parliament from Rajya Sabha in India, and of course, a veteran diplomat himself, Harshvardhan Shringla. Ambassador Shringla, thank you very much for joining us at NXT 2026. Dasho Sangay Khandu is with us as well. And of course now, I hand the floor over to Dr. Erik Solheim, who will moderate this panel.
Very good morning to everyone. Look, we will focus on the relationship between climate and energy on one side and geopolitics on the other. And something very interesting happened last week. And that is that the President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald J. Trump, became the largest promoter of renewable energy on planet Earth. Why? Because the war which is now happening in the Middle East is the strongest public relations for renewables any point in human history. Everyone wants to be independent of the Hormuz Strait. No one wants to be dependent on the volatility of the oil market. And how can you do that? Well, you go into solar, into wind, into hydropower. The sun is Indian. The wind is Indian. The great rivers of India are Indian. And of course, exactly the same applies to Bhutan. When you go renewable, you become more energy secure. So that's the backdrop for this conversation. Let me start with the biggest player here, which is, of course, India. And Harshvardhanji, can you give your perspective from the upper house, Rajya Sabha, and from your perspective on the relationship between geopolitics and environment and energy seen from India, please?
Thank you, Mr. Salam, and it's great to be on this panel with you and Dasho Sangay Khandu. Well, a couple of years ago, people used to ask the question whether geopolitics was having an impact on other aspects of our existence, whether it's business or whether it's sustainable transitions or it's climate change. And today, I think we definitively know that answer, that geopolitics is here to stay. By that, I mean that geopolitical developments and disruptions are going to be a part of our existence, whether we like it or not. And that, I think, is something that the world has to prepare itself for. The previous speaker, the former Prime Minister of Sweden, spoke about the fact that we were going through a certain level of disruption, but that he believed in the rule of law and countries working together to preserve an established order. But I think we have to prepare for a reality in which the rules-based international order is today very much under threat. The effectiveness of global governance institutions like the United Nations and the Bretton Woods institutions are seriously, I think, challenged. And that it is increasingly a sort of, might is right sort of situation on the global stage. So countries like ours, like India, I think are very cognizant of the fact that anything that happens in any part of the world impacts on us, whether we are party to it or not. COVID was one instance of a black swan event which impacted all of us. But today, if you see the conflict in Iran, which you referred to, sir, that is already having an impact on our lives here. I mean, there's talk of LPG shortages. There's talk about serious LNG supply chain gaps. There is talk about impact on agriculture because of fertilizers not being available. I think the government is doing everything possible to address those. But I'm talking about the fact that it impinges on our daily lives, and we think a conflict is far away, but it's actually right here. So we are concerned, and I think this is going to impact on transitions in terms of sustainable energy. In India, we are moving very quickly towards a green economy. We are one of the few countries that have more than fulfilled our obligations to the Paris Agreement. But it is having an impact on a global basis, and I think I can speak on it further, but just to answer your question very briefly at the outset.
Wonderful. One follow-up question before we go to Bhutan. I mean, I think the war in Iran, what we do not know, of course, is how long will it last. If it ends very soon, the impact may be not that big. If it lasts very long, there will be huge impact also for a nation like India. As you said, fertilizer prices will for sure go up. Everything will be more costly. Import and export will be more costly. So there will be a huge number of impacts, which we cannot predict absolutely certainty, but still a nation like India needs to prepare. So what's your thought as to how India can prepare for a more volatile world? even if this war ends, there may be other conflicts, other problems out there which have impact also back here in Bharat. How can India prepare better?
Well, we account for 1/6 of humanity. So if we are moving towards our goals in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, we have, I think, taken 250 million people off the poverty index in the last 10 years alone of Prime Minister Modi's government. We have moved very fast, as I said, towards meeting our climate change goals. We had committed, Prime Minister Modi at the Glasgow Climate Conference had committed to 50% of our installed electricity capacity being met out of green energy. He had also committed to creating 500 gigawatts of green energy in India. We've already met part of that goal because 51.5% of our electric capacity comes from green energy today. And we have, as we speak, 260 gigawatts plus of renewable energy. So we are well on track to be a 500 gigawatt renewable energy producer. So as we move towards our climate change commitments, we as 1/6 of humanity are contributing to alleviating the world's problems. But at the same time, we understand that we have to work towards providing capacity support to the rest of the world, along with countries like the Scandinavian countries, Bhutan, our neighbors, etc. From that point of view, we are pioneers in setting up the International Solar Alliance, the Council for Resilient Infrastructure. We are also part of the initiative that created the Global Biofuels Alliance. So all of these are intended to allow us to work with our partners to provide the world with the capacity, especially the global south, with the capacity to meet those aims. But again, another part of your question was, what do we do to meet those challenges that we face? India believes in working on multiple alignments. We work with all of our partners, whether it's the West, whether it is the BRICS countries, whether it's the global south. Our approach is to work with all concerned and to work in a manner that keeps with our philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is the world is one family. So by the world, we don't mean just the human race, we mean the entire planet Earth, which means animals, everything that is part of the planet, part of our civilizational philosophy. And in that context, we work with the rest of the world in creating a base for, I would say, peace, stability, progress, and prosperity.
This, you will come up. This quote from the old Indian scriptures, the whole world is one family, is so wonderful. I mean, I really want the world to take it to heart in these critical times. We will now move from India, from Bharat, to Nepal. We have Dasho Sangay Khandu. He's the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Bhutan, and we're eager to have your take as to how the global developments are affecting Bhutan and how you are making how you handle that in Bhutan.
Firstly, I agree to what colleagues say. The most important thing is that there is an impact. There is an impact. We cannot deny. Things have changed. We have seen it. We have felt it. But the only way out as a politician, not as an academic, or maybe not as an economist. Bhutan, per se, today is now thinking over how we diversify ourselves. This is a time that now we think beyond traditional ways of doing things. Till today, we were dependent on one ways of doing things, or maybe a few ways of doing things. Maybe a few trades. Of course, the world is interconnected. The world is now flat. There's no more round. It's all interconnected. Something happened in America, something happening in Cuba, Somalia, something happened in maybe what is happening in Kuwait today. It will definitely have an impact on the global economy. And our Bhutan, as you know, is a very small country with a very small economy, will be impacted a lot. But this is also a time for us to now think over what next. What is the option? Do we have option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4? So I think now we are more of thinking over and over and over and over. Do we go back to the old Stone Age, or do we really progress ahead? So we have a choice. Either we just stay back, sit for the things to get stable by itself, or maybe some miracle to happen, or do something. So anyways, we are trying to do something that is, I don't know what we are really doing today. I think it will be very difficult for me to maybe really express and explain in detail in a very short, given a very short time. But we are really thinking over what next now.
I think Bhutan may be most well known to many citizens outside Bhutan because you have developed a somewhat different model for society than others. You have focused more on a people-centered model, a high-quality model, rather than just to drive economic growth. Yeah. So to create happiness among the people.
Yes.
Is that model still? You will still take that model into the future? How can you refine it and develop it for a new generation?
So, as I, in the beginning, during my keynote itself, we have learned to live by ourselves. We have also learned to be satisfied. We have also learned to be happy with whatever we have. Of course, if we can have more, we'll be happier. But now, the next step, whatever we are going to take, is going to be a very holistic approach, a sustainable one, a resilient. That should not be affected by the external forces. It should not be external forces dependent. Whatever you do, it should be, of course, you cannot say that you can isolate yourself from the world and you can be happy all alone. But you can still be, you can devise your own model and make yourself resilient to the world. Resilient to the external forces, external effect, or external whatever that comes in. So let me quote what happened in 1997. 1997, the Southeast Asian economic downturn was the worst experience of the economic crisis. And Thailand was the hardest hit country. It was called as a Titanic. It was termed as a Titanic. The economic downturn, of course, the Southeast Asian countries faced, but it was the Thailand that was hit hard, and it was called as a Titanic. But then the Thailand came up with of course, then the IMF came in, the World Bank came in, so many experts came in, advised them, but they said that they want to devise their own model. They want to make themselves resilient to the external impact. So today I am not referring Thailand as a good example for such situation, but it can be a reference. I think we can copy a model and put it in our own context, and if possible, we can do better. I don't know whether you agree or not.
I think it's a wonderful answer. Time is running out, but I have just one final question to both of you. The world citizens are desperate for peace. What everyone wants is peace. Bhutan is a very peaceful nation. During Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister Modi did something absolutely incredibly important in my view. He made the Indian case after the horrible terrorist attack in Pahalgam, but after making the case, he was able to stop the war. It was a short war, while nearly all wars are very long. So can you just encourage you to send a message of peace to the world from South Asia, from Bhutan, and from India? I think the rest of the world has so much to learn from both Bhutan and India. Maybe Bhutan first, and then you, Harshvardhanji.
I don't know if it is from the. If it is the question of stabilizing the peace in the country, I think you have a reference of Mahabharata, you have a reference of Ramayana, so many Hindu Vedas and all, where the Lord, the God and goddesses had to become aggressive sometimes to subdue the demon to stabilize the peace in the country. So see. So I don't know if you have any answer to the Sindoor, Operation Sindoor, and the peace, connecting Operation Sindoor to the
Well, I mean, India has always, stood for peace and cooperation with all countries, and so we have always looked at ourselves as a country that, if at all we have a military point of view, it is a defensive one. And if you look at us historically, we have never aggressed a country, but we have defended our territory when it comes to aggression against us. And Operation Sindoor was an aggression against India. It was a targeted terrorist attack against India. And Prime Minister Modi's response was very calibrated and very targeted. We could have gone after Pakistan's military infrastructure. We could have gone to, I would say, take out their defensive installations. But instead, we chose to only focus on terrorist infrastructure, the headquarters of the terrorist groups who were responsible for those terrorist attacks in India. And when it came to the scope for a wider conflict, and when Pakistan came to us and requested a ceasefire, I think we were happy to conclude a ceasefire, not for any other reason, because we were definitely, we already had the upper hand. Pakistan was feeling the impact of the military, I would say, posture that India had adopted, especially with regard to, taking out 9 of their air bases at one single instance. But at the same time, on a position of strength, we agreed to a ceasefire. And I think that is in keeping with our philosophy of wanting peace and stability, not just in our part of the world, but globally, which is why Prime Minister Modi has always advocated for peace. He has said that, it is important to have peace through dialogue and diplomacy. And someone asked him in the Ukraine conflict, he said that, are you neutral? And he said, we are not neutral, we are on the side of peace. And that's how we see, the world from the lens of peace, stability, and harmony.
Sorry, we are running out of time. Operation Sindoor was a textbook response, a firm reaction, but no forever war. I thank Dasho Sangay Khandu, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Bhutan, and Harshvardhan, member of the Rajya Sabha of India, and give them a round of applause. Thank you.
We will continue this conversation off stage as well. I know when three of you meet, it's so much to discuss. But thank you all very much for joining us for this session. Okay, I'm moving forward very, very quickly. Now, for a special address on the future of Indo-Pacific trade, we are joined by Member of Parliament, Member of the House of Representatives, in fact, from New Zealand, Stuart Smith. We appreciate your patience. Mr. Smith, thank you for being with us. I invite you onto the stage for your address.
Kia ora, namaste, and good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here in India and to join you all here at the NXT conference. India is a country that doesn't just talk about the future, it is actively shaping it. And that is exactly why New Zealand sees India as not simply as a partner for today, but as a partner for the long term. Let me start with a simple message. For New Zealand, our relationship with India is no longer a nice to have. It is a strategic necessity for our economy, for our security, and for our place in the world. We are living in a time of global uncertainty. The world is more contested, more complex, and more interconnected than it has been at any point in recent memory. Supply chains are shifting, strategic alignments are evolving, economic resilience, security, and trusted partnerships matter more now than ever. In this environment, countries like New Zealand must be deliberate about where we invest our energy, our diplomacy, and our trust. India's global influence is no longer emerging, it is established and growing. India is not only the world's most populous nation, home to around 1.4 billion people, it is the fifth largest economy and is projected to become the third largest by 2030. It is a major player in international affairs, a member of the G20, a key voice in the United Nations, a member of the Quad, and an influential leader across the global south. India's strategic location in the Indo-Pacific, its commitment to democratic governance, and its growing leadership in digital innovation, a vibrant space industry, and regional security make it a critical partner for countries like New Zealand. And then there is the pace of growth. Over the past decade, India has built thousands of kilometres of new highways and more than doubled its number of airports from 74 to 157. Your middle class is now estimated at over 445 million people. That represents one of the largest and fastest growing consumer markets in the world. In short, India is shaping the future of our region, and New Zealand intends to be part of that future. Recognising this, the New Zealand government has taken deliberate practical steps to strengthen our relationship with India. Over the past 2 years, engagement has increased significantly across political, economic, defence and people-to-people connections. In March last year, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon led one of the largest trade missions in New Zealand's history to India. That visit wasn't symbolic, it was a signal of intent. It said clearly that New Zealand sees India as a long-term partner and that we are prepared to invest time and effort and the political capital required to make that partnership work. Because strong relationships are built not on press releases, they are built on showing up, listening carefully, and delivering results. However, India and New Zealand share more than economic opportunity. Our historical ties stretch back to the 1890s with Indian migration to New Zealand. Today, around 300,000 New Zealanders of Indian descent call our country home, about 6% of our population. Many were born in New Zealand. Many were born here in India or in Fiji. We share Commonwealth heritage, similar legal systems, business practices, democratic traditions, and a love of sport, particularly cricket. And I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate India for winning the T20 World Cup final. Unfortunately, that was at our expense. This year, our two countries will celebrate 100 years of sporting ties, marking the first sporting fixture between New Zealand and India an army hockey match in 1926. These people-to-people connections matter. They underpin trust, they deepen understanding, and they give our economic and strategic partnership real substance. Economically, the opportunity is clear. India is New Zealand's 12th largest trading partner. In the year ended September 2025, total trade reached 3.8 billion New Zealand dollars, a 25% increase on the previous year, with New Zealand recording a modest trade surplus. In March 2025, our two countries began negotiations towards a comprehensive free trade agreement. In December 2025, our Prime Ministers and Trade Ministers announced that those negotiations had concluded. That agreement represents a significant opportunity, not just to grow trade volumes, but to build deeper, more resilient economic ties over time. And it's important to be honest. Many of those opportunities are long-term. Market development takes patience. Trust takes consistency. Success requires persistence. Let me give you one practical example. New Zealand wine exports to India remain very modest. Just 23,000 litres, valued at under 300,000 New Zealand dollars in the year to June 2025. That's less than 1% of our total wine exports. Yet interest in the Indian wine market is very strong. Indian consumers are increasingly embracing wine, driven by changing preferences, rising disposable incomes, urbanisation, and a perception of wine as a premium and sophisticated product. The opportunity is real, but so are the challenges, particularly high tariffs, and the need for sustained market development. This is exactly where the free trade agreement matters, not as a quick fix, but as a long-term enabler of deeper commercial engagement. Another area where New Zealand brings real value to this partnership is space. Despite our size, New Zealand has become one of the world's top 3 countries for space launches in recent years, driven by a vibrant, commercially focused space sector, from advanced launch capabilities to satellite technology and downstream applications. Our space industry is innovative, agile, and globally connected. It's a powerful example of how a small country can contribute meaningfully to frontier technologies, and an area where collaboration with India's own world-leading space capabilities holds exciting potential. But our partnership is not just economic. New Zealand sees India as a key Indo-Pacific partner. In March 2025, our two countries signed a defence cooperation arrangement. We have since undertaken exchanges and exercises that support regional security and mutual understanding. In an increasingly complex Indo-Pacific, relationships built on shared values, transparency, and respect for international rules matter more now than ever. So where to from here? The message from New Zealand is clear. We're committed to build a deeper, broader, and more enduring relationship with India, one that spans trade, innovation, security, culture, sport, and people-to-people connections. We understand this is a long-term journey. There will be challenges. There will be moments of frustration, but the direction is right and the potential is enormous. Direct air connectivity, stronger business links, greater cultural exchange, and continued political engagement will all play a role in unlocking that potential. So in closing, let me finish where I began. India is not just an important part of New Zealand, it is an essential one. And New Zealand is committed to being an active, ambitious, and reliable partner for India. We want to grow together. We want to innovate together, and we want to contribute together to a stable, prosperous Indo-Pacific region. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I wish the NXT conference every success, and I look forward to the next chapter in the New Zealand-Indo-India partnership. Namaste, kia ora.
Well, a round of applause for Mr. Stuart Smith, Member of Parliament, New Zealand. All right, let's shift our focus to the next session, Next in Education. On the stage, let me invite Dato Dr. Elizabeth Lee, Group CEO, Sunway Education Group. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, I see many students at the back. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be here at the NXT or Next Summit in New Delhi. It is my first time in New Delhi, and it's been wonderful. And I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the organizers for the kind invitation and the opportunity to contribute to this very important conversation. I have been asked to reflect on the theme, Next in Education, Building Institutions that Outlive Us. In particular, to consider how philanthropy can serve as a powerful catalyst for transforming education, not merely through charitable giving, but by enabling institutions to drive meaningful and lasting systems change. Standing here in India, I am reminded of the deep and long-standing connections between your country, India, and mine, Malaysia, particularly in the sphere of education. Both our countries share the imprint of the British colonial education system, which introduced many of the institutional structures that continue to shape our schools and universities today, from the development of curricula, administrative frameworks, and the idea of education as a vehicle for social mobility and nation building. In Malaysia, this connection was also made tangible through people. During the colonial period and well into the early years of independence, teachers from India played an important role in educating generations of Malaysians. We are grateful that many traveled from home to serve in schools across the country, bringing with them a deep commitment to learning and scholarship. Their contributions helped lay the foundations of an education system that continues to evolve today. In many ways, this shared history reminds us that the institutions we build are rarely the work of a single generation. They are shaped by the dedication, vision, and sacrifice of those who came before us. Educators, reformers, and communities who believe deeply in the transformative power of education. And it is precisely this idea that sits at the heart of our discussion today. How can we build institutions that endure beyond our lifetimes, and how philanthropy can play a critical role in enabling education systems not just to grow, but to transform in ways that will benefit future generations. First, the obvious is we need to invest in education, where we build the human foundations of prosperity and peace. And next, we fortify our institutions, animate our economies with innovation, and from there, we nourish our societies with hope and possibilities. Through all this, we must also be aware of the transformations unfolding in the higher education sector. Scholars predict the rise of University 5.0, a digital, borderless, translocal university which views the world as a single learning community and shifts its purpose towards societal impact, sustainability, and value co-creation. This is not a distant dream. We have gone through 4 transformations, and my university specifically is all geared up to be University of the Fifth Age. So we are definitely sailing towards this next step of development. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, please allow me to focus on 5 areas. Firstly, education as a tool for nation building. Second, private capital and philanthropy equals public good. And here I will bring in the example of the Jeffrey Chia Foundation, which owns and governs all our Sunway institutions. Thirdly, nurturing global citizens rooted in Asian values. And fourthly, a bit on what we do at Sunway. And last but not least, what all this means for Asia and all of us. Firstly, education, a tool for nation building. Nation building begins with people building. Universities do far more than confer degrees. We equip the next generation of professionals with the knowledge and skills for meaningful careers and lifelong learning. We drive scientific research, generating new knowledge and technologies to address society's hardest problems. In this, we must seek to preserve, or rather, we must seek to serve our communities through outreach and public service, acting as hubs for social and intellectual life. But the task before us is broader still. Universities are also drivers of economic and social prosperity, catalysts for social change, and centers of innovation and culture. When we succeed, our graduates do more than just find jobs. They create jobs. They do more than adapt to change. They lead change, and they do more than hope for a better society, because they will build the societies. The next phase of higher education places societal impact at the center. That is sustainability, which we have been hearing this morning, equity, and value co-creation for the global good. In this vision, nation building is not a zero-sum competition, but a collaborative pursuit of shared prosperity. This is the path to institutions which endure because they are constantly reviewing and renewing their relevance to society. Consider the arc of a first-generation university student. When we remove barriers and open doors, a single scholarship can transform a family's trajectory, lifting siblings, cousins, neighborhoods. Multiply that by thousands, and we are no longer speaking about individual advancement, rather the pathways of national progress, carrying opportunity to every part of society. At the Sunway Education Group, where I serve, we emphasize on being a campus with a conscience. That is our tagline, a reminder that the heart of education is the human potential, and that our obligation extends beyond classrooms out into the communities that we serve. In an era marked by volatility and change, universities must stand as moral beacons, embodying ethical leadership, upholding truth, fostering a sense of belonging, and creating learning environments where individuals and communities can truly thrive. When we do this well, we shape more than capable professionals. We nurture citizens, men and women who will carry their communities and their nations forward. Next, let's talk about private capital and philanthropy, bringing us to the public good. If education is nation building, then financing education is a profound public responsibility. In Asia, the most exciting developments are happening where private capital and philanthropy are aligned with the public good. This happens when patient capital investing is not for quarterly returns, but for generational impact. This is a shift from charity to systems change, where long-term partnerships between the public sector and private enterprise and academia work towards positive change. Indian society has long been shaped by a deep tradition of philanthropy, rooted in religious duty, community responsibility, and charitable giving. And across centuries, individuals, families, and institutions have contributed generously to building of schools, temples, hospitals, community institutions, an ethos of giving that has not only strengthened Indian society, but has also reached far beyond its shores, including to Malaysia, where Indian philanthropy and community initiatives have played a role in supporting educational and social development up to today. And in recent years, there has also been a growing movement to channel philanthropy more strategically into higher education. As noted by Tarun Khanna in his article, One Aspirational Future for India's Higher Education Sector, new investments and fresh ideas are beginning to reshape the country's educational landscape. At Sunway, we are very much driven by our own founder and chairman, Tan Sri Jeffrey Chia, and his belief that a good education leads not only to better futures, but also to better lives. And we have been privileged to witness this through the Jeffrey Chia Foundation, which has to date disbursed more than 967 million, approximately USD 246 million, in scholarships to thousands of deserving students. The amount is on track to surpass 1 billion ringgit by the year 2026. These are not just numbers, they are lives, irreversibly changed, families uplifted, communities strengthened. As my founder Tan Sri Chia says, as Tan Sri Chia lives with this motto, I aspire to inspire before I expire. Ladies and gentlemen, I note that time is running short, and I actually have 3 more areas, so I'll just zip through very quickly. I wanted to talk about global citizens rooted in Asian values, and that's because globalization has connected us, and yet it has also challenged identities. So therefore, we must strive to nurture global citizens who are rooted in Asian values, who will be confident on any stage, fluent across disciplines and cultures, yet grounded in values which define our region, these being community, humility, respect, balance, and stewardship. And this is why in my institution at Sunway, we have knowledge hubs which connect Asia to the world while keeping our feet firmly planted in our regional priorities. Just to name a few, we have the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development under Professor Jeffrey Sachs. And then we also have our UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, UN SDSN Asia headquarters, hosted at Sunway University, which works closely with New York. And we also have our own Sunway Center for Planetary Health, which is led by world-renowned humanitarian and public health expert, Jamila Mahmoud. And another one that I'd like to touch on is something that we are very proud of, which is the Future Cities Research Institute, which is a joint research institute between Sunway University and Lancaster University, focused on digital and sustainable cities. And this is where the future of Asian urban life is actively designed. Let's move on to reflect a little bit on what we do at Sunway. So as we reflect on philanthropy and its power to transform education systems, it's also time for us to embrace a broader, more progressive idea, which is education institutions as social enterprises. Social enterprises, as we know, are mission-driven organizations which apply sustainable business models to create measurable social impact. And when we apply this to education, the institution becomes more than a place of learning. It becomes a catalyst for social mobility, community resilience, and nation building. An education institution which operates as a social enterprise like ours do, they do not measure success solely by enrollment numbers, graduate rates, or even rankings, but actually by the lives that it uplifts. And the first generation student who breaks the cycle of poverty, the marginalized youth who gains a new future through alternative pathways, the community whose well-being is strengthened through outreach, research, and innovation. So crucially, this model becomes sustainable, and surpluses are then reinvested into scholarships, new programs, community development, and innovation. Partnerships with government, industry, and civil society are designed for long-term impact, not short-term visibility. And revenue supports purpose, and purpose guides growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but my time's up. Although I would like to share a lot more with you, let me just quickly close up and in closing to say, really, when we are talking about nation building at grassroots, we need to draw on the strengths of both university and community so that impact is measured by meaningful changes in people's daily experience. And as I said in closing, let us commit ourselves to shaping institutions that endure long after we are gone. Institutions capable of carrying on the dreams of our students and the trust of their societies far into the future. And such institutions must not merely respond to the changes of our time, they must help define the direction in which our world will move. So let us then dedicate ourselves to this noble endeavor to build such institutions that will inspire, uplift, and endure, institutions strengthened by generosity of spirit, guided by purpose, and sustained by the collective commitment of those who believe in the transformative power of education. For when we invest through leadership, through partnership, and through philanthropy in institutions that outlive us, we do more than build university, we build the foundations of Asia's future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Dato Dr. Elizabeth Lee, Group CEO, Sunway Education Group. She was speaking about the future of education. Now, before I move on to our next session, I would request all the people who are sitting in the audience to just quieten down, take your seats so we can pay attention and hear all our dignitaries who have come from all parts of the world to participate in the NXT Forum. All right, shifting our focus to the next session, we have Dr. Erik Solheim, former Norwegian Minister of Climate and Environment, and he is going to be addressing the audience on the future of a global understanding on climate. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
A very good morning, Delhi. Namaskar, Bharat. So happy to be in this great city and addressing a lot of students, but also a number of dignitaries. Look, back in 2009, we had a horror show of climate talks. The temperature in Copenhagen was freezing. The sandwiches tasted horribly. There was no nice Indian food. And we had enormous expectations. They were there, and the deliveries were there. They all came. Manmohan Singh came from India. Premier Wen came from China. The new Jesus Christ of global politics, Barack Obama, came from the United States. And we expected the climate issues to be resolved once and for all. Nothing happened. People went home crying, really literally. Many people were crying. They were desperate. And we believe the climate issue was not to be resolved because of no impact from these talks. But what not one person mentioned in Copenhagen was the fact that the price of solar energy will fall by 90% in the next decade. And that's what's driving the world now. If you switch from coal to solar or wind, it's not a cost, it's a cost saving. For the first time in human history, a new development path is possible. There is no choice between economy and ecology. We can do both. Look, our grandparents and parents were not stupid. When they decided to go for oil and gas and coal, it was because it was the one and only way to prosperity at the time. That's why they did it in Europe, in America, in Japan, in Korea, in China, in India, everywhere. Because if you didn't base your economy on coal and fossil fuels, well, there was no way to getting everyone out of poverty. But now we can go prosperous and we can go green by exactly the same policy, and that is the message whenever I listen to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this new development have many very significant consequences. Last year was the first year in the history of India, but it was also the first year in the history of China when coal emissions went down. Yes, it happened during COVID for very different reasons, but except for that, they have been increasing and increasing and increasing. Now they start going down. China last year added 315 gigawatt of solar energy to the grid. That's more than any nation has made in the history of that nation. India last year became the third largest producer of renewable. I'm pretty sure India soon will be the second largest producer of renewables, next to China, but above the United States of America. This is world-changing events because a new development path, a next future is taking shape. And it means the old days when Europe dominated climate talks is over. It's now China and India and Indonesia and Vietnam. It's the developing world which is setting the direction, Brazil. And it's not climate talks by diplomats, but action by business which is driving the change. And ladies and gentlemen, on all you here, you see the changes all over Bharat. And let me give you a few examples because I've had the privilege to travel this wonderful land. In Pinnapuram, in Andhra Pradesh, Greenco has established something absolutely remarkable. It doesn't exist in the United States of America. It doesn't exist in Europe. It's a 7 gigawatt combined solar, wind, and hydropower facility. In daytime, when there is plenty of sun in Andhra Pradesh, you pump up the water to the upper reservoir, you release the water at night, and you have 24 hours of renewable energy in Andhra Pradesh. This one facility in Andhra Pradesh is as big as the entire grid in Sri Lanka, just to show the size. Move to Gujarat, in the Kutch Desert, the salty desert in Kutch, in Gujarat, Adani Group is now establishing the largest solar and wind facility in the world, even larger than those in China. It will be 30 gigawatt by 2030. How big is that? Well, that's much larger than the entire grid in Bangladesh, which is a nation of close to 200 million people. So what we see in Penapuram and what we see in Kutch are really large, world-changing developments. Move on to Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, they just finalized an eco-circuit from Chennai to Rameshwaram. Rameshwaram, as you will know, that's the place where Ram and Hanuman launched the attack on Sri Lanka to take out the horrible king of Sri Lanka. But from Chennai to Rameshwaram, there is now a new eco-circuit. It's a dugong protection area, a bird center, a mangrove center, a wetland center, a huge number of protected areas. And again, Tamil Nadu and Chief Minister Stalin does this because, yes, they believe in the environment, but they also do it because they believe in the economy and creating jobs and tourism. So this is good for the economy and good for the ecology. Yesterday I was in the state of Bihar. In Bihar they told me they will now make a scheme where every low-income family in Bihar will get the offer of solar panels on their roof, free of charge. The middle class, the rest will pay, even if it's heavily subsidized, but for the very poor, it will be free of charge to power their facilities by solar. So we see the changes all over Bharat. And what's then the next? The next is a combination of this renewable revolution, which is already well on the way, but an integration of the renewable green revolution with the artificial intelligence revolution. You can never run major data centers without renewable energies. That's why India is very well placed to run such centers. But intelligence from the centers can also make the green revolutions much smarter and much more efficient. And we will also see the transport green revolution. 25 cities in India are now developing metros. Many of these metros are elevated, not in tunnels, but still they are metros. We see two-wheelers and three-wheelers going electric by the day. We will very soon see cars normally becoming electric in Bharat. And Delhi, I believe, has now the highest number of electric buses in any city in the world outside China. So rest assured, Bharat is developing very fast in a green direction. Finally, what are the challenges for this green development? First is to get the message across to everyone. In my view, no one is doing that better than Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I visit a number of conferences where he is the main speaker, and I'm one of the other speakers. Modi hardly ever speaks about emissions. He never speaks about global climate talks. He constantly speaks about how India, by going green, will also go prosperous, how India can bring everyone out of poverty, but doing it by solar and wind and hydropower. And that is an appealing message, and European and other leaders should take a look at that message, and maybe they could also be focusing a little more on the opportunities rather than on the problems. We need finances for the green revolution to happen, so banks and the financial institutions must make it possible. Sometimes it's completely commercial, but there is an upfront cost which needs to be covered. And the geopolitics of this is important. The rapidly improving relationship between India and China is core, because China is now the indispensable global nation for the green transition. Everyone who wants to go green needs to work with China, because that's where you have the cheapest and most efficient technology. But of course, India wants to make it in India, so partnering with India, but learning from the technology and then developing it here, that's the right way forward. But let me just end. Prime Minister Modi has one great vision, that is Viksit Bharat. developed India by 2050 or 2049, but that will not be just a developed India, it will be a developed green India, Viksit Green Bharat. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eric Solheim, for that insightful speech. Shifting our focus to the next session, we have Member of Parliament from Sri Lanka, Mr. Rajakaruna. Welcome on the stage, sir. Round of applause for Mr. Harshana Rajakaruna.
Good morning, namaste. Friends and colleagues, it's a great honor to be here at the Bharat Mandapam. This summit is all about what comes next for our region and the world. When we think about the future, there is nothing more important than how we teach and protect our children. In Sri Lanka, we have a very proud history of education, of free education. Over 80 years ago, a visionary leader named C.W.W. Kannangara fought to establish free education for every child. He believed that learning should not be something only the rich can afford. He saw it as a birthright for everyone. Because of his work, generations of Sri Lankans from all backgrounds have been able to become doctors, engineers, and leaders. This is the foundation we stand on today. But as the world changes, the way we protect that right to education must also change. The right to education is a global promise. Here in India, you have shown how this promise can be put into action through your own laws and state models. We look at states like Kerala, where public schools have become centers of excellence. We see the big changes in Delhi, where the government has proven that public schools can be modern and high-performing. In Karnataka, you are using smart systems to make sure no school is left behind. These examples show us a simple truth. When a government makes education a priority, the whole country moves forward. However, in 2026, education does not just happen inside a classroom. It happens on tablets, phones, and computers. While the internet is a great tool for learning, it also brings new dangers that we cannot ignore. Many countries have already moved to protect their children from the dark side of the internet. In Sri Lanka, we still have work to do. This is why I personally, as a member of the Parliament, proposed an amendment to the Online Safety Act. As a responsible member of Parliament, I believe our job is to propose solutions. My proposal focuses on making sure social media platforms verify the age of their users, requiring parental consent for younger children to join certain platforms, making sure companies take responsibility for removing harmful content and stopping online bullying. We want to ensure that while our children are learning for the future, they are safe from harassment and harmful material. To conclude, our mission today is the same as it was in the time of C.W.W. Kannangara, the pioneer of free education in Sri Lanka. We want to open doors for our children. In the past, that meant building schools and removing school fees. Today, it means providing modern classrooms and making the digital world a safe place to grow. However, we must also look at the world around us. With ongoing wars and so much uncertainty, we must realize that not only education, but our entire future relies on regional and global stability and peace. As Lord Buddha said, Nahi Verana Verani, hatred is never appeased by hatred, but by non-hatred alone. Our leaders must follow a peaceful path and work together to build lasting peace. Without peace, the best education in the world cannot save our future. Thank you, and thank you for having this amazing platform. Ayubowan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harshana Rajakaruna, for that speech on the future of education. Shifting our focus to our next panel, Learning in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. We have with us Professor K.K. Agarwal, who is the president of South Asian University, Professor Omar Besbis, who is the director, AI and Business Initiative, Columbia Business School. We also have Professor Han Song Lee, who's from the School of International Service, American University. And this panel is going to be moderated by Mr. Bradley Jardine. He's the managing director of Oxus Society. So a round of applause. Let's welcome all our guests. Need to remind all my panelists that there's a countdown clock and we like to respect the time.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our session on learning in the age of artificial intelligence. AI is transforming how we work, govern, and conduct business, and even some of our personal lives. Perhaps most profound will occur in how we learn and how we prepare our societies for the technological opportunities and for the challenges ahead. For countries like India, where demographic scale meets technological ambition, this question becomes particularly urgent. How do educational systems, universities, and businesses adapt when knowledge itself is being reshaped by machines? AI is not simply another tool. It challenges assumptions about expertise, creativity, and even the role of universities themselves. We're fortunate to have an exceptional panel representing perspectives from global academic, business, and international policy communities. And I'm looking forward to a wide-ranging discussion how institutions and individuals should adapt for the future. I'll begin the conversation with a very broad question. I'll let our panel members jump in, and then we'll have an engaging discussion. First, I just want to ask, how do you think AI will change the way that people learn and develop their expertise for the next decade? And will universities continue to remain the central institution for educational development? I can go to, I guess I can ask if you take a first answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us. It's a great honor to be on the education panel, not least because I also brought 3 students from the US here. So I hope they're listening. And in my view, this is no longer a time when we think about the whether question. This is a question of when's, how, and whether from which source of knowledge, and especially ethical knowledge, do we derive the information that goes into the training of these models, and how do we use them to empower our students and not to actually crowd out their creative thinking, and what kind of vision for human flourishing that we're tending towards. So it is inevitable that we are in this AI moment. For me, it's very hard to tell students not to use it, so I've given up on that. But it's not only because of the volumetric size of the AI education economy, which is probably going to grow from 10 to 30 billion in the future in the next 5 years or so, but because we grow up, the students will be growing up and forming their worldviews when the entire generation from China to Europe to the US and Latin America and to Africa will also be growing up and forming their worldviews accompanied by AI. So in a world where you're embedded into interacting with others who use AI, it's very hard to ignore it and just say, I'm going to refrain from it. So yeah, my view is both one of caution and of optimism. I think we can go into more details next.
Yeah. Do you remain cautious or optimistic?
Thank you. Yeah. First of all, maybe it's useful to say, I mean, all industries are being right now disrupted by AI, and education is no exception there. There are definitely big changes coming across in education, and the way one can think about it in education is, what should we do about AI? What should we teach about AI? But also, how can we leverage AI to teach differently, to think differently about pedagogy, to think differently about assessments of students? Right? And in some sense, on both sides, in some sense, there are of course risks. When you think about AI through the old way through which education was delivered, indeed there are a lot of risks. But when you look at it the other way, there are huge opportunities that AI brings forward. It brings forward the possibility of personalized learning at scale. It brings forward the possibility of democratizing access to knowledge, which wasn't possible before. So in a way, I'm partly optimistic because of all of these new possibilities, but these can only be harnessed if we actually change the way we do things, right? If we remove this inertia that exists in educational institutions and break that inertia by innovating at a much faster pace than we have done historically.
Just some final remarks.
Hello. Yes. Yeah. I'm Professor K.K. Agarwal. I am President of South Asian University. So in that sense, I have some idea about the education of the South Asian countries, including Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, etc. When we talk about AI in education, I think this question, whether AI in education or not, is a broad question. AI is there in education. The best thing is to make sure that how can we leverage AI, particularly for this region, India and the surrounding countries, in a much better way, where the resources are limited. I think one very great opportunity for us all in education is that AI can be very helpful in designing the education curriculum for each student in some sense, on a customized basis. What we say, education cannot be a massified system. Really speaking, education has to be different for each student. We could not do that for the game of numbers, but AI can greatly help us to design what we call as BYOD, build your own degrees, in a much better manner. And that is one unique opportunity which we must cash on.
Thank you for those thoughts. It's definitely exciting that we can have such personalized education curricula for students. But one of the big questions that people have is, of course, when it comes to knowledge production and dissemination, will AI merely entrench some of these hierarchies of knowledge? And if not, how do we make sure that it widens opportunities for people to gain access to education rather than simply narrowing and entrenching those hierarchical divides that we have today? Can I ask it to you first?
Exactly. I think there are two ways in which AI could entrench those existing fault lines. One is the socioeconomic fault line. There is already research showing that those who go into using AI prepared to tame AI for its own purpose will get more from it, right, than those who go into AI and feel lost because they don't have the prior knowledge to guide AI in a way that is most productive for its own purpose. So there is the socioeconomic challenge there, because those who have resources to begin with are more likely to be able to use AI more productively. And there's also a international fault line of resource distributions or maldistribution. As we know, the main large language models, the most popular interfaces are developed not concentrated in one nation, but at least in several nations that are leading powers in AI. So whose values, whose ideas, whose worldviews go into the training of the AI is another matter. So faced with the socioeconomic challenge of inequality and faced with the international challenge of inequality, the question is, how do you develop AI in a more democratized way and diffuse it and decentralize it in a way that allows for experiments across conditions and contexts at the same time, so that there is more agency to the students and to their families and their communities to compare and compete. So I think it comes down to a question of whether we can have a competitive and contested a world of AI with alternatives, or are we stuck with a few major providers whose ideas will then subtly or increasingly visibly take over the space for free thinking? Thank you.
What kind of policy options could we make to democratize that access to knowledge through AI?
So, I think already there are many available solutions out there at different price points, right? So there's already, like, the open source movement has been very powerful to provide access, actually. And in some sense, certain countries have during that, which has been, I think, good in terms of democratizing access. Now, I think there's a question of also, the risk coming back of democratizing too much access. How do you train students to think critically when you have access to something that have a correct answer 99.5% of the time? That's very difficult. But in some sense, that's where, we shouldn't think about education just as a way to, get skills. There are the skills, but it's also personal development. Right? And I think that part will continue to be there in the long run. The other part that I want to highlight is that, education has always been about developing critical thinking. That's not going away either. If anything, that's going to be the most important skill going forward, given the access to LLMs and all kinds of tools that are available. So I'm fairly, again, positive about these future developments. I don't know the infrastructure is already to be able to leverage this democratization. There's particular policies at this stage.
Yeah, still too early stage. And to yourself, if you could respond to this as well on the question of hierarchy and creating greater access to education using AI.
Yeah. When you talk about education in the world of AI, which is there today, I think we should be definitely looking at the positive sides, and one of the strong attributes which I feel AI which is teaching to all youngsters is when we say prompt engineering, asking questions. Now, so far our students were used to be perfect in answering. Now I think they have to be more perfect in questioning. So there's a very paradigm shift which is coming in education because of AI, and if we emphasize that, that will be better in life in other aspects also. That is art of asking proper right questions, which has become much more important because of artificial intelligence. And secondly, I would like to say artificial intelligence should always be seen as augmented intelligence. It's not a substitution of human intelligence. Intelligence will have to be with the people to a great extent, but this is a great tool for augmenting our efforts, should be taken note of. And in that perspective, I see a very high, great role of AI being played in the near future.
Thank you for that. And you've mentioned in your classrooms a lot of students are already using AI, and often professors have this struggle between encouraging its use and relying on traditional writing and skills. A lot of people are wondering now, especially starting early in their career, what kind of skills you would be encouraging for an AI future? What kind of skills are going to become increasingly important? And what would you encourage, one, students to focus on as intellectual habits, let's say, to improve their prospects in the future we have ahead of us? And is there anything in the current university structure that you think is now increasingly outdated and that may actually be out of step with AI?
Yes, this is a great challenge for the faculties, right? We have three choices: ban AI in the syllabus and knowing that your students are going to ignore that clause, or say that I'm going to find out if you used AI, which is, sometimes the case, sometimes not the case. Or tell the students that there is a certain way to engage with the AI to empower at least a certain stage of your research, not only in the information gathering, the bibliography generating, and the proofreading, but also in asking the questions that set the agenda. It's okay to do that, but ultimately the idea has to be yours, and you need to defend it in the world. So there is always going to be a stage on which you cannot take out your model and ask how to defend your idea, right, in front of other people who come out of very different ethical and epistemic assumptions. So I would encourage the faculties to form a task force. We have a task force at American University. I know there is a similar structure at Harvard University where I also taught, where faculties come together and share their students' ideas and struggles. So that's on the teaching side, but the students can also get together, right, have an interactive, interpersonal discussion of how they each approach AI. But in the future, I do believe that a more critical engagement with AI, asking AI challenging questions, and allow yourself to be challenged by AI, comparing across models. There's research showing that asking the same question to an American, a Russian, Chinese, AI gives you very different answers. Well, you can compare notes and then think about your own worldview. How do you take from that instead of being entirely swallowed by this ready supply of answers? So I think the answer is vague, but it's going to be as decentralized as AI itself.
Great response. And I wonder if you could share some thoughts on that topic.
Absolutely. So in a way, I think it's a losing battle to try to ban AI, and it's also not serving the students. The students have to be prepared to know how to use AI. But what's changing is, I think, what we can ask from students. Today, students will not just be hired based on credentials, but also based on what they can build. An interview in the past would elicit what students know. Now we can see what can they build. In 2 hours times, we can test very different skills than we were able to test a few years ago. So that has changed dramatically. And I think the types of profiles and the types of CVs will change dramatically for students. Now, going back to the art of asking the right questions, which is very important, I think, there's also a question of how to change the way we assess students. It's not just about the right or the wrong answers, but now we can assess them based on the depth of the conversations that they go through, right, which can be very different. And I have a colleague who started to assess things in this way. And in general, my view is that you have to allow students to use AI, but they have to be able to stand by themselves without the help of AI. So in some sense, maybe we'll be in a world where we'll slowly go back to oral examinations like in the old days, but the question is how to make these scalable at the scale of a whole university. And maybe AI can be a solution to help in that regard as well.
Same question, please.
I would just like to add that when we talk about AI in education, I think the component which has not been dealt with that strongly is AI for assessment during this period. When we go in for AI for education, our assessment methods will have to go through a complete transformation. The traditional methods of evaluation and assessment will no longer be valid. Many universities, in several good universities, have already shifted to oral examinations rather than written examinations, or the case-based examinations rather than written examinations, because the whole philosophy is not to decry OpenAI, but to make sure that OpenAI prepares our students for more critical thinking, more resource optimization, and finally they are able to use their thinking to supplement these tools. So if we do that, then only we really get the best of it.
Thank you for that. I think another question I've been thinking about a lot myself is, with AI, how will it change the role of educators themselves? Of course, expertise seems to be more easily challenged or undermined as people use AI. AI is now engaging in research itself. The knowledge production process, whether it's journals that are receiving record numbers of AI-generated entries, even peer review process of papers is now being impacted by AI. I wonder how you approach that and teaching, and how do you maintain your role as an educator and with this challenge, and do you utilize AI to increase your publications?
Yes, absolutely. On the note of being able to sometimes say no to AI and ask AI to rethink, it's really up to us, the educators and the students working together, to get to a point where AI is a partner and not some a new technology that is going to crowd out what we already have in the pedagogical experience. But I'm going to mention one positive anecdote and one, I think, an anecdote that gives us cause for reflection. We have the Honorable MP from New Zealand here, and I'll just mention that in my course taught at the American University in the School of International Service, I asked students to compare the English and the Maori version of the Treaty of Waitangi to pick out how concepts such as sovereignty are translated and how meanings are lost in translation, and how we can learn from that rich intercultural encounter in the past. The students are able to do that with AI because I'm not going to be able to provide a special course on Maori so that students can do the international intercultural thinking afterwards. But now they're able to use AI for that purpose. But there was another moment when I asked AI to repeat a section of the Rig Veda. Here we're in India. That's actually a language in which I am versed compared to Maori, in which I'm not. I asked it to repeat 50 times. So ChatGPT refuses to do that because it says this is not conducive to creative and democratic learning by American standards of, you always have to ask Socratic questions and not to repeat. There is an AI bias against repetition that it considers to be a kind of, East and South Asian mode of learning. I told AI, no, sometimes we do repeat because it is a sacred verse or because it's something that by repeating we can gain new understandings from, but ChatGPT continues to refuse to do that, but a few other models do, right? So I think it is an interesting fact that AI has its own built-in assumption of what is good learning. And sometimes it is great. It cautions us against bad learning, but sometimes we also have to overpower AI and tell it that we have a different philosophy of pedagogy, and it's okay to work together on that. Okay, thank you.
I wonder if you could take some quick thoughts on that topic.
The very short answer is that you have to constantly experiment because the technology is changing so fast that we have to constantly understand the limits, but also the possibilities. But definitely it is disrupting, as you said, not just the teaching aspect of universities, but also the research aspect. It's potentially providing, new research assistance for all faculties in some sense. And this is a huge, boost in terms of, productivity, but also ability to think, to pursue different paths. What worries me a little bit sometimes is how will the future generation of instructors be trained and develop this critical thinking over time? That's the big thing that is, very tricky, especially in the context of research, where the knowledge has to be extremely specialized. How will people be able to recognize when these models are wrong or not? And this is something that we have to continuously experiment to explore what are the limits.
Well, thank you very much for those insights. If there's one big takeaway, it's of course that AI is really going to fundamentally change the way that we produce knowledge and consume knowledge. And our panelists have shared very broad perspectives across all of these topics. Very excited to have had this conversation. And of course, we need to find ways as policymakers, businessmen, entrepreneurs, to find ways to expand access to education as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much for being with us. on that panel. All right, and now we move forward to an NXT signature session. Yes, the much-awaited Prime Minister's Roundtable. And for this, to discuss Vision NXT, technology, governance, and our future affairs, I invite on stage Honorable Fredrik Reinfeldt, 32nd Prime Minister of Sweden. I also call on stage Honorable Scott J. Morrison, the 30th Prime Minister of Australia. We're also happy to have with us for this session Shri Baburam Bhattaraiji, the 36th Prime Minister of Nepal. This conversation will be moderated by Editor-in-Chief of NewsX, Rishabh Gulati. How often is it that we have three former Prime Ministers on stage at the same time?
You're right, today it is a bit of a treat, and it's become an NXT tradition. We had three former heads of government with us last year. We have the privilege of having three former heads of government this year. You know, it's a old saying, which is also considered a curse. May you live in interesting times. Scott Morrison, what is interesting about our times?
Interesting times indeed. But you know, times are always interesting, as I'm sure my colleagues could attest to. When I was Prime Minister, we were dealing with COVID-19, which sadly prevented me from coming here and spending more time, and particularly with my good friend Prime Minister Modi, and when we were elevating our relationship. And so those times had their global challenges, as do these, with the big global reset that I think is going on, whether it's conflict in the Middle East, a rebalancing of burden sharing in Europe, in our own region in the Indo-Pacific. That continues to be, I think, the key and most significant potential flashpoint in the world since the Second World War. So these tensions continue to present, and it's the job of governments and others to navigate those processes. And that is always a difficult and interesting challenge, because it's always interesting times.
Well, you know, Fredrik Reinfeldt, in a sense, the world is completely changing. The systems that we held true for the past 80 years seem to be in flux. Technology has brought something into the mix in every front that we are still beginning to understand, whether it be drones or AI. As governments, as civilizations, as human beings, what's the biggest challenge in the next few years?
Well, I totally agree with that it's a world order breaking down, and we are reaching for something new. And without a kind of knowledge on how to bring collective security, we find ourselves in difficulties to handle conflicts, and we see too much warfare. But I listened to this panel. Of course, democratic leadership is about also knowing who is in charge and how to hold them account. And of course, moving into a territory with technology, AI, where it becomes a little bit more uncertain who is actually decision maker, who is actually responsible for what will follow. Well, that is a new kind of challenge. It's a challenge for politicians, it's a challenge for media, it's a challenge for everyday life, because people want to know how does it fit together. And if that is very blurred, I think we'll see a lot of confusion in the world.
Okay, before I get into specifics, Baburam Bhattaraiji, what do you see as the biggest opportunity, both in terms of the geopolitical flux that we are seeing that presents changes? Changes bring opportunities as well as challenges. And the technological revolution, which has a lot of things to be concerned about, but certainly it could be revolutionary.
Thank you. I think we are living in a very exciting times. For me, I think big tectonic shift in the whole politics of the world with the advent of the 21st century, which we call as a fourth industrial revolution with AI and other developments. So I think the whole idea of politics needs to be rethought and redesigned in my understanding. In that sense, the democracy which we have been exercising more in the sense of representative democracy, now with the AI, internet technology, on the access of information to all the population and the rising economic standard of the people, education and all, now it's the high time we go beyond representative democracy and practice more of a monitoring, inclusive and participatory democracy. In that sense, I think we should go beyond our traditional concept of liberal democracy, socialist democracy, or the conservative ideas or anarchist ideas. I think we have to go beyond this. So that's why I think it's the work of great thinkers and political philosophers to theorize and solve the contradiction of the 21st century which you are seeing around.
I'm sure there are many people back home for you and many people, young people across the world who are finding it interesting that you're calling it exciting times. You're more hopeful. But Scott Morrison, amid the hope, I mean, we are literally, we have wars raging all around us. One not too far away, one in Europe which has been going on for several years. Has this become normal, par for the course? Do we learn to live with it?
Well, there have always been wars, sadly. And it's, I think, in the modern era of communications, we just know more about them these days. But the wars that we're seeing at the moment are protracted, particularly in Europe, in Ukraine, where the human suffering is just almost unbearable. Well, it is unbearable, frankly, but that's not the only place. In the Sudan and Myanmar and other places, these things continue to happen and we struggle with them. But I want to echo my colleague's optimism here. At the same time as we see all of this disruption, in my own view, I think it's not so much a world order collapsing as a world order being reset. A world order being reset as major powers rivalry comes into play again. But also, I would say, when you see the influences of demography most significantly interplay with technology, and then you look at what has been quite a radical change in global capital markets since the global financial crisis. Mark Rowan from Apollo recently said, we're spending every cent since the invention of fire at the moment on the rebuilding of digital platforms, technology, hardware, infrastructure, energy systems. This is all happening. And for the Global South, as it rises, as indeed it will, demography effectively prophesies that in a way. When that combines with the application of completely new technology and energy systems, then that has the ability to transform what is happening for the bulk of the world's population in a way that I think we can only imagine. We saw that in the post-war globalisation period. We saw the economic miracle in China. That has had play-on effects in terms of their ambitions and their threats within the region and coercion, which was applied to Australia and many others. But at the same time, it can be done. You can see that radical transformation of developing economies when you get the combination of their demography and technology, and then when you apply capital to that, which capital is far more mobile now, then that can be realised. It can be realised in Sri Lanka. It can be realised here in India. It can be realised in Eastern Europe and so many other parts of the world. So I am optimistic.
You're right. When you're talking about a reset, the India-European trade deal was being negotiated for 20 years. Crises have a remarkable ability of focusing the mind.
Same in Australia. We've been trying to get a deal out of the EU for about the same time. When they talk about protectionism and they rail about it, we raise an eyebrow because we've been trying to break through that for a long time. But the government of Australia and the EU are now, I think, getting a lot closer, largely because of the disruption that we've seen take place with trade over the last year.
Okay, so Frederick Reinfeldt, it's great to have a deal on paper, but actual movement of people and goods is when it translates. That requires trade routes, it requires shipping, it requires air freight, but mostly open sea lanes. In a global situation right now where we've seen disruptions of sea lanes for technical issues, the Suez Canal because of ship blockage, right now you know what's happening in the Straits of Hormuz. How much of it is transient, that all right, crises happen, week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later the world moves on? how much of it is fundamental, that trade routes will have to realign? Maybe go through certain regions and maybe avoid certain regions?
Well, this is a very important question. When I went to university as a young man, this was the era of just-in-time production, and the economy of scale was very much that developed parts of the world put production in Far East or far-fetched regions because they saw no trouble that could emerge when it comes to transportation and exactly these things that you described. Well, now we know differently. And de facto, we see a change in the production lines, bringing it closer to home. And it's in that way in many sectors. And in a way that's troublesome but understandable. At the same time, I live in the Nordics, northern parts of Europe, and the Arctic is now melting down linked to climate change. So, of course, yes, we have new trade routes, which also creates a new kind of conflict at the north of my country, where we see US, Russia, China, also other interests trying to control these could be new trade routes. So I think we should be very aware that the world is transforming and that and this is what we tell our entrepreneurs. Yes, there are some few safe markets, some neighbors you can trade with. You can trade with the rest of the world, but the level of risk have risen. And you need to know much more about geopolitics and contacts into different countries. That has changed dramatically.
How much of that, Mr. Reinfeldt, is physical? Physical because of environmental changes, physical in terms of the infrastructure that needs to be built or will be built. We are working on IMEC. The Chinese, of course, have their own trade routes, the New Silk Road and others. And how much of it is based on tariffs and other issues that sort of either protectionist policies or promotion policies? How much of it's physical and how much of it's virtually imposed by policy?
Well, the Arctic Circle melting is definitely climate change, but since we see a weaponizing of trade policy using tariffs very aggressively, not only linked to trade, but actually a means of bullying, which is not good for the world and should not be silently accepted. But what then happens, and now 20 years of negotiations on the FTA agreement, well, why did it succeed? Yes, that's another pathway. So, if old friends don't want to be as close as they used to be, find new friends. And as long as it's rules-based, as long as we can find and respect each other, that's a better pathway. And that's why you see Europe-India coming closer together.
We like to be old friends as well as new friends. Babu Ramji, in a sense, the aspirations which we are seeing reflecting in your home country of the young people, which have to be also fulfilled through trade, through manufacturing, through skills and AI and drones and everything that's going to change the world. Where do you see the energy of the youth being pushed, even while geopolitics plays itself out?
Yeah, we have gone through a tremendous political change in Nepal recently. Though the youth uprising, the Gen Z uprising is going on in different parts of the world, but ours, I think, is very unique and I am very proud of it. Because we, Nepal, country like Nepal, which were left behind almost 100 years in democratization and opening up and development, recently we opened up, our youths went for jobs in foreign countries and the access of technology, AI and others spread in the rural areas. So the new generation of people who have come up, they have dared to revolt against the old political system, political leaders, and challenge to assume the leadership of the country. So in that sense, I am very proud of it. I think Nepal will no longer be at the bottom of the ladder of development in the world. We can catch up. As per the question of geopolitics, that's a bit tricky. We are in between two huge states of India and China. Naturally, we are more tilted towards India physically and socially and economically. And China also is a rising power. So the balancing these big powers will be slight challenge, but I think our youth will show that maturity to do that and lead Nepal to a prosperous and more democratic country.
It's good to see great cricket talent coming out of Nepal now. Before we get Mr. Reinfeldt also to play cricket, Scott Morrison, other than the cricket, what's exciting about India? What do you feel that this country is, something that it's catching the buzz of imagination all over the world?
It's not just what's exciting more generally about India, which is its fundamental values, its belief in representative democracy, its reliable institutions, all of these things which are shared with other like-minded democracies, which has always provided, I think, a basis for the relationship that India shares with Australia and others, be it in Europe or elsewhere. So I think that provides the strong foundation. But I think what you've seen take place in India, especially over the last decade, and particularly under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, has been an explosion of entrepreneurialism, an appetite for growth and realising opportunities for building infrastructure, to reaching out and taking a position in the world which maintains its independence, which is very important to India, but also engages, and particularly has engaged, I think, positively with the West. And that engagement is not seen as necessarily an alignment, but it is seen as a positive engagement that enables India to plug in and to benefit from, whether it's investment capital, whether it's education. I mean, India is now the single largest source of immigrants to Australia. When I was Immigration Minister a decade ago, that was just starting to happen. Prior to that, it was coming from other parts of the world, particularly China. It is now India and the broader subcontinent. So Australia is very much now an Indo-Pacific nation in that sense, not just a Pacific nation or an Asian nation of sorts. So I think it has been that real shift to be so proactive in the global economy. We've seen and if you look at space, for example, I think that has shown an ambition. I remember the day when the moon lander was able to be achieved, and I think the Prime Minister was in South Africa at the time, and just the look of celebration and ambition realised, and the fact that they could do it and other rivals couldn't, I think really injected a sense of pride. And that is intoxicating, it's appealing, it's attractive. And I think that is what is occurring here, and why you're seeing so many from around the world, both from a business side, an investment side, but as well, I think, in the world of diplomacy, that people want to engage and do business and be with India.
Frederick Reinfeldt, India has been victim to cliches. Yes, you're the largest country, but people would call it overpopulated. We've called it a demographic dividend. That's changed. 50% of India's power as of this year is now from renewable energy. Of the 5 largest solar parks in the world, 2 are in India. We are making $20 billion of Apple iPhones now. So what was being talked about as China plus one a few years ago has happened. A lot has happened since then, tariffs and other things. What is exciting that you see about India, not as another hedge or just another opportunity, but about as a rising power that is now the 4th largest economy in the world?
Yeah, alongside what Scott Morrison said, and actually the new figures coming out in Sweden, because there is a lot of crackdown in Europe on immigration. Even in Sweden now, India, people coming from India is #1 group because they come into the Swedish labour market. We link this in our mindset to digital competence, high education level, a very positive view. And I would say that this also now, if I talk to my industry entrepreneurs in Sweden, which is the country they are most now keen to come into as a new market, they would say India, because this reflects exactly what you are saying. I saw this idea to become a developed country by 2047. In part, you're already developed, exactly as you describe, through a very high level on digital competence and also the introduction of a lot of renewable energy. And I made a point, exactly as you said, that I think your demography, the demographical situation, is actually somewhat better than many of the developed countries, because we are seeing in Japan, for instance, Korea, you see this in Southern Europe, a rapid decrease of population with a huge portion of very old people. That is actually also a kind of rebalancing of our economy and our labor markets, which will not happen in the short run in India in the same case.
Mr. Bhattarai, you're obviously excited about a new future for Nepal. What do you find exciting about the opportunity, the development that you've seen in the past decade and a half in India? It's a transformed country. You've been coming to India for many decades, sir. What do you see that's changed that makes you go, yes, it's a beacon for the subcontinent?
I feel very excited when I was entering this Bharat Mandapam in 1972. When I was studying architecture in Chandigarh, we had come here to see the huge exhibition buildings built here. Now this has been converted into a very modern and type of attractive building. So this itself showed to me India is going through a big change. This is a small example. But what I see is India with the largest population, biggest concentration of youths, and huge potential of new technology and IT manpower. I think it can leapfrog in coming decades, and Nepal can take advantage of that. That's why I've been pleading. Nepal, earlier the people used to say we sandwiched between India and China. But now we are not sandwiched. We are a vibrant bridge between two big states of India and China. So if we recalibrate our foreign policy, then we can take advantage of both India and China, and Nepal can be one of the most prosperous nations by the end of the century.
Let's hope. I'm glad the optimism is at least coming from this forum. I've got a couple of minutes left. And Scott Morrison, when we were conversing about why we are gathering here, and the conversation was that this part of the world needs gatherings like this, needs an opportunity to not only discuss about India and what's happening in India, but discuss the world from an Indo-Pacific forum. Where do we take forums like this?
This is a very important point. A few weeks ago, I was at the Munich Security Conference, which has been going on for a long time. And provides, quite obviously, a Eurocentric discussion about what's happening in the world. Similar things happening in the United States. In the Indo-Pacific, and I think in the Indian Ocean area even more significantly, that is necessary for the dialogue, for business, investment, for governments and others to appreciate the opportunities, but also to better understand the risks and what can be done to manage those risks. I'd highlight that particularly in terms of security risks. There's been the Rasina dialogue here for many years, and this dialogue, which goes beyond that and into the business space and technology and so on, I think is really important, because you need to put an Indo-Pacific lens on these global challenges. And the best place to do that, not surprisingly, is in the Indo-Pacific. Sure, they talk about it in Europe, they talk about it in the United States, they talk about it in other places, but we need to talk about it here as fellow citizens of the region. And I think particularly Australia, Japan, the United States and India through the Quad have a real important role to play to codify what these challenges are, and those four countries in particular can play a very significant role in addressing the challenges that are discussed in forums like this. So I commend NXT on doing this, and I commend the Prime Minister for supporting it in the way that he does, because with India's rise and the Indo-Pacific now sitting at the centre of geopolitical and geostrategic at ground zero now, it is not Europe anymore. It's not North America anymore. It's the Indo-Pacific that will determine the future of what happens in our world. And so we need to look at it from this lens.
Frederick Reinfeldt, same question to you. Forums like this, because the objective is, of course, what we do on stage is a very small part, it's a few minutes. The fact that you all take out your time, you take flights, you come all the way and experience India, meet people, and this time, literally from all over the world. He's mentioned the Munich conference. We are all familiar with what happens in Davos. In a conversation in India, what kind of a trend that needs to be set here through NXT?
Yes, but as a politician in a democracy, we know at the end of every election campaign, things become very narrow, local. What's in it for me, my family, and so on. That is understandable, but the main trend last 10, 15 years, this has become a very protectionistic, even nation-first perspective. So everyone looks at themselves, and of course, as mentioned, there are a lot of security challenges, but the risk about this is that everyone thinks it's only happening here. We are the only important one, everything is about us. And therefore, going to forums very far away to interact, discuss with people that come from different cultures, different religions, is absolutely of utmost importance. And it has grown since the world is drifting into this nation-first thinking. And therefore, I think it's very fortunate to be here. And I also think it's good that this forum is both on geopolitics, but also on academia, also on science, also on different items, on media, because it needs to be a broader perspective to understand the world.
Well, it's great to have you. Mr. Bhattarai, I'll leave the last word with you, sir. Forums like this in our part of the world that bring the world to India, to discuss the world in this region, how important are these, and where do we take it from here?
This is very important. I would like to congratulate our friends in India who organize such a fantastic gathering, calling people from all over the world. So I wish India, I take a part of a historical Bharat Barsha, South Asian nations were collectively called as Bharat Barsha. So India or Bharat being the largest country of this region, I would like to extend my best wishes to Prime Minister Modi and the people of India to take the lead to transform this region, which has the largest pocket of poverty still in the world. In the next few decades, if we go this way, if we learn from the best practices of the world, I see every region, why South Asia, mainly old Bharat Barsha, cannot be the leading power in the world in the coming centuries. The last point I want to make, this idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam from the old Hindu scriptures, which have been popularized now here in India by Mr. Modi, I would like to extend my accolade to him. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam means the world is one family. The technology and flow of people, flow of information has reached to every nook and corner of the world. So this is the time to think beyond a nation state and think restructuring of the world, politics and economy at the global stage. Let India take the lead. I think we'll, in the peripheral regions, in the peripheral countries, will give a huge accolade to our friends in India. Thank you.
Well, on the optimistic note, and for everybody watching us and for our guests, we in India are also looking at the world and not just thinking about ourselves, which is how it should be. I thank you for this very rare treat and a special opportunity for me to sit with all three of you in this forum here. Thank you very much.
And to continue this rare and august moment, it's time now for a special photo opportunity. For that, I want to call on stage founder of NXT and Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha from India, Kartikeya Sharma ji. Prime Ministers, I request you to join us for this special photo op. Let's keep the applause going. These kind of moments don't happen very often. And now we're going to move on to our next segment, of course, called Next in Philanthropy. And to speak about driving sustainable impact through philanthropy, we have a very special session lined up. And for that, our special guest, who's already in the house, and now I'd like to call on stage Lord Ross Kempsell, Baron Kempsell, member of the House of Lords, United Kingdom. Could I please have you on stage? And moderating this special session will be Sohail Seth, founder and MD, Councilage India. Sohail, who of course we enjoy listening to his answers asked by us, will today be asking the questions to Lord Kempsell in this next special session.
Of all the things that I'm known for, moderation is not one of them. So I've decided to change the rules because next is about doing the impossible. So Ross and I are going to have a conversation. We have 20 minutes, we've been told, and we'll break that conversation into two parts. One is the role of philanthropy in a growingly unequal world. And number two, India and its place in the Comity of Nations, both qua the Global South and the exemplary leadership of the current dispensation in India. This evening, you will hear Narendra Modi, India's Prime Minister, address this. I know Karthikeya is a shy man, but I must say that what he has achieved through NEXT and what he is achieving, both through the ITV Foundation and all the other work that they're doing, including on cancer screening, to my mind, tells you where India's heart is. Nations are made with a blend of compassion, energy, and empathy. Nations are not about GDP. They're about the gross domestic compassion. So here's, we'll just start and chip in whenever you wish. From your perch in the House of Lords, which is, I've been told, increasingly irrelevant, but we won't go there now. From the House of Lords, where you sit with hereditary peers and non-hereditary peers and people who've had scandals and no scandals, how do you see India?
Well, it's great to be in India, in Bharat, and to be in Delhi, back in Delhi. I've had the pleasure of coming to Delhi, Sunil, many times, and it's always wonderful to be here and to be enjoying this excellent conference, NXT, put together by Karthikeya and the whole team. So I want to thank them for putting together this event and bringing so many influential and interesting voices from around the world to hear the heart of Delhi.
Just 1 minute. Could we have some silence? I know it's difficult for some of you to keep quiet, but if you were that erudite, you'd be on stage. So would you just keep quiet so that we can hear our guest? Thank you so much. See what a wonderful audience you can be if you choose to. Sorry.
That's kind of you. I'm a passionate believer in the relationship between the UK and India. You asked how the UK and India is viewed from the UK Parliament. Well, we just had a fantastic FTA, free trade agreement, signed in July of last year that's added £4.8 billion to the UK economy. That is the biggest and most economically significant free trade agreement since the UK left the EU. So it's a huge moment of opportunity for the relationship between the UK and India at every level, whether it's the economic level, the trade level, but most important of all is the relationship between the two peoples, because the interplay between the Indian diaspora in the UK and now I hope more Indian business people doing more trade in the UK after that FTA is going to be at the core of our joint development, I think.
So you do know that an Indian group, the Tatas are the largest employers in Great Britain.
Yes.
By far. What we are seeing, Ross, here in India is a shift from what one of your legendary prime ministers called us a nation of shopkeepers, and we've transformed to become a nation of entrepreneurs. India today, and I must say this for your benefit and for the benefit of those who don't know, we are not just the world's fastest growing economy. We're the world's most aspirational society. Aspiration is different from ambition, because ambition can have an element of hubris and arrogance, but aspiration is an unwavering commitment to seeing the world move ahead. And I believe, Ross, where I come from, I was born and raised in Calcutta, I have generally come to the conclusion that we are leaving behind a better world for our children, and we are leaving behind a better future. Never have I seen the Indian diaspora, or for that matter, an Indian, being so proud of being Indian, whether he is of Indian origin or Indian nationality. And this is pride without the arrogance and without the sense of entitlement. I'm seeing a revival of who we really are. We're going back to an uncolored, unpolluted sense of history that was bestowed on us in 1947 by some people who may have been close to you. I'm just joking. But what I'm seeing today as an individual is that India is now moving towards establishing an order which is uniquely its own. We're not part of any clique, we're not part of any bloc, and we're certainly not wedded to any ideology that does not take care of our own. For the first time, I can say this: India is working for Indians. Indians are working for India, and India is working for a more humane world. And I think that's what matters. And you have an intellectual giant in the form of Keir Starmer. What do you think he's doing?
Well, I think it was very good that he made his first official visit to India in October of last year. So I think it was right that he came. And following that visit, I know that there were a significant number of announcements in job creation and joint trade, again, between the UK and India. I want to pick up on that point about the remarkable acceleration and the remarkable growth that India is experiencing, because I think I'm right in saying that in just a decade, India has gone from being the 11th largest economy in the world to the 3rd, and it's now forecasted that within the next 3 years, that trend will continue to grow even more aggressively than before. And I'm very interested in the point that you made about the humane philosophy, if there is one, that stands behind this growth, because Prime Minister Modi has his one world concept. It is, as you say, a non-aligned vision, but there is a philosophy there behind that growth. So one of the things that I'm here to do is to learn more about not just what drives that mission economically, but the ideas behind it, even though, as you say, it's not ideological.
So you should see what's happening in India, both between individuals and the corporate world. We are seeing a greater impetus towards giving back to society. Daan was talked about in India, which basically means giving back, 3,800 years ago. It's ironic that we needed a Warren Buffett and people like him, great people, to talk about charity or talk about giving back. I also believe, Ross, that, and I will say this not as just because I'm an Indian, but I will say more and more Indians are working towards a greater inclusive India. Any society is as strong as its weakest link, and never before has this been recognized as it is being today. And to me, that's a great sign. Countries are born not out of vision, but out of a blend of vision and execution. So the things that we are doing, and I talked to you about what Karthikeya and his colleagues have done and his family have done, I believe that we need greater examples of giving back. We need greater examples of goodness. You know, there was a Hindu tradition Neki kar kuएं mein dal, which means if you do good, don't talk about it, throw it into the well. Which to my mind was an incorrect notion of goodness. Goodness also needs inspiration, just like evil has from America's current leadership. So, when you and I talk about the new global order, we've got to understand that countries will be subsumed to national identity, but they must succumb to global humanism. What do you think of that?
I don't share necessarily the view or the characterization of the US administration there, but what I would say is there has to be an increasing degree of cooperation between nations for sure. And India is absolutely at the heart of that. And as the former Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison was just saying in the previous session, India is going to be the preeminent determining factor in the course of events, not just in the Indo-Pacific, but increasingly in the entire region and beyond. So it's very important that the Western partners, whether it's the UK, the US, Australia, or others, have the most possible constructive relationship with India. And I'm pleased to say that the UK has a 10-year defense industrial roadmap now, a partnership with India. The UK is developing a very sophisticated partnership with India on AI in particular, as one of those challenges that might be coming forward to that global sense of the humane. So it's a world, I think, where partnership can make a huge difference. And I think it's events like this which provide the forum, increasingly so in India, where those collaborations can hopefully be forged.
So since I touched upon America today, there is a recalibration and redrawing of global lines like never before. I mean, you don't have to, bury Caesar to praise him. I'm not asking you to do that. But there is a reality. The global order is changing. Some of the identity politics that are being played out in the world's most powerful country are having their repercussions across the world. We are going to war. We are doing whatever we have to do for whatever reasons. Hatred has never been a great ingredient for peace. And it certainly has never been a great ingredient for progress. Since you sit in Parliament in the UK, where do you think, or how do you feel that your people, not your government, how do your people feel about the redrawing of these red lines across the world?
I think I completely agree that the world is going into a time of very dynamic change in the way that things work. I think it's mostly actually driven by technology rather than geopolitics, because if you look at, you mentioned the current outbreaking war in Iran, we're now in a situation where those belligerents, rightly or wrongly, but both sides are using drones, which are very cheap to make compared to old forms of munitions technology, and they're having devastating effects. So the economics of war is changing based on technology. We have AI coming down the track at an increasing speed, and that's going to change the way that every society works. I had the pleasure to be speaking earlier here at NXT to a very eminent professor in robotics. The revolutions that are underway in robotics, advanced manufacturing, modeling, and other areas of engineering science are really pushing the boundary, likewise in biotech. And these changes are going to completely reform the meaning of work, I think, in today's world, and the way in which the definition of economic growth actually begins to shift from that traditional GDP measure that you mentioned earlier to new forms of economic growth, whether it's an increase in the specificity and application of information or so on. So these changes are coming. What do I think people in the UK think of it? I think broadly, the number one thing that matters to most of them is sharing in the prosperity that some of those advantages will create. And the UK has, unfortunately, a problem at the moment with its rate of GDP growth. It's very slow, and its productivity is also pretty depressed, and it has been for quite some time. So my view is that the UK economy is in need of quite major reform. But if that reform doesn't come from the political leadership, then it's almost as if it's going to happen anyway, because technology and the ways of work are changing. But I think the thing that matters to most British people, if I can dare to speak on their behalf, is the thing that matters to most people everywhere around the world, which is the health and prosperity of their family, the opportunity to create a better life for the next generation, having peace and stability in their society. Those are shared aims. And whatever's happening at the geopolitical layer, I think those human ambitions are very, very common to every society around the world.
So as we wind down, because I'm mindful of the time, in a very brief manner, what would your message, both as a Britisher and as a British lawmaker, would be to this microcosm of India that you see, including 3 eminent former prime ministers, lawmakers, young, bright minds, far brighter than most of us? What would your message be from Britain to India?
I'm afraid the message is that the British are back, and we're keen to do business, we're keen to do trade, we're keen to create and share prosperity around the world. And if you have made the mistake of thinking that the UK, because of various political developments or geopolitical developments, is somehow not keen to be your preeminent partner, economically, strategically, geopolitically, then you're completely wrong. And the UK is going to be doing more than ever in my generation. There's a big generational shift going on in leadership. I'm afraid the older politicians are on the way out. There's a new set coming in. And India is one of the key partners for that joint growth and prosperity. So it's a pleasure to be here in India. And anybody who would like to do business in the UK, please come and talk to me and we'll bring it forward.
So I'm a marketing person. Let me crispen it for you in a headline. Be Indian and please buy British. But I want to end with, who are we today? The British left us in 1947. Up until almost the middle 2000s, we were a nation grappling with 3 things. We were grappling with identity as to who we are. We were grappling with a roadmap of where we want to be. And we were concerned about who would deliver that. I do not like any political party, none whatsoever. But I can tell you one thing, Ross. Leadership is what leadership does. I personally, I'm going to be 63 in May. I have nothing to lose. And I can tell you that we are blessed that we have a decisive prime minister. We are blessed that we have a person who is willing to take the risks and do what needs to be done at the altar of unpopularity, because your former Prime Minister Churchill said, the only person you've got to be popular with is your spouse, and Modi doesn't even have a spouse. So he has to do what is right for India. Indians have to do what is right for every Indian and for the world. Because unlike most countries, we are not just the Republic of India. We are a civilizational legacy. And it's time the world understood our contours, understood our contribution, and most importantly, understood our potential. I hope you have a splendid stay in India. A lot has changed, and yet our cultural values and our value architecture remains unchanged. Thank you and have a great day. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you very much for that very interesting session, both of you gentlemen. And now we move forward. Of course, we heard a bit of business talk in that session as well towards the end. And we're now turning to our next segment, which is in fact on Next in Entrepreneurship. And for this, we have for a special address on data-driven decision-making, the Dean of the Melbourne Business School, Professor Jenny George. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Professor George, let's have you on stage, please.
Thank you. What a pleasure it is to be here. There is an irony in the title of my talk, Data-Driven Decision Making, and I wonder what you think I'm going to talk about. I've spent most of my career in management education, and for years, honestly, embarrassingly long, a significant part of my job has been making the case for data-driven decision-making, arguing the evidence matters and it's worth looking at. But I am not making that case today. I don't have to make it anymore. AI has decisively made it for me. Every time an AI tool is deployed, a sophisticated medical diagnosis or Google Maps helping you choose the fastest route out for dinner, you are using heavy-duty data analysis to drive your decision-making. It's so normalized that we don't even notice it now. And the productivity promise that I kept talking about to business leaders, to students, to everyone who would listen, is now very clear. Only a few years ago, Stanford and MIT scientists ran a large field experiment looking at more than 1,000 customer service workers and showing AI assistance was lifting their productivity by 14 to 15%. And the biggest gains weren't for the best workers, the biggest gains were for the least experienced workers. AI was acting as a leveler, giving junior people access to the experience that used to take years to build. In medicine, we've got AI diagnostic tools. They're dramatically changing the rates at which we can find and then treat many different conditions. I used to be a champion of data-driven decision-making, but it doesn't need me now. AI can make really good decisions, often better than we do. But there is still a problem. AI is so good that we adopted it widely, quickly, rightly. Decisions that used to require a person, a caseworker or a loan officer, someone at the front line, started happening inside systems. We've all become really used to getting fast results, a quick answer, and AI can do that consistently and at scale. And that's happened and has shifted something inside organisations and governments that's quite easy to overlook. The shift is that authority has moved. The power to decide has migrated upwards and inwards. It's migrated into models, and it's into the small team who design and control them. It's migrated away from the front line, from the people who know the customer and the patient, away from people who know things that don't appear in any data set. And this is one of the most profound shifts in decision-making in our lifetimes. It's not about data-driven decision-making anymore. It's about how we take responsibility for decisions. And very few organisations have shifted with it. Here's where a new piece of research should worry every leader in the room. A very recent study from the Wharton School have published a study on cognitive surrender. They ran 10,000 trials with about 13,000 participants. What did they find? When AI is available, many people stop thinking critically at all. They adopt AI outputs with minimal scrutiny, and they override their own intuition and judgment. Participants who have high trust for AI have 3.5 times higher odds of following AI advice, even when it was deliberately made obviously wrong. Think about what that means. It means that when authority shifts within a system, it doesn't just take decisions away from the front line, it also takes critical judgment away too. People stop questioning and they defer. AI adoption is combining authority drift with cognitive surrender. When decisions move into systems, two things get left behind: accountability and context. Context is that specific knowledge that lives close to the work. the caseworker who knows the neighbourhood, the nurse who knows that this patient understates their symptoms when they're anxious. That knowledge is pretty hard to put into models. It doesn't often live easily in the data sets that we're using. And when the people who hold it lose their authority to act on it because the system has already decided, then that important context disappears from the decision entirely. So let me give you a clear example at a government level. In Australia, the government ran a program called Robo-Debt, and I apologise, Mr. Morrison, about this example, but it's a good one. The idea was straightforward: automatically cross-check welfare payments against income tax. Use the data, be efficient, scale it up. It seemed like a data-driven decision-making example that I would have taught, right? And it was. It was a really good idea. The problem was the model had a flaw. The maths was just a bit wrong. And because it was automated, the wrong equations ran at scale. Experienced welfare caseworkers would probably have spotted this in a week if they'd seen it one-to-one with their clients, because they know how their clients actually live, and they would have spotted that there was a mistake somewhere. The knowledge did exist, it just wasn't in the room anymore. The system had replaced the people who held the knowledge. And so the system sent out hundreds of debt notices, hundreds of thousands of debt notices, actually, I should say, to people who didn't owe money, who were told they did, and who had to prove that they didn't. And some fought the system for years, while others gave up and just paid. This actually wasn't a technology failure, and it wasn't a bad idea, but it was a failure of accountability design. When it went wrong, no one could answer for it. Officials pointed to the model, ministers pointed to the process, but the system decided is not accountability. It's what accountability sounds like when it's been abandoned. And of course, this is not unique to Australia. Versions of robo-debt are playing out right now in organisations and governments all across the world at different scales. Now, I'm not so concerned that models have errors. Life is full of errors. Models will always have errors. The problem comes when there's no one around who notices them and can fix them. At Melbourne Business School, we're doing research investigating some of these issues, and a colleague of mine, Professor Nicole Gillespie's, run multi-country studies with more than 48,000 people on how people form and lose trust in AI systems. Surprise, surprise, trust does not reside in algorithms. It attaches to institutions, to leaders, fundamentally to people. When an algorithm fails, the public doesn't blame the software. They blame the organisation that deployed it. And the single factor that most reliably sustains trust is visible human oversight. Not a line in a policy, but oversight that is real and can be seen. People will accept AI making decisions. What they won't accept is no one who's answerable for them. Our data shows that Australians are still less trusting of AI than similar countries, and robo-debt is one of the reasons. That's the cost of this accountability gap, an ongoing reputational erosion of public belief that institutions are working in their best interests. My old job of persuading people to use data is pretty much complete, but it's not any good swapping unthinking data skepticism for unthinking AI adoption. Data and automated decisions are a great tool, but a poor master. So I want to leave you with two things that I suggest you go away and do. First, name the person. Every important AI decision in your organisation should have a person who is responsible for the output. Not a team, not a committee, dear Lord, not a committee. No, an actual person who can stand up and say, we made the call, this is what it produced, and I will take responsibility for it. If you can't name a person now, you've got a gap and you need to find it before something else does. Second, protect the override. Your people have to have real authority to override what's happening. If the answer is, I think this is getting it wrong, and you don't have the ability to override it, then something's wrong. AI can make the decision, only a person can answer for it. We are in two races right now. The race to build AI capability, and I've spent my life on improving the quality of those models. I'm excited about it, it's real and it matters, but there's a second race. That race is to make sure that when AI takes on decisions, the humans running our organisations remain genuinely accountable. These two races are not in conflict. You can win both, but only if you run both. Thank you.
And now it's time to turn to another special panel. Yes, it's time, of course, for some cross-cultural and regional relations talk and a dialogue on this issue of what's coming next for South Asia. We're, of course, being joined by members of parliament from all across the world, and you're going to see some of them in this next session. And of course, we have a very senior guest for the Indian perspective as well. Without further ado, I want to quickly go across and introduce my next panel. We have with us now Saidullah M. Marikar, Member of Parliament from Sri Lanka. Could I please have you on stage, sir? We also have Babaji, Honorable Babaji Balakrishnan, Member of Parliament from Mauritius with us. Also with us is Mr. Deepak Prakash Bhatt. He is former Member of Parliament, Nepal. Let's keep the applause going for our next panel. His Excellency Chanthabong Sinia Matmontri is also with us, Member of the National Assembly, Lao PDR. Honorable Mikhail Ahmed Nasim, also with us, Member of Parliament from the Maldives. And this panel, in fact, is going to be moderated by Sri Ram Madhavji. We're privileged to have you, and this time in a moderator avatar. President India Foundation. It's going to be a very interesting conversation. Sri Madhavji, I hand the floor over to you.
Thank you. Friends, welcome to a very interesting session. We have representatives, people's representatives from 5 of our neighbors. Of course, 3 of them are our immediate neighbors, Nepal, Sri Lanka and Maldives, and 2 are our extended neighbors, Lao PDR and Mauritius. Ideally, as it was mentioned, this session should have been conducted by one of the NewsX people. But I was brought and put in the position of moderator of this session. I welcome all our esteemed guests to this session. Friends, we have about, I think, 25-30 minutes time in front of us. We have the clock before us. Friends, we all know that all the 5 countries are very important neighbors for us. India has not just G2G, G2B ties, government to government and government to business or business to business ties. We also have very strong people to people ties. In fact, at least with some of these countries, I can say we are 2 countries and 1 civilization. We are civilizational cousins also. That's the kind of strong bond we enjoy with all our friends who are sitting on the dais today. What I'm going to do is probably with each of you, we will have first round to talk about the relationship between your home country and the host country, India. But today we cannot completely ignore the global scenario. So if time permits, I would also like to have your views on whatever is happening all over the world today. So without me taking more time, let me begin by requesting Mr. Marikar from Sri Lanka. Yes. Sir, what do you think? Are you happy with the state of relations between India and Sri Lanka? We have been very good neighbors, close friends for many, many centuries. What do you think about the current status of relationship?
Definitely, when it comes to your topics today, we have personally experienced a regional relationship few years before. In 2020, Sri Lanka got the economic collapse, right? Like more than the regional relation, as an elder brother, India only come forward to help us to come out from the economic situation. I remember they more than the giving loans, they came forward and gave the donation to uplift the people's life in Sri Lanka. So because of the help of the India at that time, and also the tough decisions and patience of Sri Lankan people, we came out from very sooner from the economic crisis. That's the fantastic example we have went through, right? So, and also the India and Sri Lanka's relationship is not the diplomatic relationship, it's a historical relationship. Diplomats made the diplomatic relationship, but the history is for over 1,000 years, right? So, majority of Sri Lanka are Buddhist, though I am a Muslim, right? So, Buddhism coming from the India, right? So, with that, the relationship is to another level, and also when the China and India is in between the China and India also, we still manage to have a better relationship with India.
Thank you. Friends, I'm really happy that Mr. Saidullah used the word elder brother. India's relations with all its neighbors are not that of big brother. They are of elder brother. We are brothers, and we are there in the sorrows and happiness of our neighbors. We're always there, and with Sri Lanka, we enjoy that very special relationship. By the way, as Honorable MP mentioned, tourism between our two countries is a very big aspect of our relationship. You talked about diplomatic and non-diplomatic relationships. 600, 700,000 tourists are visiting Sri Lanka every year now. We are the largest component of your tourism.
Of course, India is contributing the best, the number one tourism in Sri Lanka. Even not only the Friday to Sunday tourists, even the long-term tourists, even some Indian film industries using Sri Lankan location, that also helped to improve the Sri Lankan tourism. Of course, at this with the war in the Middle East, Sri Lankan tourism got affected. I hope India will come forward to help for that also, to uplift the Sri Lanka tourism again, as usual.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. May I turn to Mr. Balakrishna from Mauritius. Mr. Balakrishna, yes. So glad that we have you here. Friends, when we talk about Mauritius, we generally think that Mauritius is a country with, people of Indian origin. No doubt. I mean, 60% almost are people of Indian origin.
Yes, yes.
But you have almost 35 to 40% mixed origin Creole people also. Nevertheless,
from
African mixed origin and African people also. But India's relationship with Mauritius has never seen any ups and downs. You have many different governments changed, you are a good democracy. How do you see the trajectory of this relationship?
We are like the Chote Bharat. That's what we call in Mauritius. We are the Chote Bharat and India is the Bade Bharat. So let me first thank Mr. Kartiki for this challenge he took at this stage when the world is facing something which is impacting globally. While we are sitting here, we are gathering here, India is uniting, but we are facing division in the East. The East, they are suffering. And here, we are trying to get everyone together to create that unity in diversity. We want to build that relationship together to bring peace to the world. And this is what our elder brother is doing, our Bade Bharat. So let me talk about Mauritius. Mauritius depends a lot upon India. And India has always been here to help. India is always present when we are facing hardship. And India is always and will always be at our disponibility. So basically, Mauritius is seen as the best tourism place for Indian people. And we see India as our powerful tool. We use the technology, and now we are looking at your help to empower Mauritius in the cyber criminality, in their technology, in AI, in financial, and we want to bring that financial sector closer. We need to say that we depend a lot on India. And that relationship needs to stay, and it will keep growing in the future. And one thing I need to mention is that in the Indian Ocean, Mauritius plays a big role for India.
Thank you. That's a very important point, Excellency. In the Western Indian Ocean, we have Mauritius as a very important partner with India in managing Indian Ocean in a peaceful manner, and we always cherish this relationship. We will certainly come back to what is happening in the world, Excellency. May I turn to Mr. Deepak Prakash Bhatt. Deepak ji, about Nepal, what do I say? We are two countries, but one people. We share so much in common. We have so much in common, right from our culture to our festivals to our names. Deepak is a very normal name in the entire country here also. So how do you see the relationship going forward? You have a new government. My congratulations to you. You had successful elections, elected a totally new government. You know, we have dealt with leaders who have been in politics for 3 decades, 4 decades. Now we will be dealing with leaders who have just joined politics 2 years ago. How do you see the prospects for the relationship?
Nepal-India relations have been extremely good. We are all weather, all friends, and indeed we have a very close economic cooperation and trade cooperation, and of course the security and all the fields of the nation-state relations. And one very interesting thing India is doing greatly in the global field is like economic transformation, which have been implementing in the many areas of like the digital economy, economic connectivity with the neighbors, and that has been transforming Nepal's trade and other things also, because we have been jointly building new transportation mechanisms, interconnectivity with the border areas, like building integrated checkposts, dry ports, and all the other things. And at the same time, the digital world and the digital economy, India has been greatly contributing in the world stage, and at the same time, that has been impacting Nepal's. And in the education field, which India is achieving greatly and interconnectedly, it's contributing to the Nepal also. And Nepal, as society remained very dynamic in changing the governments and all these things in the last 7 or 8 decades, we have introduced many political systems. Like, we introduced democracy in 1950 when India got independence. Now, as recently, on the 5th March, we have a new government. We call it the algorithmic democracy. We have seen that the party which formed only 3 or 4 years ago have got 2/3 majority in the parliament. Only 2 seats are lacking. So more than 40% people are under 35 of the age now. So that we are waiting, and we'll wait and see that how they will recalibrate their relations with the new, with the government of India. But in a long run, as I see that, not only from the government to government perspective, but from the people to people, and of course the religious, civilizational, and traditional aspects, we have a large mobility, and like that's from the Pashupati to Lumbini and Sarna to all the religious, like the places we have been, like visiting or in a traditional way. So I think in the days to come, we will have a very more cordial relation, more balanced relation, and definitely at some point from Indian side and the government of the new government in Nepal will recalibrate the relations in the days to come.
I'm sure. Thank you so much. In fact, you have highlighted a very important point that you have seen so much of political instability in Nepal. But it seems that the democracy in Nepal has matured today. You seem to have a government which is likely to be very stable with the kind of majority that they have today. We hope to see this government, between 2008, when you had officially discarded Rajshahi, to today, 2026, you almost have 15, 16 prime ministers. But I think now you will have a good, stable government, and India is looking forward to definitely working with this new government, coming with no baggage, fresh leadership, very dynamic, young leadership. We really look forward, Excellency. Excellency, I turn to you, Mr. Chantharong. I hope I spelled your name correctly. Our Member of Parliament is from Lao PDR, Lao People's Democratic Republic. Not exactly a neighbor with India, but our neighbor's neighbor. Neighbors Myanmar and then, of course, Vietnam. But a landlocked country, but an important country. Excellency, we have not very strong bilateral relations. Your relationship was more with China, with Thailand, other neighbors. But how do you see India in your Lao PDR scheme of things?
Thank you very much. My name is Chanthavong. You spelled it correctly.
Thank you.
I'm from the National Assembly of the Lao PDR. It's so satisfactory to see the friendly relations between Laos and India over time. Laos and India has been like brothers for a long, long time. In 1954, the former Prime Minister Nehru visited Laos, and after that, in 1956, our diplomatic relations has been created, and since then, we have known each other more, and we have supported each other in different areas. There are regular exchanges at high level from the president of the country, prime minister level, and minister and other sectoral levels, including people-to-people exchange. And we never have any dispute in our relationship, and we always support India in regional and international arena. Laos is a small country with a population of 7 million, and you said landlocked country. Fortunately, through BRI, now has been connected to the world, passing through ASEAN. ASEAN to Laos and over to China, to India, to Europe, to the world, to our fast train. And I hope in the near future our relation will further expand in more areas, more sectoral areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. You gave a major rail connectivity project from Vientiane to China to a Chinese company, and it is successfully operationalized last year, if I remember correct, or 2 years ago, and you do a lot of trade. We look forward that you give similar project to India from Vientiane to Hanoi or Vientiane to some Vietnamese capital, so that India can also be a big player in your economy. Friends, we have our great friend, Mr. Naseem from Maldives. Excellency, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, so again, Maldives and India have been very close friends. We have seen ups and downs, I don't deny that, in our relationship. But there is general goodwill, irrespective of regime changes. And today we have a new government for last more than 2 years in your country now. And your president visited India. We have a very good relationship now. How do you see this relationship going forward?
Well, Maldives and India have had really close relations for decades, not just bilaterally, but the people-to-people connection has always been there, from Bollywood movies to the food. We have been culturally intertwined for decades, And yes, we have had a very rough patch recently. This was because the then opposition, so it fit in that they could use India and some disinformation related to India to stoke public sentiments against the then government. However, they're now in government, and I am glad that they now realize that, India will always remain the first responder to Maldives in times of crisis, be it the 2003 tsunami, the 2014 water crisis, or the COVID recently. And we have, as you mentioned, we have had Prime Minister Modi recently visit the Maldives, and I do hope that our relations remain as strong as it was before.
Thank you. Friends, like Mauritius, Maldives is also an important partner for us in the Western Indian Ocean region. Maldives is much closer to India, and mutual cooperation is also very big. I know that a lot of supplies to Maldives come from Kerala, from Kochi and other ports. So we have a great trade independence, mutual goodwill, mutual cooperation. I hope this relationship will definitely go forward. Friends, we have heard the bilateral part from all our 5 participants. I thought we will have some 10-12 minutes time. I would like to probably trouble them for their views on what is happening in the world today. How do they see it from the perspective of their country? But probably, Mr. Naseem, we will start with you. How do you view whatever is happening in the world, especially the conflicts, right now the Iran conflict, or Gaza, or Ukraine? How does Maldives see it? What role is Maldives wanting to play in this, if at all it is playing any role?
I think as an opposition MP, this has been a real concern for me personally. We have had MPs summon cabinet ministers to the parliament to question what the government's vision is and how it's going to tackle the incoming crisis. However, the official stand of the Maldives government has been that, things are going well. However, I think that, as a country heavily dependent on tourism, primarily, the economy has always been dependent on tourism, and we have had multiple cancellations, flight cancellations in recent times, and this is going to be, our economy is going to take a real hit due to this. And I think we need to, as a country, we really need to be prepared, and we also rely on oil, and the oil prices have been skyrocketing the last week, and also all of our imports. We are a country that import almost 90% of our products. So I think that as a country that is highly susceptible to external shocks, we need to be prepared, and I think we need to have a real plan going forward.
Thank you. You can always bank on India. I wish you all good. You don't face any major problems, but India is always there with you. Excellency, what do you think about the global scenario? What is the view of Nepal, Nepalese people, government?
At the global stage, I think the global order is shifting, almost changing in a new way, but we still have to wait that in which way it will move forward. Bretton Woods institutions or the UN system is deteriorating, and that has been denied by US again. And at the global stage, the climate change has become a very challenging issue, as global warming and other issues related to the global climate governance issues have become pertinent. And personally, I think India has become the third largest economy and doing great at the national level, but at the same time, it have to have more connectivity and more contribution to the sub-region, as we always talk about the less connected South Asia. So it needed to be more addressed in a sub-regional issues, where it can be like, the disaster and all other areas of cooperation can be at the priority, as it is doing at its great level. But I think there are possibilities of engaging sub-regional institutions in a manner. And as we see the recent phenomena in the West Asia, that triggered the global deterioration of the geopolitical or the geo-economic connectivity. Supply chain systems have been disrupted, and that has shown that we are entering into a very chaotic situation in the global stage.
Again, you have a good neighbor in India. I'm sure you will be assured about that. Excellency, I know that I talked about other issues like Iran war, Ukraine war, etc. But you have some issues in your own backyard. What is happening about your own islands and all that? How do you see this impacting Mauritius security and all that?
I know what you're coming from. We got the Diego Garcia, and it is hard for us to face this challenge being a small island. And we rely on India enormously because we know you're the elder brother, you will be supporting us. And especially being relying on the tourism sector, it's very hard for us if things deteriorate in the future. And especially if Emirates not coming, everyone transiting from Dubai to Mauritius. And I think my neighbor Maldives will be the same because we are highly reliable on tourism sector. But we are sure India will be here to give us a support because we are in the Indian Ocean.
Thank you. Excellency, you have seen conflict spilling over into your neighborhood.
Yeah, with the Iranian war, it has affected to the Sri Lanka's dollar revenue. Basically, there are 4 pillars to Sri Lanka's dollar revenue. One is tourism, one is remittance, one is export, and foreign direct investment. The tea export and the garment export has got affected, and also remittance is getting affected, tourism is getting affected. But we don't need to worry because as our largest trade partner, largest tourism partner, and as cultural partner, our big brother is there for bailout.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellency, you are also a member of the ASEAN. Probably you are the only member from ASEAN group of countries. What view does ASEAN take about the current conflict?
Laos, as a small country, always follow the foreign policy of peace, respect peace, independence, while promoting collaboration and mutual interest, and always respect other nations in ASEAN, always respect ASEAN rules. So whenever we have some member of ASEAN, like a family, like brothers, have some argument, conflict, we always try to advise them to tackle matters very cautiously through peaceful negotiations and find solutions, best solutions for each.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. Friends, those are the views of our 5 important neighbors. One thing probably you all must have noticed, there is enormous goodwill for India and the relationship between India and the home country. All 5 of our colleagues see that as a very beyond the government relationship, not just a government to government, not just a diplomatic relationship, but beyond that, it is a people-to-people, civilizational, cultural relationship. We in Indian Ocean region, we are all countries which live in the Indian Ocean region. We are like one family, and Indian Ocean region is a natural region, unlike Indo-Pacific, which is a strategic construct. We are all a part of this great Indian Ocean region. We are civilizational relatives, cousins, that you have seen in the views of all our panelists today. I thank all of you for your candid views. Before I end, I don't see Karthikey here. Mr. Balakrishnan talked about how Mr. Karthikey tried to create unity here. One very big symbol of unity is that we have a Mauritian representative and a Maldivian representative on the same dais. I don't want to create any issue here, but I'm generally saying today these 2 countries have Of course, between them, some issues to be sorted out. But India is always a platform where all of us come together, sit together, and discuss about all issues with an open mind and open heart. I thank all of you.
Before you finish, I think Lord Ross will settle the matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellencies, thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ram Madhaji, thank you very much for hosting this conversation for NXT on our behalf this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another set of parliamentarians coming to you very, very shortly, but we have a brief interlude with a very special guest who has come not only all the way from the UK, but who's been visiting Gujarat in Vadodara. Lord Bhikkhu Parekh is with us. Lord Parekh, if I could request you to come and join us on our stage, and I'll call my colleague Uday Pratap Singh to have this conversation. We'll be discussing Gandhian philosophy. Uday, looking forward to having you on stage as my team escorts Lord Parekh onto the stage.
Welcome back to those of you still with us, and hello and welcome to those joining us now in this next session on the first day of NXT 2026. We have with us an extremely special guest who's a member of the House of Lords, United Kingdom, Lord Bhikkhu Parekh. He's also 91 years old, so let's have a loud round of applause to him. We're getting a lot of energy from you still, sir. Let me begin by just asking you, as our panel theme, of course, is on Gandhian philosophy. How much has the Gandhian philosophy influenced you in your life, in your learnings, and also in the service that you have done as a public representative in the United Kingdom? You, of course, come from the land of Gandhi yourself. You were born in Gujarat, now, of course, in the United Kingdom. How much has Gandhian philosophy influenced you?
Well, it's almost like it's almost like telling your autobiography in public. And I don't think I'm that distinguished or that important. But I would say that Gandhi was peculiar in many ways. Having done my own work as any ex-colonial would on the Western political thought for 35 years, I turned to Gandhi just as a matter of interest. And he found myself gripped by him. I was struck by the fact that he was not only a man of thought and action, as is the common practice, but the man for whom thought was action and action was thought. That he couldn't think about anything without wanting to put it into practice. If an idea came to him, his first question was, is it something worth putting into practice? And if it is it going to be of any benefit to mankind? If it is, right, we can proceed with it. Likewise, with the action he is contemplating, it provokes a series of thoughts, and he would theorize about them, whether he was fasting or doing any other things. So here was a man who was at once a man of both thought and action, and I was particularly intrigued by the way in which he combined his thought and his action, and in a very complicated kind of way. So that's how the Gandhi book emerged.
Let me also ask you a bit about, how you are carrying on that philosophy into action on ground there. You're, of course, the Vice President, I think, of the Gandhi Foundation there in the United Kingdom. You're also associated with other trusts and foundations as well. How is this philosophy, these thoughts influencing your action on ground there through the work this foundation does and through the work that you do as a public representative?
I mean, how did it affect me personally?
Yes, and what how has it influenced the work that you're doing on ground as well?
Well, I mean, Gandhi is a strange figure. When he grips you, he grips you very profoundly. You can't get rid of him. And in my case, Gandhi became quite important, not so much as a model for political action, but rather as a model for a thinker who was in constant touch with the masses, with his own people, and embarked upon a series of actions. So Gandhi for me was significant at that level. And as I engaged with his thought, I found myself getting engaged with his action. And there are one or two very interesting ways in which he locates democratic discourse. That in a democratic discourse we are concerned to understand each other. Discourse is not merely about talking. It's about getting to the truth behind what the other person is saying. So for him, every person grasps reality, truth in a particular way. No one knows the full truth, or no one ever will grasp it. Therefore, your life is a journey, as Gandhi put it, from truth to truth. From limited aspect of truth that you will grasp to increasing contact with others with different points of view, and in the process of interaction with those others, you acquire deeper insight into truth. Yes. Now, if you accept that, then it leads to a very interesting theory of political action and liberal democracy. And here he goes beyond John Stuart Mill and Tocqueville and other liberals.
Yes.
Why? Sorry, you want to say something?
Yes, I want to quickly interject there because I also want to ask you about the Gandhian philosophy applicability in the world of today. In the world of today, we are of course seeing multiple conflicts raging. From the Middle East, that we're seeing right now, the war in Iran. We're also of course seeing the war in Ukraine continue. There's also of course a war that we've seen between Afghanistan and Pakistan, which also is continuing. So multiple conflicts raging, of course, and violence. What can the world of today learn from the Gandhian philosophy, and does the world of today need another Mahatma Gandhi?
Well, first of all, when I was in the audience listening to the proceedings of the day, I was a bit struck by the fact that the speeches were a little too loud, and I found it very difficult to concentrate. I decided that when I came to the platform, I shall follow your advice and go rather slowly so that you can hear what I have to say, rather than simply feel that you are being shouted at. Now, in Gandhi's case, the journey from truth to truth is the history of liberal democracy. Liberalism has its limits. It believes it has grasped the truth. The liberty is the central value. There is no other. People who don't live liberal, according to liberal principles, are benighted, and so on. Gandhi would have nothing to do with it. Liberal outlook simply means concentrating on a dialogue between persons of different points of view. And from that dialogue, that encounter, emerges a discourse, a shared discourse which you share in the course of talking to each other. And that's why Gandhi's theory, his theory of political action, is called satyagraha. That he says that in life, as in any other area of politics, you need to be able to stand up for your truth, accept whatever punishment is meted out to you, but stand firm for what you believe to be truth, and let the truth in you encounter the truth in the other person. And from that discourse, for which enough public space is made, from that discourse will emerge the beginning of something really interesting, new, and more important, truer.
You've stood for multiculturalism throughout your life. In fact, it's often referred to as the Parekh model as well of multiculturalism. You're one of the most respected theorists as well in cultural diversity, and your writings, of course, and views are much celebrated and even inspirational today for thinkers and students. What has inspired your theory of multiculturalism, and how relevant is it even in the world of today that we live in, where often there are those who try and fight against multiculturalism sometimes?
Well, multiculturalism to me is the doctrine of the day. There is no salvation beyond it. And if you look at the way the world is moving, it is moving in a multicultural way. Let me explain, because this is a long story. I have written a big book published by Harvard University Press on rethinking multiculturalism. So I accept multiculturalism, but also the need to rethink some of its values. The basic idea is what Gandhi has practiced, what I have been advocating. Gandhi, for example, look at this man, Gandhi. He is a Hindu. He finds Hinduism inadequate in many ways. So he encounters Christianity and borrows a lot of ideas from Christianity. He goes a little further and then sees modern science and so on. So here is a man who is a Hindu, who is a Muslim, who is a Christian. Having borrowed ideas from all of these, he produces a multicultural political theory. Gandhi, to me, is a patron saint of multiculturalism because he is able to become an embodiment of different cultures. And Gandhi is, to me, a site, a space where different cultures are played out. And that's what saved India at the time. Otherwise, India could have gone the way of any other country at independence. The next question that you were asking me was, how relevant is it today? My answer is, it is. Because for the simple reason that in the age of globalization, different cultures interact, come into contact with each other. They can only survive if they live in peace. And the question ultimately is, how is it possible for two cultures to live in peace, to coexist without any kind of conflict? Yes. And that's what multiculturalism offers, that you are able to understand the other person in his own terms before you jump to a quick conclusion. And that, if I may say so, it becomes quite important. Gandhi would say, if you look at a Muslim wearing a veil and you become very critical, of course you can become critical if you want to. But first find out why is she wearing the veil, what is the meaning of that action. Similarly, I may take a different example, civil code in India, and how different communities are allowed different customs. And all that would indicate, or to take a very simple example, but from a different walk of life. When I was chairman of the Commission for Racial Equality, we found that in medical schools in India, Indian students generally tended to be rejected. Why? And we found out eventually that whenever they were interviewed, they were looking away from the interviewer, because this is the Indian way of showing respect. In an interview, if you look straight at somebody, that means arrogance. Indian students wouldn't do that. But all the interviewers were trained in their own culture said, oh, this guy is shifty. Shifty. Invariably a failure. So this goes to show that even at the practical level, apart from philosophical level, multiculturalism is the only key to life.
How nice, sir. And that's a good piece of advice that Lord Parekh has given to all those prospective job seekers as well. Because there are a lot of youngsters who are also in the audience today who will be job seekers. So that's a very good point of view that you've given them. I thank you so much, Lord Parekh, for your time. And those who want to know more about his life, well, here's his book as well, an autobiography called Talking Politics. Bhikkhu Parekh in conversation with Ramin Jahang Biglu. I'll encourage you all to read this as well. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Thank you
Lord
very much
Parekh,
for joining us.
Thank you for your time, Uday. Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure that you could take out time to join us, sir.
Thank you very much.
You've come especially for this, so kind of you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next parliamentarians panel, and this is a special one. Let me invite on stage Mr. Andrei Korebenik from Estonia, Mr. Timo Haraka from Finland, Lord Ross Kemsel from the United Kingdom, the Honorable Sanjay Pereira from Sri Lanka, and our very own Member of Parliament in the Lok Sabha, Mr. Tejasvi Surya. Could we have you all on stage? My colleague and Senior Executive Editor of NewsX, Megha Sharma, will be moderating this session.
Welcome all to this very interesting session in terms of the prevalence of artificial intelligence. Digital governance is what has been the focus of countries across the globe. I have with me a very vibrant, diverse panel, members of parliament from all across the globe. We have members of parliament, Mr. Andrei Korobinik from Estonia, Member of Parliament Timo Haraka, who's also former Minister of Transport and Communication to 2019 to 2023, Lord Ross Kempsell, Member of the House of Lords from United Kingdom. We have Honorable Sanjay Pereira, who's Member of Parliament Sri Lanka. We also have with us Shri Tejashwi Surya, Member of Parliament Lok Sabha Bharat. I'm going to start my conversation with some straight questions. Mr. Timo Haraka, I want to understand from you, the end use case of digital governance, the success rate, and what have been the uses that have happened in Finland, in your country?
Well, thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure and privilege. We have the honor of being very successful in ratings and comparisons in the European stage, so we've consistently being voted as the most advanced digital society. So I would say that digital first is a principle that is the most successful and most important in e-governance, meaning that by default people and citizens will interact with the government digitally. But there must always be an option of not doing so if there's some accessibility issues. But yes, you will have to go headlong to the deep end of digitalization.
Absolutely. Lord Kempsell, coming to you, again the same question. In your country, what has been the success rate of digital governance? If you could give me examples specifically of how it has been rolled out.
We have a large number of programs in the UK working on the improvement of digital government and e-services. A big part of that is the gov.uk program, which has recently been moving all of the ways in which citizens log in to government services to a single login, which has been a helpful development. But the key elements that I'm really excited about in terms of the UK's partnership with India on this, just in October of last year, the UK established a joint India-UK AI Centre, which is really promising, talking about the ways in which the public sector might use AI productively in those two countries. And I think increasingly we also are working on our joint technology initiatives in defence and in security in the public sector as well. So that's something I'm welcoming.
I'm going to ask the same question to you, Mr. Andrei Korobinik. Use case scenarios from Estonia, and are there examples that are also being imbibed from the success stories in other countries, even the governance model, e-governance model in Estonia?
Yeah, sure. So for Estonia, we actually started a long time ago. We have basically all the government services online. We have a tax department for 25 years. You can file your taxes in, 1 minute. You just press the button and all the data gets there. You can get married online. You can get divorced online, which is especially convenient. We exported our e-government platform to Finland, and we are really proud of that because, usually it goes back way. And we have online elections, so about half of people vote online and half go to the actual elections. And our challenge currently is to use AI more efficiently because AI can provide proactive solutions. So instead of like doing your business online, you can be notified about your health risks, for instance, about your opportunities of doing business, and so on and so on. So this is what is our next challenge. But this traditional e-government is quite successful in Estonia.
The same question to you, Mr. Pereira. In Sri Lanka, the success rate of digital governance?
Actually, becoming a e-state is a more important thing. That change has to be happen. In Sri Lanka concern, of course, we have digital centralized, and we have connected all the institutions connected to the government, all the institutions. And actually, we have government sector, of course, services for the citizens, and the payments, of course, we have digitalized at the moment. But anyway, there are another more institutions has to be connected to the digital system. The other hand, of course, now by doing that, of course, our people have better service and efficiency, and past service also, that advantage is there. So as far as when compared to other countries, we have achieved about 40%. But the problem is our urban area population is only 30 to 40%, but the majority are in village area. But the digital technology, the rural area for people, the citizens are not much used to that. So therefore, what we have introduced, only 30% are benefiting on that. That's the current situation in Sri Lanka.
Shri Tejasvi Surya, you know, we've heard the digital success stories from all these countries. But if you could again highlight, you know, when we talk about e-Shram, when we talk about direct benefit transfers, this has all been enabled very successfully in India through digital governance. If you could shed more light into this for our international audience.
Yes, thank you so much for having me here. And I think India has been a global case study in how digital public infrastructure can be deployed at population scale to enable better delivery of services, improve quality of life of citizens, and also, most importantly, increase the efficiency in governance delivery. One example is the one that you mentioned about direct benefit transfer. The government of India has traditionally been supporting large sections of a population with subsidies. And these subsidies, because of lack of digital public infrastructure earlier, were leading to a lot of leakage. Since we introduced the Jan Dhan Aadhaar mobile, that is, you know, the Aadhaar ID, digital ID, and the mobile seeding and the bank seeding together, we have transmitted close to 45 lakh crore rupees to citizens in their bank accounts directly, and close to 4.5 lakh rupees has been saved, which would otherwise have gotten leaked. This is one example. Next example is how at population scale, India used the same digital public infrastructure, which is open and interoperable platform, to vaccinate the largest population in the world in the smallest possible time. So using the CoWIN platform, the country vaccinated 1 billion people in a record 45-50 days in 2 doses, and all of this was done so seamlessly. The third thing that India has done extremely well is the ease of life of citizens. For example, if you were to take an Uber from here to the airport, from booking your Uber to paying the Uber driver to entering the airport with your digital DigiYatra pass, to your bank transactions that enable all of this to happen. All of this done in the same open and iterable platform, which is directly increasing the quality of life of citizens. In the same way, what we have also done is build digital solutions for saving a lot of the IDs, like your passports, your driving license, all of this in the same platform called DigiLocker, which today millions of Indians are using. And this is again an indication of how India has transformed or progressed from a paper-based governance platform to a platform-based governance platform in the last 10 years.
I think there's some of the most fantastic examples in India being the most populous nation. If it can be implemented at such a massive scale in India, it can be implemented across all countries in the world. Again, coming back to you, Mr. Haraka, is your country also studying global successful models like the one that Tejashwi Surya just mentioned when we talk about, direct benefit transfers that are being made, or passports that are now digital, or we talk about licenses that are digital, and some really great examples that have been given by Andre Korobenik, that you can marry online, you can divorce online, you can you can even vote online.
Well, yes, and I need to highlight one service that is, I think, being very exemplary for quite some time, and that has produced the fact that 96% of Finnish people do not file a tax return because the tax authority already has the information that it needs from this person's income and deductibles, and also gives a suggestion of how what kind of tax will be paid or returned. And so that's a vast majority chooses that option, and that means a huge saving. And I'm not sure that these kind of examples are also exportable. But what I do actually was very impressive on the Indian example is the sovereignty of these solutions. And this is something that we in Europe are increasingly now looking at. So we are looking at possibilities to build the so-called Euro stack, so we could have all the digital services from messaging all up to cloud services as sovereign European solutions, since we do not want to be dependent on certain vendors or certain countries, be they east or west. I think this is hugely impressive in the Indian solution, that you could manage on such a scale, on such a sovereign solution. And I think it's an inspiration for all of us.
Lord Kempsell, again, in United Kingdom, what are the big challenges you think in being able to successfully implement e-governance?
I think the biggest challenge is public sector efficiency. So making sure that when the public sector decides to take on an e-government program, it does it in the most efficient way, which means good value for money. So spending money wisely on the infrastructure and the digital IT infrastructure that you need to roll it out. There's no shortage of opportunity in terms of the enthusiasm of the population. Citizens want to access e-services, and I think we do look to some of the European partners, Finland, Estonia and others preeminently, who have really implemented these technologies successfully. Another challenge in the UK is that it does have a bigger population, and it has a population with different demographics. So there are different levels of ability to access services in the UK compared to some other countries. But adoption is increasing, and I think there's also a factor with AI becoming more and more known, becoming more familiar in businesses, in trade, in everyday life, that the AI boom is also going to shift people into a new way of using e-government services. So we can all imagine a world not too far from now where with a single AI portal, a citizen would be able to access services through a chat bot and be able to be navigating government services in that way.
I'll come to you, Andre Korobenik, once again. do you think smaller countries like Finland and Estonia, where population is small, it is an advantage in the sense that it's easier to roll out these governance models?
Well, I personally think it's a huge disadvantage because it's not like much more expensive to build a system for a country like India. Of course, scaling up is a challenge, but the cost is not growing like proportionally, and I think those countries have a huge advantage at this point. For countries like Finland or Estonia, I think it's a good chance to become some sort of like a test bed, especially within the European Union, which is extremely highly regulated. It's really difficult actually to do innovation in the European Union nowadays. I'm not sure if that's easier for UK. You know, you got away, but Europe has challenges, and making such small countries as a platform for testing new solutions with a bit, you know, easier regulation would be a good way. In India, I think it can be done maybe on like states level, but in Europe, countries have this chance. But otherwise, I think one advantage for a small country is that it's more unified. So if there is a common belief that a service would be useful, for example, e-elections are a controversial thing. Not everyone, you know, believes in that. Or, for example, an essential factor for a successful e-government solution is unified some sort of ID, which is a huge issue for countries like Germany, for example, that don't want, you know, to be like identified by one specific number. But for Estonia or Finland, it's easier because people, when there is not a lot of people, it's easier, you know, to sell such ideas to a smaller amount of population.
Absolutely. In Sri Lanka, again, how are government e-governance models setting example for other countries to follow, and what is it that the government is imbibing from the rest of the world, and especially your neighbor, India?
When compared to other countries, of course, we are not up to the other countries' level. For example, Estonia, I think they are in success of 90%. So our major problem, major challenges is there's a big gap about the knowledge, technology knowledge in our society. So actually we have to find a solution for that. Already the government has started in order to get the knowledge from the school students level. So we have introduced the IT subject to the curriculum. So in time to come, another 5 or 10 years time, I think we can come up to the international level. That is our hope. Thank you.
Tejashwi Surya, a quick question with regards to, you know, all the examples that have been given by all these members of parliament from all the countries, whether in Europe or in the subcontinent. Talking about ease of living is something that is the end goal. Do you think India still has challenges to overcome?
Well, see, ease of living is a concept that you do not achieve in one go. I mean, it is a process in continuum. You have achieved a certain degree of ease of living and quality of life for your citizens, and tomorrow there is another degree that you can always aspire for. One example I would like to give at this point is how the UPI transactions have been a game changer in so far as financial transactions for 1 billion people. I still remember when we were in school, sending money orders, going to a post office or a bank and drawing a money order, and then you would get it the next day. It was a hassle. Today you can send it as easily as you send an SMS or a WhatsApp message. And India today is the world leader when it comes to UPI transactions. We do 725 million transactions per day. And this is across our challenging and diverse demography. both in terms of our geographical diversity as well as the socio-economic diversity that we have in the country. So I think the aspiration of increasing the ease of living of our citizens, better quality of life for our citizens, is a constant everyday exercise. We keep achieving newer peaks and climbing newer heights every day. So there's no summit as such to this endeavor.
I think it has been a fantastic, insightful session with all of you. We talk about digital governance, artificial intelligence. That's the future where the world is heading towards, and you all are working in the right direction and doing very important work in building a consensus when it comes to digital governance and bringing people closer, bringing people ease of living is something that is the focus, and it's been a fantastic session. Like I said, a huge round of applause for our legislators. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a treat it was to have the members of parliament from all over the world sitting here and discussing what has been a remarkable story here in India on digital governance. And staying on topic, let me invite on the NXT podium Mr. S.K. Pandey, Deputy Director General of the Aadhaar Services Division of the NIC, that is one of the fulcrum agencies that has made all of this possible. He's joined by Professor Omar Bezbez. He's Director AI and Business Initiative at the Columbia Business School, and my colleague and Senior Editor Devika Chopra will be moderating the session. Gentlemen.
A very good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to be moderating this very interesting session with Professor Omar Bezbez, who's the Director of AI and Business Initiative at Columbia Business School. And in conversation with him is Mr. S.K. Pandey, who's the Deputy DG of Aadhaar Services Division, NIC. Firstly, sir, welcome to NXT. Professor Bezbez, we've had the pleasure of hearing you in the morning as well. Thank you to both of you for joining us. And we were just having a discussion with parliamentarians on digital governance. But here are two individuals who actually work on the technology, on the policy, and on explaining to government what really needs to be done. So a very important conversation. Let me begin with Mr. S.K. Pandey. Mr. Pandey, when we talk about Aadhaar as a concept, sir, over 1.4 billion Aadhaar cards issued in India. Is that correct? That's a Herculean task. That's a gigantic number. What does this milestone truly indicate as far as digital governance is concerned?
Actually, in India, we are having a 12-digit number, Aadhaar card, and it is started way back in 2008. But in India, what is there, that Aadhaar is the digital identity of a person. I mean, that all your biometric, your face ID, and as well as your address, it is basically represented by this 12-digit number. So what is there, actually, just in my previous session, it was already discussed that how the digital infrastructure is being created and it is in progress in India. So Aadhaar is basically one of the major milestones to deliver the services. For example, I'm giving you one example. I'm looking after the Aadhaar system division. So previously there was, as you are aware, many government servants have been retired and they have to give a life certificate annually so that they can get their benefit, their pensions regularly in their account. So previously what was there, people has to personally visit a bank branch, or their pension disbursing authority to submit that life certificate. Obviously, they are old, and India is a big country, and there are many unreachable places. People are living, someone is living, they are basically from a remote area, but right now they are living in Delhi. So obviously they will have to go to their native place. So recently it has changed. We have all that now. You have to submit your Aadhaar number, and it using the face auth, it automatically identifies whether you are the same person, or you can give your life certificate using biometric. The transfer it directly transferred to your pension disbursing authority, and you need not to visit any bank, you need not to visit any pension disbursing authority, and it automatically, no need to stand in queue. And obviously, because previously it was manual process, now it is completely digitalized. So using this type of service, this type of system, we can deliver the government services to the citizen easily.
And that's where the intersection of social justice comes, Professor Bezbez, as far as digital governance is concerned, because more than just technology, we do want to ensure that digital governance and everything under that reaches the last mile. And India is a fantastic example of how that works. I just want to quickly get in your thoughts as well. When we talk about certain specific models of digital governance, what really stands out to you?
So indeed, I mean, one thing that the question that one wants to ask themselves is, what does digital governance allow to do that we couldn't do before? And indeed, this was a great example, but then we can go the next step. How can this help in terms of financial inclusion? How can we help people get loans that they wouldn't be able to get otherwise? And that's the power, in some sense, of digital governance. And I want to highlight that, there's digital governance in the public sector, but in the private sector as well. I mean, one area that I've been researching quite a lot is e-commerce. How can people transact online? And in a way there's a lot of innovations that have to come into play. And how do you bring strangers to be able to transact? And an important component there is trust. How do you build trust? Government has trust, but a private entity doesn't necessarily have trust. So innovation there has happened, for example, through the development of reputation systems that has allowed strangers to transact with themselves, strangers to host other people in their homes or in their cars, and things of the sort.
Mr. Pandey, on that note, because Aadhaar, as Professor Bezbez is also pointing out, that when digital governance models come in from the government, there is some level of trust. But as far as Aadhaar or other services are concerned, I want to understand from you, it was launched in 2008, it's been very successful, but if we were to talk about the next steps, is there something that is being planned as far as public-private partnership in digital governance is concerned? As Professor Bezbez was also pointing out, that the private sector is somewhere that digital governance is also very relevant.
Actually, just want to share one thing. Actually, in India, we call it one major initiative government has started. We call it the India Stack. I mean, in case I want to deliver anything to the citizen or anything to the business, all that I need identity, I need a payment channel, I need a document. So India Stack is basically an open API, open platform. You can use Aadhaar with UPI. UPI is basically a payment delivery system of India. You can use Aadhaar with API, so obviously you can deliver financial service to any citizen. You can use Aadhaar with DigiLocker.
Yes.
You can go ahead with the DigiYatra type of app. And in airport, you can move out directly without any showing any document. And in case, suppose you want to submit an application to a government, like a scholarship application, whatever it is, you submit your Aadhaar, because Aadhaar is again biometrically identified, and get the data from the DigiLocker. And you need not to submit a physical form, and directly it's an electronic form, and you can submit the free using any online system. So using these three systems, even I think one more thing, I'm giving you one more example. Right now, all the players like telecom players, Airtel and Jio, They are not doing any physical eKYC. They all are doing the authentication using Aadhaar.
Yes.
So that's an example how we are using the government ecosystem for the private.
But then, I just want to then understand from you, Mr. S.K. Pandey, how does the government, when it comes to the issue of privacy as well as trust, how does one deal with that, and how do you keep improving on that as well as you go? Because the world is becoming more and more digital as we speak. And with that do arise some concerns over privacy, over data hacking. There's always, conversations about social security numbers or other such digits getting leaked or hacked. How does one then keep themselves prepared for this?
As far as Aadhaar is concerned, it's a completely secured system. Actually, one more thing, actually, when we are dealing with the Aadhaar, so we are not storing any biometric detail in any device.
Right.
Actually, the Aadhaar repository is very strong, and Aadhaar is having their own data center with all type of security measure. No one can hack the biometric detail. And even though, in case someone want to do the interaction with Aadhaar, all the information are encrypted. They are traveling in a secured network, digital infrastructure network, and all the information are completely, you can say it's highly encrypted, and even the, that we call in a technical term, HSM machines, they are well in place, and I think hacking of biometric data is almost impossible in this ecosystem. It's a complete robust ecosystem, and end-to-end security is being ensured by all the entities.
All right, Professor Besbes, I want your thoughts on this as well, because you work more from a policy point of view as well. What does your research indicate? And if you were to advise governments, because like I said, the world is becoming more digital, and we rely so much so that I today do not carry any cash. I hardly carry a wallet, because in India, as Mr. S.K. Pandey has also pointed out, we have so many digital facilities beyond the Aadhaar. We have the UPI, and that's been adopted widely across India. So you would, if you're going to the smallest of stores on our streets today, you would find QR codes, and we are all transacting essentially through our phones. But with that, of course, comes certain concerns, like I said, over hacking. The world is becoming digitally advanced, but at the same time a little dangerous as well. So if you were to advise, what is it that we need to focus on next?
I think a big question indeed is what's next, and the next layer of digital governance will not be about information flows, but it will be about AI agents. Now you may have an agent that takes decisions on your behalf, that goes and shop on your behalf. How do we ensure that the right authentication happens? You might have your agent communicating with someone else's agents to lead to transactions. How do we make sure that these transactions are secure? Because these agents are going to introduce another layer of risk from the perspective of the platforms and potentially of the government. So the question is, how do you prepare for this new governance layer when it's not anymore individuals who interact with each other, but rather agents that interact on behalf of individuals?
That's a very excellent point. Mr. Pandey, I want to understand then from your perspective, when we talk about the integration of AI into the world, your thoughts on the same. How is the government preparing on how to deal with AI agents coming up? And is AI being used towards creating certain newer forms of digital governance as well? Is there any sort of AI integration that's taking place?
Yeah, there are many applications where government is using AI. It's like you can say in India, almost all the portals, I'm giving you an example. I think you must have the word the Bhashani.
Yes, Bhashani AI.
Yeah, Bhashani.
Yes.
It's a Government of India initiative. Actually, rather than LLM models, it focuses mostly in the Indian context. The problem sometimes, in case we are using the Google or some other large level LLM model, so what happens, they just translate in context of their own language. And you know, in India, many local languages are there. So Bhashni is very good example how we are using the AI-based system in government. And because in India, large number of population live in the rural area, so almost now we are trying to get enabled the Bhashni, that our translation system in our apps, so that in case, obviously it's, you can say it will bring bridge between digital divide. Right now, what happened, many times people are not familiar with English. So that's the problem, they are not able to use the app correctly. So we are using Bhashni, and there are other apps, other AI models also government is exploring to give the citizen.
But Mr. S.C. Pandey, what's astonishing truly about India is the fact that we've had such a rapid adoption of digital services, and that's truly a remarkable story and a remarkable journey. What is it that other countries can perhaps, or what would you advise other countries and governments in terms of how do you get people to adopt technology quickly and get them to trust that technology as well? The reason why all of us have an Aadhaar, I have a digital Aadhaar, I have DigiLocker, I have DigiYatra, I have UPI, I have all of it in my phone, and I can't operate without it. I solely depend on all of these applications, government applications. How does one build that trust? And at the same time, what would you suggest other countries can perhaps learn from us in terms of getting people on board?
You see, for the countries like India, first of all, an ecosystem like Aadhaar, an ecosystem like UPI. I told you now, actually, in case you want to deliver something to the citizen, obviously you only need three things. First, how to identify the citizen. So in case you have that biometric or digital identity system, obviously it will be a gold record for the citizen to deliver the service. Next thing is the delivery of services. So DBT is there, as in earlier session they have briefed about the DBT. And one more thing, in India we have integrated Aadhaar into our banking system also. So that suppose I want to deliver some sort of the payment or some sort of in-kind service to you or to somebody else whose Aadhaar is seated in our system, who is my beneficiary, I can directly transfer that money to his account. And his account is again verified by the same Aadhaar number. So obviously the leakage of the money will not be there. So what I feel, for any country who is having a large population base, they want to deliver the services to the citizen, they must have some sort of the digital ecosystem, identification system like Aadhaar, and payment system like UPI, and obviously third one I told you, the DigiLocker.
Yes. Professor Bezbez, I'll leave the last word with you as we wrap up. I want to understand from your perspective as well. The same thing, how do governments then focus on building trust but also getting people onboarded? Because a lot of people want to study the India stack, as Sir was pointing out. And the fact that we've been so quick at the digital adoption for a country where a lot of people feel, India does not have the greatest literacy numbers. In India, a lot of people can barely use a smartphone, but they've all managed to open bank accounts. They've all managed to put those QR codes and completely understand how the system works. And that takes a lot of trust for a small vendor to believe that the money will actually reach their bank account. So what is it that perhaps one can learn from the India stack?
I think there are many countries that can learn a lot actually from this deployment at the scale of India, which is very impressive. And there are many also questions that arise now. What are other metrics that we can have? Are people more involved in the democracy? We heard earlier someone from Estonia who said, look, people can vote online. Would that lead to higher participations in elections across the board? We see across countries a decrease in participation in elections. Can this be used as a way to re-engage populations as well? So I think the combination of learning how one can do that at scale, but also what are other possibilities where one can leverage such systems. And I think there's a lot of exciting possibilities for many countries. And in a way, even in the US, we don't have such a digital system at scale. And there's a lot that one can learn there as well.
That's true, because, you know, as you mentioned, in the US, even in Europe, when we go to travel, we still do rely on our cards. And as I was telling you, none of us, I don't think most of us in the room carry wallets anymore. So that's the digital revolution that's taking place in India. But thank you so much, Professor Omar Bezbez.
Ma'am, one more thing.
Yes.
Actually, just answer one more thing. Actually, when we think about the delivery of the services, we first think governance first, digital next. So in India, we have again I think you have already familiar with the term the CSC, Common Service Center.
Yes.
So actually these are the center in the village area, where in rural area especially, and even the urban area. So in case a citizen is not familiar with the portals, with how to use that app, they may come to the CSC center, and all the government services are delivered digital, can be delivered through the CSC portal. So I mean, here I just want to mention one thing. Digital infrastructure is very good, but we in India also consider the governance first. In case citizen is not familiar with the digital part, so at least they are able to avail the services of government using these CSC center.
Yes, absolutely. And I know that in India we've been on a war footing in terms of educating the people about the services that are coming out. And like I said, it's astonishing to really study the India stack and understand how the government put their minds to it and then finally delivered. And today we're one of the fastest growing economies, not just in terms of GDP numbers, but also in terms of one of the fastest growing countries in terms of digital adoption. And with that, I thank both of our panelists for joining us for this session. Professor Omar Bezbez of Columbia Business School and Mr. S.K. Pandey, Deputy DG of Aadhaar Services Division, NIC. Thank you so much for joining us at Next.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to you all for being with us on that session. We're now going to take a very short break, just 10 minutes, and we're back. NXT 2026 continues. We have, of course, the chief guest this evening, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We have the Chief Justice of India this evening. We have many more members of Parliament, CEOs, all of that. Back in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to Nobel Laureates. This is the show where we sit down with the world's most brilliant minds, recipients of the highest honour in science, to discuss the ideas and breakthroughs shaping our future. Today we are honoured to welcome one of the pioneers of molecular nanotechnology, Nobel Laureate Professor Ben Feringa. Professor Feringa was awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2016 for his groundbreaking work on the design and synthesis of molecular machines. Tiny systems made of individual molecules that can move, rotate, and perform controlled mechanical functions. His discovery of the world's first controllable molecular motor opened an entirely new frontier in chemistry and nanotechnology. As a professor at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, his research continues to explore how molecules can be engineered to perform tasks, potentially transforming technology, energy systems and medicine. Tonight we discuss what some are calling the age of molecular machines and how chemistry at the smallest scale could reshape the future of human technology. Professor Faringa, thank you very much for joining us here on the broadcast. It's a pleasure to have you.
My pleasure.
Great. Let's get straight into this.
Sure.
For centuries, chemistry has largely focused on understanding molecules and controlling reactions between them. Your Nobel Prize winning work showed that molecules can actually be designed to move and function like tiny machines. Are we now entering an era where chemists are no longer just studying molecules, but engineering machines at the molecular level? And how revolutionary is this shift for science and technology?
It's wonderful that you asked this question. You know, when you look at your own body, when you look at a living animal or so, you know, it is full of motion. Yes? So we should realize that a piece of plastic, or materials that you see around you, they don't move. But your body can move, it can adapt, it can respond. It has dynamic functions. And I think to bring this motion to materials, to all kinds of science, is indeed a new frontier. And with our design of molecular machines, what we try to do is to bring in these tiny machines to bring motion to otherwise inert materials.
And in further depth, the molecular motors that your team developed operate at a scale millions of times smaller than a grain of sand, yet they can rotate, switch states, as you said, and perform controlled movements. Scientists have suggested that such systems could one day enable targeted drug delivery, nanoscale manufacturing, or self-assembling materials. How realistic are these possibilities today?
Of course. I'm really happy that you asked this question. Of course, it's very fundamental science at the moment at the universities and the research institutes. But indeed, to make things responsive and adaptive, to induce motion, means that you can control all kinds of functions. Like, for instance, assembly, you know, like happens in your body. Due to this motion, things can assemble and disassemble. Of course, the robustness is very important, you know. That's a big challenge, you know, to make it robust and that it doesn't fall apart. And of course, you have to power it, because if you don't put energy in there, you cannot make things move or adapt or whatever. Think about your car, but also think about your own body. If you don't eat, you don't get energy, your cells cannot grow or multiply or do all these different functions. Your muscle cannot work. So indeed, there are big challenges to get robustness, to get all this incorporated into materials, and how to power them. We use, for instance, light and electricity to make these tiny machines working, to move. But there's still plenty of nice challenges, you know, to go to real life materials. But to give you an example, at the moment we make already pharmaceuticals, so drugs, that we can switch with light on and off. And we have also made small soft robot arms that can pick up things, you know. So you have to imagine a piece of plastic, you switch on and off a function with light, like an arm, like a muscle. So these are already things that exist today.
You mentioned challenges just then.
Yes.
What are those scientific barriers that are still separating laboratory demonstrations from real-world applications for this matter?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Of course, you know, when you work in the laboratory, realize these motors and machines, they are 1 billion of a meter in size. Now, everybody is aware of micro-technology. We see macro-technology, micro systems everywhere, from our electronics to all our micro machines. But this is nanoscale. So this is more compatible to what you see in the living cell in your body. And of course, to one nanomotor cannot do much, but you have to make millions of them working together. Like, take the muscle in your arm. If you lift your arm, there are millions of tiny machines that make it possible that you can lift your arm, that you can walk, that I can talk, that I can see you. This is, of course, very important, how you can make them working together and to amplify the effect from the nanoscale to the real world. That's one of the big challenges we are working on.
It's fascinating. But of course, in the year of 2026, artificial intelligence, it's the front and center of today.
Sure.
The technology is now being used to predict molecular structures and design entirely new chemical compounds, sometimes faster than human researchers can test them experimentally. Some scientists argue that AI could become the primary engine of chemical discovery. Do you see artificial intelligence as a transformative partner for chemists, or is there still something uniquely human, intuition, creativity, experimental judgment that machines cannot replace in the discovery of new molecules?
I'm really happy that you asked this question. Of course, AI is everywhere, and honestly, our students use it already in the lab. Yeah, so we integrate AI with our discovery program. So AI is inevitable and is used already, yes, indeed. But you also have to realize that AI helps us to create new materials, new tiny machines, the things we are working on. But we should not forget that human intuition, creativity is extremely important, and the experimental judgment, when you do experiments, and this critical attitude, what do the data mean that you discover in your laboratory, the measurements you do, etc. I think this is extremely important. So I think what we do with our students, the young researchers, we train them to be creative, to follow their intuition, but especially to learn the experimental techniques and be absolutely critical in their judgment, but also to combine it with these computer methods, artificial intelligence, computational methods, to design and to accelerate the design. Because if you have to do 1,000 experiments in your laboratory, but you can have AI to help you to design the 25 best experiments, you save a lot of time and you might much quicker get to the goal that you reach. Yes? So good combination benefits both worlds.
I mean, of course, it is a technology that one cannot avoid now. Are you concerned about what it what it might mean for scientific discovery? Are you entirely excited by the prospect of artificial intelligence and where it goes?
I'm very excited about that, about the opportunities, but once again, as a scientist, you have to be critical. And I think, as Albert Einstein once mentioned, your creativity embraces the world, So, I mean, the creativity, the intuition, the creative young people, that have a different way of thinking. I think it remains extremely important, of course. If you feed a computer program with a lot of data, AI can help you a lot to select, to do, make maybe discoveries more quicker, etc. But once again, I cannot emphasize enough how important it is, the human factor.
Professor, do stay with us. As another rapidly emerging frontier is synthetic biology, where scientists design microbes that can produce medicines, fuels, advanced materials. In effect, living cells are becoming chemical factories as chemistry increasingly overlaps with biology and engineering. Are we moving towards a future where living systems themselves become programmable chemical technologies, and what scientific or ethical boundaries should guide that transition?
Yeah, this is really an important aspect, because this is already ongoing. You see this with the genomics, the cell adaptation, synthetic cells, etc. And of course, we make machineries, synthetic machinery, that is common to cells, like your muscles, or things that adapt. Yeah, the question is, how far do we want to go? And we had this discussion already with the Worldwide Genome Project, where you modify your DNA, you do genomics, etc. Of course, this discipline, this interface, I think it will disappear. So we will integrate artificial system, together with natural system. And of course, when you get an artificial hip or you get an artificial knee, nobody is complaining, because it helps us. But in the future, we will do more of this kind of nano engineering, where you might modify maybe some defect cells or whatever, and you introduce some of these functions. If it can help you when you are old to memorize, or it can help you with your body functions, why not? But of course, I am at the university, and we should train our students to think about that, and we should also have these ethical discussions. I think before we introduce it to society, we should have these ethical discussions with all the stakeholders, and particularly the universities are the place to have this kind of discussions. What do we want and what do we don't want? Yes?
Yes.
That's really important. So all these ethical aspects about future prospects for technology, for innovation, that is very important.
And Professor, of course, moving now on to another ethical landmine. Chemistry has been central to modern industrial development, but it has also contributed to major environmental challenges, from plastic pollution to greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, chemists are developing technologies such as carbon capture, green catalysts, and sustainable materials. In your view, can chemistry realistically help solve the climate crisis it partly helped create, or are technology fixing alone unlikely to address the scale of environmental challenges?
Yeah, I think this is a really big challenge for all of us, because chemistry, material science has been extremely successful. Think about your cars, think about our pharmaceuticals, think about all our plastic materials, etc. But we also face a problem that we have to do it more sustainable. And I think these new technologies, to do precision technology, using nanotechnology, etc., using adaptive and responsive materials, help us to challenge, to solve several of these problems. So when you think about recycling, new materials, energy efficiency, yes, I'm really convinced that we need this kind of research, and we need it to help us to make a better world, where we can reuse our materials, where we can use them more efficient, also regarding energy use, and recycle materials, making better pharmaceuticals. I think this is all part of the future.
And many breakthroughs in chemistry bring enormous benefits, but also potential risks. Technologies capable of creating advanced materials, powerful catalysts, or synthetic biological systems could also be misused if they fall into the wrong hands. As chemical knowledge becomes more powerful and more accessible, how should the global scientific community balance open research with the responsibility to prevent dangerous applications?
I think we should. This is a very important point. We should have an open discussion on what we want and what we don't want, and potential dangers, and identify them in an early stage. And of course, you mentioned ethical aspects. At the universities, the research institutes, we have very high ethical standards, and the chemistry can make new drugs, life-saving drugs. When you have cancer, for instance, or an infection. But it can also make a chemical weapon, and you don't want that. So we should have very strict rules about what we want and not. But of course, also nanotechnology and the things we are doing with these tiny robots and tiny machines. That is always the issue of potential danger, and somebody is going to misuse it. Think about genomics. There was this whole discussion about genomics can cure in an early stage cancer, or help you, when you have a disease that you inherited in your family. But of course, also genomics, you can modify an embryo maybe to make a perfect human being, whatever that may be. I don't think we want that, That is not what we want. That's an ethical discussion. And of course, think about nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is used to the benefit of mankind, but also some countries, they want to make nuclear arms, and we see that now also currently appearing again, the danger of nuclear arms. So nuclear energy, there's nothing wrong with it, but if you have the pollution of nuclear waste, or you have arms race towards atomic bombs, yeah, that is the danger of the new technologies. So I think in general, every new technology will bring potential risks, but we should very strictly worldwide clarify what risk we want to take and what we don't want to do. And this is why, and I want to emphasize that, I go to India, I go to Japan, to China, to South Africa. I think that we have a global community of scientists that advocate this and say this is important for mankind and this is important, dangerous aspects that we should discuss and agree about. Science and knowledge belongs to mankind, and we should not have borders there. That is my message.
And finally, to wrap this conversation up, when you built the first controllable molecular motor, it was a discovery that initially seemed almost abstract. Yet it opened an entirely new field of nanotechnology. Many of the most important scientific breakthroughs only reveal their true significance decades later. Looking ahead 50 years, what do you believe could be the most transformative discovery emerging from today's frontier in chemistry? Something that may seem experimental now, but could seem and fundamentally reshape how humanity lives.
Yeah, this is a very difficult and interesting question, of course, because predicting the future is very difficult, because we scientists, like myself, we try to invent the future. We try to invent the future through science. And of course, when I look at the future, having these adaptive materials, etc., we can introduce lifelike properties. Think about lifelike functions like recycling. I mean, realize your body, your own body recycles half your body weight every 24 hours. What is one of the big problems we face in this world is recycling our materials. Material scarcity, plastic recycling, etc. So I see tremendous opportunities there, but also to build tiny robots, nano robots, that a doctor can inject in your blood vein and go for a defect, for instance for a tumor, or delivering a pharmaceutical, or do a precise surgery. So in the future, besides the normal surgeons, you will have molecular surgeons, that are injected in your body and will do the job. Of course, we work on smart medicine. So pharmaceuticals that have no side effect, that you can switch on and off precisely, so precise therapy. And finally, think about self-healing. When you have a scratch in your finger and you keep it clean, it will heal itself, But when you have a scratch in your car, it does not heal itself. You have to repair it. So in the future, you will see also these things that you are normal see in lifelike, in your own body, of lifelike systems like self-healing, self-repair, recycling, all these kind of things. And I'm really excited about these prospects for the future.
Professor Faringa, it's been a great pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us here.
It was my...
Well, that is all that we have time for here on the show on Nobel Laureates, where we bring you face to face with people pushing the limits of human knowledge. For more conversations with the world's greatest minds, stay tuned to NewsX World.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
first thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Welcome back to NewsX World. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching Focal Length, where we get you a briefing on topics from across the world. The war between Israel, US and Iran has entered a critical phase, with missile strikes targeting Israeli cities and Israeli airstrikes hitting military sites across Iran and Lebanon. Human rights monitors report that more than 1,000 civilians may already have been killed in Iran, while tens of thousands of people have fled Tehran amid intensifying bombardment towards the Iranian capital. The conflict, which for decades played out through proxies and covert operations, has now moved into open confrontation, direct indeed, raising fears of broader regional war with global economic and security consequences. Joining us today is Professor Houshang Amirahmadi, an Iranian-American economic and political analyst. He's a professor at the Edward J. Blaustein School of Planning and Public Policy at Rutgers University, a former director of its Central for Middle East Studies, and a senior associate member at the University of Oxford. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us. Welcome to NewsX World. Now, my first question to you is, the war between Israel and Iran has now entered its sixth day, with missiles striking Israeli cities and Israeli airstrikes hitting military sites across Iran and Lebanon. According to human rights monitors, more than 1,000 civilians may already have been killed in Iran, while over 10,000 people have fled. 100,000 people have fled Tehran in the first 2 days of the bombing. At this early stage of the conflict, are we looking at a limited military campaign or the opening phase of a much larger war that could redraw the geopolitical map of the Middle East?
Well, first, thank you for having me. Second, the number of dead people in the Iran side is much, much larger than 1,000. Even in one city of Sanandaj, it was reported that 600 people died, and in one school.
Of the Folketing, Denmark, MP, Mr. Jeppeså, who's joined us specially for this session. Mr. Jeppeså, could we please have you on stage? Let's welcome him with a round of applause. You've all had your lunch, so let's get some energy back in the room.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues and guests. It's a privilege to be here in New Delhi. If you want to understand our changing world and you want to see the future in full real time, there's honestly no better place to be than right here. Yesterday I was talking to a journalist down here called Adash. We were discussing the state of the world, and we got into the topic of freedom. He shared an Indian perspective with me, and I can't get it out of my head. He said, freedom should feel like stretching your arms wide open. You need space to unfold, to make your own choices and live with the consequences, as long as, of course, that your arms doesn't hit anyone else. But then he added, if you stretch your arms and instead of air, you hit a system, a state, an overprotective law, then you lack the trust. And when trust disappears, people rebel. That's a powerful warning to us. When I look at the global political landscape today, I see a worrying trend. We, the system, the politicians, are moving way too close to citizens' freedom. In our eagerness to protect them, we are standing in the way of their harms. We are here at NXT to talk about globalization and cooperation. Yet when we look at the most powerful tool humanity have ever built to connect us, technology, we see a massive global paradox. In too many parts of the world, we watch each other with suspicion. We suspect each other's technology of spying or stealing data instead of building bridges. We use new tech to build digital walls. Sadly, as politicians, we let fear become our strongest currency. We have lost faith in the common sense of our people. Here, many Western countries can and should learn from India. India has started a digital revolution in the recent years, but it was driven not by fear, not by losing control. It was driven by a desire to empower the people. When I walked the streets of Delhi the other day and saw a street vendor selling tea using a QR code on his phone, I see a society that embraced the future. You have built a digital infrastructure that allows the individuals to grow. You have given people room to stretch their arms. But in many other parts of the world, governments are acting like afraid parents. Let me give you an example. Let's rewind to when many of us in this room were kids back in the 70s and 80s. Back then, a playground wasn't necessarily a safe place. It was made of concrete, raw wood, and steel, sometimes a rusty screw stuck out of the slide. It wasn't designed to be flawless. It was designed to be used. And when we fell down from the top of the climbing frame, it hurt. We scraped our knees. Did we run home and sue the government? No. We put a Band-Aid on it. We wiped our eyes, and we learned a quick lesson about basic physics. Gravity always wins, so next time, hold on tighter. We learned how to feel the world. Today, playgrounds all over the Western world are covered in soft rubber. There are no sharp edges. On the benches, there are parents sitting, ready to stop everything long before anything happens, shouting, "Careful, don't go up there, it's dangerous." But what happens to kids and to citizens in general who are never allowed to fall? They never learn how to get up. They start believing that the state is a giant rubber mattress that will always catch them. Fundamentally, that is extremely fragile society to build. A society wrapped in bubble wrap where no one dares to take responsibility for themselves. We are doing the exact same thing in the digital world right now. Lawmakers around the globe are lining up to limit young people's access to the internet, to the social media, and AI. We say technology makes them anxious and insecure. But let's stop and look at the mirror just for a second. Is it really just the screen's fault? During the pandemic, we politicians locked a whole generation of kids in their rooms for 2 years, away from friends, away from school, and we told them to live their life on Microsoft Teams. It's a really surprise. Is it a surprise that also shaped them? The solution many politicians choose is ban or age limits. But dear colleagues, let's be honest. Trying to stop a 12-year-old on the internet with a piece of legislation is like stopping the monsoon rain with a tea strainer. It's simply impossible. Here in India, you have a fantastic word, jugaad. It's all about finding a creative workaround, an unconventional fix to a problem. The children of the world are masters in digital jugaad. While we sit in our parliaments inventing complicated national laws to block access, it takes a 12-year-old exactly 2 minutes to download a VPN. One click and their telephone is in Canada or Singapore. Suddenly, our strict rules are just a useless piece of paper. In fact, we actually make it worse. Because when you make something forbidden, you automatically also make it exciting. Try telling a kid 2 days before Christmas, you're absolutely not allowed to look under the bed. We all know what happens when we turn our back to the child. They look for presents. Our job as political leaders is not to take the phone away from our citizens or to censor their reality. Our job is to teach them how to navigate. We need to teach them that the internet is the world's biggest library. It's full of knowledge, global networks, opportunities to prepare them for the future. And yes, we also have to accept that technology is also used for a lot of other things. The internet can be a place where you can waste 2 hours of watching videos with fat cats trying to jump from a table falling into a box. A place where people can invent 15-second dances like flush and so on that no one understands, like we don't get the 6-7. It's absurd, it's silly, yeah, but it's a complete waste of time also. But it's also human. We cannot and we should not never make laws against the human need to be bored, to laugh, also at something silly. The truth is, technology holds a magic wand that we throw away for poor fear. Yesterday I took a walk here in Delhi. I wore smart glasses from Meta with built-in AI. I looked at a sign in Hindi. I didn't understand anything. Asked the glasses what I saw, and a fraction of a second later, the translation was whispered directly into my ear in real time. Think about that. Never before in human history we had such a powerful tool to tear down walls that divide us. We can remove language barriers, we can remove distance, and we can share knowledge across the globe in a split second. We should be working together right now like never before. Instead, we are seeing wars around the globe like never before. We should be building the future together, but that requires us to let us go off control just a little bit. It requires us not to use our PowerPoint to point fingers to global partners, claiming we won't trust them or just because they live on a different continent. We do not create stronger or safer world by packing the globe into bubble wrap, bans and local laws. We do not win the future by letting fear sit at the head of the table. We must dare to believe in freedom. We must trust the common sense of our citizens. We must build a world where countries and people can stretch their arms wide open without hitting a wall of fear. And most importantly, we must give the next generation the freedom to fall, because that's the only way they will learn to rise again. Thank you for your ears, and thank you for hosting a great conference here in New Delhi.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member of Parliament, Jeb So, for that talk. And now we are, of course, going to move on to our next segment. This year, the buzzword has certainly been trade. Next in Trade is the topic of our next segment. And to speak about the future of tech in Europe and India, we're being joined by member of the Eduskunta, Finland, MP Timo Harakka. Mr. Harakka, I welcome you on stage. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, and dear distinguished friends, happy to be back in India. I left on Sunday, so I'm back after 4 days. I had the privilege of being part of the delegation of the President of the Republic of Finland, Dr. Alexander Stubb, on an official visit, including a very warm and friendly reception by the Prime Minister Modi himself. I have also had the opportunity to connect with all ministerial colleagues. And the Minister Goyal brings me straight into the pivotal, epochal moment in India-Europe relations, that is the free trade agreement that can finally unlock exponential growth in our trade and technology cooperation. In my book, which you can download in English for free at my website, I categorize 3 kinds of data capitalism. First is the American way of unrestricted capitalism, profit-making, and the second one is the Chinese way of state control and oppression. In the current geopolitical situation, it is even more important than ever to find the third way, the European, and now after the FTA and the very successful AI Impact Summit here in Delhi, I would call it the Indo-European way of human-centered, responsible, and respectful technology, including artificial intelligence. And I love to think that India and Europe are strongly aligned in the ethics of technology. We want to use AI to empower and educate, to profit all and not the few. In Europe, we are looking into ways to free ourselves from the American giant platforms and build what we call a Euro stack, all the way from messaging to cloud services. And we are inspired by the Indian experience of Aadhaar and UPI and the recently launched India Stack Global. And I think that the India AI Impact Summit slogan of people, planet, and progress is much better for humanity than other 3 P words such as power, profit, and privatization. Where could Europe and India collaborate? Here you see the only relevant map of the world, not according to landmass, but according to population, dominated by India. So if you wonder where my country is, so here is Finland. In the north, the size of about the size of Rajasthan, but population of only 5.6 million, hardly a suburb of Delhi. So, standing alone, Prime Minister Modi, our president said that the 2 of them together account for almost 1.5 billion people. But this scale gives you an idea what we should do. Finland is a very advanced ecosystem for cutting-edge technology and innovation. We have been invited to make in India and scale up in India. Not only the big Finnish companies such as Nokia and Kone, but startups like the satellite tech company Reorbit are planning to grow right here in India. Europe does not have the deep pockets of American investors, or should I say gamblers, that are inflating the current AI bubble by hundreds of billions. We have had to rely on public-private partnerships to build a robust data infrastructure, such as the European High-Performance Computing Consortium, whose most powerful supercomputer resides in northern Finland in the remotest location. Because of the cool temperature, it's also one of the greenest. Its annual electricity bill is some $50 million cheaper than that of the rivals. Real-life applications of AI need zero latency, high-performance connectivity, such as 6G networks, where Finland and Nokia are world leaders. As a former Minister of Transport and Communications, I'm adamant that there will be no autonomous vehicles without advanced AI, edge computing, and zero-latency 6G communications from the vehicle sensors to the AI command. And the next step is quantum. I'm proud to be an advisor for quantum company IQM, soon to be listed on NASDAQ, which has built more actual up and running quantum computers than any other, including big American companies. That's our previous President Niinistö on the lower right corner. And finally, it's not only about bits and immaterial digital impulses. AI and robotics are here to solve real-life problems, such as green energy transition, waste management, pollution and congestion. And here's a Finnish innovation. In the city of Espoo, which being an IT capital is also the Indian community capital in Finland, already 40% of heating of buildings and homes comes from the excess heat of data centers, totally emission-free. As important as technological advancements are, I would like to leave you with a political, even geopolitical note. What do we want to do with artificial intelligence? We can use all the world's electricity to optimize cat videos in social media feeds, or we can use AI to serve humanity and help solve the biggest planetary problems. So here is a sobering questionnaire from G7, the world's 7 leading economies, or old world powers, the West plus Japan. 2 years ago, these rich countries were asked to name 5 best opportunities for generative AI from a pre-populated list, ready-made suggestions. So 7 votes is then the maximum, and all of G7 countries voted for productive gains and business innovation. 5 of the 7 wanted to help solve climate crisis. I don't know what the other 2 were thinking. But when suggested that AI could help eradicate poverty and hunger from the world, no one cared. 0 votes from the rich countries. To conclude, dear friends, India and Europe must urgently collaborate in producing ethical and efficient technologies for the benefit of the majority of humanity. This is the mission for the future of European and Indian technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MP, Mr. Haraka, for that talk. And we now continue this conversation in this segment of Next in Trade. We're now going to be speaking about another region, ASEAN. And to speak about digital integration in ASEAN and beyond, we are very privileged to be joined for a special address by His Excellency Chanthavong Senematmontri, Member of the National Assembly of Laos.
Excellencies, esteemed parliamentarians, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. It is my great honor and privilege to participate in the NXT Summit 2026 and to address this distinguished gathering under the theme Digital Integration in ASEAN and beyond. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to Honorable Kartikeya Sharma, Member of the Rajya Sabha, the upper house of the Indian Parliament, and the organizer of NXT for the kind invitation and warm hospitality extended to the delegation of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. Today, as a member of the National Assembly of the Lao People's Democratic Republic and as part of ASEAN family, I am pleased to share ASEAN's experience in advancing digital integration and to reflect on how our region can contribute to a more connected, secure, and inclusive Indo-Pacific digital future. ASEAN stands at a pivotal moment in its digital journeys. Over the past decade, our region has transformed from a rapidly growing consumer market into one of the most dynamic digital economies in the world. Digital technologies are no longer peripheral, they are central to economic resilience, social inclusion, and sustainable development. ASEAN's digital integration is guided by a shared and forward-looking vision. This vision is operationalized through successive regional frameworks, including the ASEAN ICT Master Plan 2020, the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025, and most recently, the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2030. The ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2030 sets out a clear vision of ASEAN as an integrated, secure, trusted, innovative, and inclusive digital community, one that empowers every citizen and every business to access opportunities, build innovation capabilities, and thrive in the global digital economy. To realize this vision, ASEAN is strengthening cross-border digital connectivity, enhancing regulatory interoperability, promoting trusted data governance, reinforcing cybersecurity cooperation, and investing in digital talent and future skills. Digital integration within ASEAN is not merely about technology. It is about building trust, ensuring interoperability, and advancing inclusion. However, our progress is not without challenges. The digital divide remains a concern both among member states and within them. Rural communities, MSMEs, women, and vulnerable groups must not be left behind. At the same time, regulatory fragmentation across jurisdictions can create barriers to cross-border digital trade and investment. Therefore, ASEAN's approach is guided by three fundamental principles: interoperability rather than isolation, trust rather than fragmentation, inclusion rather than exclusivity. Through this balanced and cooperative approach, ASEAN seeks to build a resilient and integrated digital ecosystem and laws harmonization that contributes not merely to regional prosperity, but also to a stable and open ASEAN digital architecture in the future. In this transformation, ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly plays a strategic role, while ASEAN provides the executive platform for cooperation. IPA strengthens the legislative dimension of regional integration. Parliaments contribute by aligning national legislation with regional commitments, promoting harmonization in data protection, cyber security, and e-commerce laws, supporting digital inclusion policies, exercising oversight and accountability. Through multiple resolutions adopted at IPA General Assemblies, Members of Parliaments have reinforced commitments in areas such as digital inclusion and human security, cyber resilience, digital skills development and mutual recognition, MSME digital empowerment, gender equality in digital transformation. In this way, parliamentary diplomacy complements executive cooperation, ensuring that digital transformation is grounded in law, accountability, and democratic legitimacy. Allow me to briefly share the experience of the Lao PDR. The government of the Lao PDR has adopted the Digital Economy Strategy 2030 and the National Digital Economy Development Plan 2021-2025 as key pillars of national reform. Nowadays, more than 98% of our population has access to telecommunication infrastructure. Mobile banking services are expanding rapidly. Digital startups are emerging in e-commerce, logistics, and service delivery. Digital transformation in Lao PDR is not merely about economic growth, it is about improving public service delivery, enhancing transparency, empowering youth and entrepreneurs, strengthening regional connectivity. As a land-linked country in mainland Southeast Asia, digital integration enables us to overcome geographic constraints and fully participate in regional and global value chains. We are mindful, however, that digital transformation must be accompanied by safeguards, including data protection, cybersecurity, and digital literacy to ensure that all citizens benefit equitably. Distinguished participants, the global digital landscape is evolving at unprecedented speed. Technological breakthroughs, shifting geopolitical dynamics, and rising societal expectations are reshaping the rules of competition and cooperation. Governments and businesses are accelerating the investment in digital infrastructure and innovation. Artificial intelligence, including generative AI, are transforming industries and redefining productivity. Digital sovereignty is rising as nations seek greater control over data, cloud infrastructure, and technology standards. At the same time, the digital talent gap is widening and sustainability has become a strategic imperative. The question before us is not whether digital transformation will shape the Indo-Pacific, it already does, and how we shape it together. First, we must deepen regional and international cooperation. Governments, private sectors, academia, and international partners must work together to strengthen digital infrastructure, bridge the digital divide, invest in emerging technologies, and enhance cybersecurity resilience. Second, we must promote greater policy harmonization and regulatory interoperability. Compatible frameworks in e-commerce, data protection, and cybersecurity are vital to facilitate seamless cross-border digital trade and to ensure a level playing field for businesses. Third, we must invest in people. Digital integration will only be success if our citizens possess the skills, trust, confidence to participate meaningfully in the digital economy. Esteemed colleagues, digital integration in ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific must remain open, secure, inclusive, and rules-based. If we work together, digital transformation can become not a source of fragmentation, but the foundation for shared prosperity and regional stability. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member of the National Assembly, Lao PDR, for your very interesting and, of course, an enriching talk there. Okay, now for a special presentation next at NXT 2026, I would like to invite on stage Group Director General for AM Trust, Dr. Ramesh Kausi. Let's welcome him with applause. Dr. Kausi, I invite you on stage.
Namaste. Okay. In the next 20 minutes, I want to show you something unique. A space where the future of humanity will be decided. This is not only a story about technology, it is a story about a yuga. So, you know, today everyone is talking about the singularity. Everyone is watching the wrong curve. Of course, Mr. Kurvai explained that there is a singularity. We saw millions of people adopting LLM, ChatGPT. We saw enterprises willing to integrate Gen AI. We know that AI capacity is doubling very fast. We also know that very soon we should have, in the next decade, AGI. All these things are real. This is true fact. But this curve does not describe elements that are nevertheless very important. And do not show, very important limit, some structural limits, because we know for a fact now that LLMs will exhaust all high-level quality data around 2028 or 2030. So it means that we'll have to find other alternatives to find reliable data. It doesn't mean that the AI is going to stop. It just means there will be a shift in paradigm. Because also, you know, ingesting data is about better understand the world, the reality. And unfortunately, LLMs sometimes hallucinate. This is a major issue, because if hallucination is still there, confidence will not be developing. So we know that there will be some limitation also on the architecture of the existing AI. And even the co-inventor of the convolutional networks, Yann Lequin, a French guy, by the way, and I say a great hello to France because I'm also part of this region. But he said that using LLM is going to be more and more insane because we'll have some limit and will not be able to produce and to execute reliable actions. But another very important factor, is the energy constraint, because AI is burning energy. Today, it is estimated to be 3% of the total electricity. And we know that very soon it's going to be more and more because AI is developing extremely fast. The point is that a few years ago, I explained in a paper, in a book, that AI is just not about technology. It is more than this, you know. AI is about an evolution, and that will transform our behavior, that will transform our society. In fact, AI is a civilizational force that will change a lot of things. Think about it. Our brain is not using a lot of energy to be very performant, but LLMs and computer needs a lot. So, we need another tool to better see the world than to look at curves. And for this, I'm using a yuga. And there are different phases in a yuga. But, you know, what is very interesting with this kind of tool is that you can dig into a variety of curves that better describe reality. And if we look at this curve, you will see that the singularity cannot show you what a yuga can. So, if you look at these three curves, you will recognize in orange the technology power curve. And we know it's going very fast. But if we look at the green curve, and this curve is the human system integration capacity, we see that everything is going too fast. We are just human. We need time to learn, to integrate, and at a collective level. You know, for example, to build an AI Act, it has taken a few years, but for us humans, it takes decades to master a subject and to be able to be very efficient. We are just human. We need to accept that. And this curve, you know, this is something that the singularity cannot show, for example. And there is another curve that you all know. This is the blue one. It's about, of course, about what we call the planet, you know, the boundaries, the limits that we are overpassing year on year. And this is a great problem, because if we kill the planet, we're going to kill far more than just a business. So all this is not neutral. And between these curves, you will see a gap. I call that the Yuga gap. This is where the future of humanity will be decided. And we have option to change that, and we have to make very quickly action to change that. So, we are at a moment where there will be a bifurcation. A bifurcation means that technologically we'll have some choice to do, but also at different levels we'll have decision to make between the path A, where we stand today, and the path B, where we need to go, you know, where we need to use frugal AI. It means AI that do not burn a lot of energy. It means AI that use very simple model with less parameters. It means also use bio-inspired technology. And I will give you a concrete example in a few slides of what it means to use bio-inspired technologies. But more than this, there is the importance to integrate population, education, to accelerate all this change, because we are human people. Even if we talk about AI or natural intelligence, is still to develop. So we need to make the right decision, because this bifurcation has started. So it is the government now to take the right decision to modify that. And why we should be quick to do that? Because there's three curves that the Yuga shows are not the only one. A new one is coming. And this new curve is called quantum. optical. All this is extremely serious. It will accelerate, of course, the bandwidth, the internet, we know that, but also it will give path to new kind of AI, neuromorphic, for example, AI, new neural network, quantum neural networks. So all this is extremely important to see. And this technology will impact also AI capabilities. It means that, again, we are going to reinforce a very dangerous cycle if we do not master all this. And you know, some decisions are to be made now in terms of AI and quantum. And then why I say now, it's tomorrow. Because the nation that will not integrate this technology won't be able to defend their sovereignty in few years. Because with this kind of technology, no system can resist to AI hacking. And believe me, I am from this game. I can tell you that if you believe everyone you're protected, this is not the case. So we need to do things because they will have a strong impact on the Yuga gap. And again, this is why I'm insisting on this tool, to be able to have a large-scale view on what is happening at a country level, at a region level, at a global level. And this is very unique to adopt this kind of thinking. So, India, we're in India. This is a growing continent, a growing nation, and of course, AI and quantum will be an accelerator for this region if the things are done in a proper manner. Today, India is estimated at a GDP around $5 trillion. This is fantastic, and congratulations to India, because now officially, India is number 4, in this race, for success, to counter poverty, to have a better quality of life, for health and so on. Congratulations. But in the coming decade, India is expecting to grow and to have a better ranking in this course. And for that, AI and quantum will play a major role. Why? Because AI and quantum is not just about this industry. It impacts all the industries: health, care, manufacturing, agriculture. People will tell me, Ramesh, what do you mean by AI will impact agriculture? The thing is that the AI we're using today, the LLMs, as I said, won't be effective in a few years. So we'll be using other technology, using sensor. We'll be using actuators. We'll be using other electronic components that will produce more reliable data for us humans to better understand the world and then make good decisions and avoid the hallucination factor or diminishing it by a factor of 10x, 100x. So it is extremely important. And then we'll be seeing other technology progressively sustaining this GDP of India. And India then has a major role to play because we know that India is a country for science and technology. So this curve also is very interesting to watch. So, because we love India, we believe that India has a major role to play because they are very good in science, in mathematics, in ICT, but also because India has frugal infrastructure. Frugal is the right thing not to burn energy. And if we're able to have performance, efficiency, this is the combination we need. So this is why India is very good positioned. The mentality is already oriented on frugality and adaptation. The mentality is adapted to frugality by design. And this is something very important. But there are other assets, of course, because the next token produced by LLM, the next token that AI will need, won't be English token only anymore. And India, Hindi, Sanskrit, Tamil, whatever, will be contributor because this is a global game where we are. And the next architectural solution will integrate all these capacities. And of course, we know that India, it's a nation that's seeing long term, We are not NASDAQ oriented. Even it's good for the business. We think the world in the long term. This is a major difference. Dharma, yoga, this is very important to see that there's epistemologic framework, there's analytical tools born, native from India, are very interesting lens to decode the world. So we need that, and we need to continue on that. And finally, there's a lot of stuff. There is a growing relationship. We know US, we know China, but there is a growing relationship with Europe. And India, now you say Emmanuel Macron was there very recently. So there is a huge cooperation with this nation to set the right framework, the right regulation to enable things and to grow all together. So all these forces are extremely important. And I have to say something. You saw some nation investing massively in LLMs, massively. And when LLM collapse, it means, what do we do with these trillions of dollars that we have invested? And if I'm not wrong, and believe me, lots of experts, it's not just about Dr. Ramesh Kasi, believe next AI is not LLM. So what does it mean for the finance? What does it mean for the investment? So this is a good momentum for India to now enter into the game. But we have another secret invisible asset. We have this Indian diaspora. Extremely important. You know why? Because we have people that love India, that are working everywhere in the world, that are developing technology, that are in R&D, research and development. And 10 years ago, I've invented a fantastic robot gifted with the first bio-inspired AI, a neuro-inspired AI. We were, let's say, 10 years in advance to what the world is going to do now, meaning use bio-inspiration, integrate bio-inspiration capacities. I'm just one person. I'm nobody. I'm just Ramesh. But there's a lot, thousands of people like this that love to learn, that learn to create, to invent, to develop systems that is good for the people, for the planet, for the business. We're Indian. This is embedded in us. We love to learn from the nature. We love to learn for the flying bee because when we translate that into algorithm, it gives amazing navigation capability without burning a lot of energy. This is 100% concrete. It has happened. I presented that, and it is just good experience to see bio-inspiration and frugality. And I put that in some papers in a French journal called Telecom, thanks to them, because they are supportive this kind of desire to contribute to the world and the nations. So this habit to think the future might be useful when now it is a timing to implement, when now it is a timing to guide, to give direction, to avoid to lose time, because as said, the timing is now to change things. You are informed. So, the choice we'll make will define the curve, will define the next yuga, will define the magnitude of the yuga gap. And as said, technology will be there, technology will be important, but also people are important, but also governance will be very important because regulation more than ever is needed because if not, we are simply going to lose our humanity. And for people, when you say losing humanity, say, oh, it's a theory, it's a philosophy. Believe me, when system learns you, when they drink you every day, they can easily become you. And it's also reality today, and it's going to be amplified. And of course, I hope I don't have to explain that our planet is extremely important. So it is a very important moment for India to show its leadership. Number 4, tomorrow number 3, who knows, number 2. But all this is about leadership, making decisions, and it's time to show leadership in AI. And I just want to repeat that, leadership in AI. We heard about leadership at the left, we heard about leadership at the right. It's now good to see leadership at the center with the Indian way, with the Indian thinking. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Corsi. I want to swiftly move on now. In fact, the next segment is now going to be talking about next in farming. And for this, for an address, we are very privileged to have with us Member of the Irish Parliament, Andreas Monaghan, Techadela from Ireland.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. It's a wonderful privilege to be here with you in India at this important global discussion on the next in farming and in generational renewal. It's especially meaningful that we meet this year in the International Year of Women in Farming, and an opportunity to recognise the women who have always sustained agriculture and who will be a central part of its future. Before I begin, I just want to draw your attention to something interesting, just a quick story, because on the way to the conference here, I travelled to the airport with my son. I'm not sure if many of you have family yourselves, but they grow up really quickly. They do. And from there, picking them up, suddenly they're up here, they're taller. And interestingly, Irish men today stand 11 centimetres taller than their grandfathers and great-grandfathers at the foundation of the state just over 100 years ago, 11 centimetres taller. And that's not any genetic wonder or anything. It's simply about having the right food at the right time when their bodies are growing. Food shapes our bodies, our societies, and our futures. And it reminds us why agriculture, one of humanity's oldest professions, remains one of its most essential. The techniques developed thousands of years ago still form the backbone of global food production, and newer techniques, from GM to vertical farming, they'll augment those practices, but not actually replace them. Ireland, we're a smaller nation, just over 5 million people, and yet we export 90% of the food and drink that we produce. Last year, that was valued to us at over 21 billion euro. We're one of the most food-secure countries in the world, and we play a significant role in feeding many, many others. But food security is not something any nation can take for granted. The World Food Programme defines food security as having access to enough safe and nutritious food for normal growth, development, and an active, healthy life. Ireland's food system were deeply integrated into the European Union, and our TAGASC, our national body for research, they focus in on the way that we're a large net exporter of temperate agricultural commodities, especially in dairy and meat, that we produce far more of these foods than we consume, and yet we're net importers of fruit and vegetable. Our food security is strengthened by the EU single market, one of the larger, most stable and most diverse food systems. And it's why free trade, not self-sufficiency, is the foundation of modern food security. According to Global Food Security Index, global food security is falling. Food is becoming more expensive. Gosh, we know that when we do each week in our shopping. The gap between secure and insecure nations, it's widening. And 8 of the top 10 most food secure countries are in the European Union. Ireland ranking 2nd in the world. But even in Europe, risks are growing, perceived and real, assessed as cybersecurity threats, animal diseases, high input costs, tighter margins for farmers, and food affordability pressures. Our food security is becoming more fragile, even in wealthier regions. Despite our export strength, Ireland faces several vulnerabilities. As I mentioned earlier, in horticulture, we import 83% of our fruit and vegetables. And animal feed. Ireland is only 36% self-sufficient in animal feed. We're heavily reliant on North and South America. And like so many other of you here listening, climate and environmental pressures are impacting globally. Soil degradation, extreme weather, flooding, plenty of examples. But also in Ireland, market pressures such as 90% of our retail market being controlled by 5 major retailers, and rising energy and labour costs squeezing growers. But without doubt, one of the biggest challenges, and it's not unique to us, it's in your country as well, it has to be generational renewal. Ireland has less than 4% of farmers under the age of 35, and the average age of a farmer is nearly 60 years of age. And that pattern is repeated throughout developed countries. Austria is a rare exception. Younger people have so many more career options than ever. And why would they want to do the heavy physical work of traditional farming when they can have a predictable paycheck and a possibly 9-to-5 job? And this is where public spending and public policy really becomes critical. Ireland, we established a commission on generational renewal to address the challenges. And later this summer in July, we'll host a major EU conference on generational renewal. And that's to bring together farmers, policymakers, researchers, and for sure, younger people to shape the future of agriculture. Public policy must support early successional planning, land mobility, tax incentives for younger farmers, collaborative models for farming, education and support for women entering or expanding their role in farming. Succession, it isn't just a legal process, it's a critical cultural one. And families need the support and the direction to have an open conversation about the farm and its future. Later this year, Ireland will assume the presidency of the Council of European Union, and that will be at a decisive moment for agreeing the Common Agricultural Policy, or the CAP. And that presents a rare opportunity where Ireland will be able to shape or have a stronger input shaping Europe's food production strategy, supporting farmers, innovating funding, and generational renewal policies. The decisions made under that period of presidency will influence European agriculture over the next decade. As I mentioned earlier, this is the International Year of Women in Farming. And it's hugely important to recognise the role women play in running their farms, managing the finance, care for livestock, sustaining rural communities, innovating in agri-tech, leading research and policy. And yet, despite that, the barriers that they face in land ownership, access to credit, and even in recognition. Public policy must ensure that women have an equal opportunity to lead the farms of the future. Later this week, we're going to see further on India's space program and a reminder of humanity and the way it's looking forward beyond the earth and pushing out the boundaries. Farming will also have to push out the boundaries, with focuses on newer techniques in vertical farming, hydroponics, multi-storey livestock, GM crops, AI-driven precision agriculture, and so many other different ways. These innovations can help us to feed a growing global population. In conclusion, food security, it's not just a national issue, it's a global one. In Ireland, we feed far more people than live on our island. India, you feed 1/6 of humanity. Both our nations understand the critical truth. Without farmers, there is no food. Without young farmers, there is no future. Public policy, it must support those who produce the food. It must encourage the next generation, and it must empower women in farming. Public policy must also strengthen resilience and embrace innovation, and do all these while protecting our planet. If we get this right, and we do need to, we'll not only feed our people, but we'll also nourish our societies, our economies, and our shared future. Gurav Mahagav.
Very much. Sentiment for young people in farming is something we can share right across the world. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next session, which is Next in Mobility. My colleague Uday Pratap Singh is going to be in conversation with Mr. Aditya Goyal, who is the Chief Strategy Officer of Bhago Mobility. Aditya ji, if we can have you on stage, and Uday, if we can have you on stage as well to kindly conduct this conversation.
Hello and welcome to those of you joining us for this session, of course, physically here in the national capital, and welcome to those of you watching us on television and on our digital streams in this next session at NXT 2026. We are very happy to welcome back Aditya Goyal, Chief Strategy Officer for Bhago Mobility, who were with us, of course, at the first edition. So thank you very much for your support, and good to have you back, Aditya.
Thanks, Uday. It's great to be back here. Thanks, Karthik. Thanks, ITV. And it's a great pleasure to be back.
Let me begin by asking you, since we are, of course, talking about futuristic issues, and one big sort of trend that is going to emerge in the future is sustainability. We already are getting more sustainable, and it is really becoming a necessity rather than just a choice. How does Bhago then enable urban, intelligent sustainability?
Yeah, thank you for the question. If you look, mobility is not one topic. I think it's a combination of how it is delivered. So if you look at it like a layer of soil, we're just talking about agriculture there. So the bedrock is the hardware, which is the vehicle itself. And then you go on top of it. Then there is the infrastructure that enables that. So that could be the swapping stations, the charging stations, the hubs. Then there is the orchestration of that. That is the fleet management, microfinancing, and that stack. And then there's a consumer layer. So Bhago enables this on a tech platform by combining with people who are dealing with the consumers like a Rapido and an Uber. So yeah, so sustainably delivering clean energy, clean vehicles, microfinancing it, enabling that to happen on a tech platform. In Delhi and Bangalore, it's already on, and Bombay is next.
Okay. Sustainability, of course, is a buzzword, but so is collaboration. And we are seeing, of course, more collaborations now between Indian and foreign companies. In fact, today as well on this stage, we've seen a lot of collaborations between foreign members of parliament and Indian members of parliament. Now, one collaboration that I want you to talk a bit about is Bhago Mobility's collaboration and Bhago Mobility's partnership with Honda. What does this entail? Why did you partner with them, and what's happening?
So I'll take this question on three levels. One is India and Japan. We believe that India and Japan are strategic partners. And I think since Modi-san and Abe-san together envisaged path together, I think a decade and a half back, we've been strongly strategic in terms of our alignment. So naturally so, India and Japan. Then moving forward from that, Bhago and Honda, in terms of hardware, we believe Honda has the best hardware in the country. And in the world, actually, in terms of the vehicle systems, their engineering produces the best kind of hardware. So we believe that partnership with them and modern, which is our background, has worked with Honda for 2 decades. So we understand that their engineering, we understand their ethos. So the vehicles from Honda, the two-wheelers, are going to be deployed on this platform and get enabled to use for urban mobility and through microfinancing, get the gig workers on it and deliver.
I can also see the Indian and Japanese flags that you've got on.
Got to represent, right?
Yes. But are you bullish about India-Japan ties and India-Japan collaboration in general as well?
Yes, completely bullish. And I think they are too. So we have a skill set that's complementary. They have an aging population. We have a young population. They have a lot of discipline in their civil society. We lack that, unfortunately, currently. They have tech. We have markets. They have capital. We see capital. So I think it's a marriage made in heaven, and we see strong partnership going forward. Even on the swappable side, there were many discussions and many possibilities, but we chose Honda e-swap system as the backbone. So already in metros in Delhi and Bangalore, we've laid out these swapping stations throughout these metros to enable. So for example, just going back to the first question and answering the second one as well. So a metro moves the city, but maybe Bhago completes the journey. Yeah. Okay.
Since we are picking up all these trending topics, another has been on gig workers. And we, of course, have done shows on NewsX as well on gig workers and their rights, etc. But battery swapping, how has this impacted the life of gig workers?
Thank you for this question. It's a very important one, actually. So how energy is delivered at demand is the discussion. So that becomes very tedious with different kind of charging systems, with different kind of electricity grids, with different kind of laws. How do you scale and how do you enable a concept that can work for the entire country? So we found battery swapping networks established throughout the country at key locations would be the best possible use case for a B2B application, where B2B application is where you're enabling somebody to provide a service, like a gig worker. So uptime is, of course, one. Then these batteries, after their first life, can be used for inverters at home. So we're already powering, Honda eSwap Sun is already powering these second life batteries to light up shops which don't have electricity, for example. Kids can read and write at night with this power. So this will come back into circulation as second life. So we believe that this swapping is the best way to control uptime, to manage uptime, and that is the key to our success.
Final question then to you, since of course this session is titled Next in Mobility. What is the way forward in mobility?
That's a big question. I can just answer it from the 2 cents that I know. Next in mobility is huge. Next in mobility includes even powering vehicles from cow dung. And we're trying to have the Prime Minister and the country is focused on delivering even fuel through cow dung and running it through the CNG outlets. But there will be a future where there will be autonomous vehicles very soon. There will be a future where the vehicles will be selling electricity back to the grid, powering the grid back. If not the grid, at least emergencies can be used. Electrical emergencies can be used. Like, for example, we have a war right now. And this is an uncertain world where it can happen anytime. So this is ready to use energy available. So I think that usage into civil life will grow. And with this, we'll have many more possibilities and opportunities arising and less dark time. Maybe.
You know, that's an interesting point to make, because right now there's all this talk about energy supply uncertainty. So for that...
Yeah, so if for at least a short period of time you have that covered. So if there is an emergency, it can cover that. So that's a very critical point going forward, and I think that will happen pretty soon. And it's already happening. Like, for example, the second life of these batteries going back and getting used for villages where there is no electricity.
Yeah.
So it enables lives, it tries to provide an uptime that is world-class.
Yeah.
So I think it's the way to go, man.
Well, thank you so much, and wishing your group, of course, all the very best as you continue to stride forward in this sector. Thank you very much, Aditya Goel, for joining us.
Thank you once
NXT
again.
2026. Let's have a round of applause for Aditya Goel, who joined us in this session, Next in Mobility.
Thank you very much, Aditya. Thank you, Uday. Without further ado, let's call on to this podium His Excellency Professor Anil Suklal, the High Commissioner of South Africa to India. Your Excellency, please.
Thank you. Let me thank NXT for this privilege to address you this afternoon. I know we have limited time. Let me get directly to business vis-a-vis South Africa and India. Well, this year is a special year for India-Africa relations because at the end of May, I think you will see all the African leaders assembled here in New Delhi in this very venue for the 4th edition of the India-Africa Forum Summit. Now, India-Africa trade is quite vibrant. It's still in its infancy, and I believe there is great scope to deepen this trade. Total trade between India and Africa is in the region of just over $100 billion. South Africa-India trade accounts for about 20% of that. Two-way trade between India and South Africa is in the region of about $20 billion. But as I've indicated, this is still the tip of the iceberg. Africa is the fastest growing region outside of Asia, and it is the last frontier of growth. And if you are not present in Africa today, you are missing a great opportunity. According to the IMF World Bank data released last week, in terms of economies of the world, those that are growing at 6% and above, the majority are from the African continent. Now, South Africa is, of course, a destination of choice for a number of reasons. Because we have the most advanced infrastructure on the African continent, we are the largest economy on the African continent, and the most industrialized nation on the African continent. You have about 160 Indian companies housed in South Africa. All of your major multinationals from India have a base in South Africa, and it is not only catering to the South African market, but they use it as a springboard into sub-Saharan Africa. Just within our region, the Southern African region, you have a market of over 300 million. Africa today is a continent of 1.5 billion people. It has the youngest demography in the world. The average demography of South Africa is 19 years old. So you have a ready labor force, well-educated labor force, and you have, as I've said, the infrastructure to establish your offices. To give you some very recent examples, I've just been here in India for a year and a half almost, but I've seen the vibrancy of the economic interchange between our two countries, both on the trade side and on the investment side. Vedanta Resources have major investments in South Africa. Over the past 6 or 7 years, they've invested over $15 billion in mines in the Northern Cape, including a smelter plant for aluminium, for zinc, silver, and copper. We have seen recently Varun Beverages have entered the South African market. Varun Beverages is present in about 16 African countries. They have major investments now in South Africa. Over the past 2 years, they've invested over 4 billion rands and today operate over 5 factories in South Africa. Mahindra is been in the South African environment for about 20 years. They announced expansion of the plant in South Africa in October last year to the value of an additional 1 billion rands. And Mahindra is now looking at setting up a manufacturing plant in South Africa. One of their 4x4 vehicles was voted the most popular vehicle in South Africa. So Indian products are highly regarded in South Africa. Tata launched 4 new models of their vehicles in South Africa in October last year. We're likewise seeing a number of South African companies entering the Indian market. We have about 30 major South African companies in the Indian market, especially in the financial and insurance space and the ICT space. Process, which is a major South African company, has invested over $7 billion in the Indian market. Sanlam, one of our major insurance giants, which thus far held about 16% share in Shriram Financials, they have increased that to 36% in October last year, investing an additional 5 billion rands into the Indian market. Santam, another major insurance company of South Africa, just last week was given license to open up an office in India. De Beers, our mining house, the diamond mining house, has offices and have been present in India for a number of years and doing very well. So we have identified about 5 or 6 key areas for mutual growth. These include infrastructure and the mining sector. South Africa is a mining country with vast experience. Green energy is another area where we believe we can cooperate closely for mutual benefit. The pharmaceutical and medical equipment sector is another important sector. Agriculture and agro-processing is another sector where we believe we can cooperate. Of course, naturally, the ICT digital space is another area where we believe both South African and Indian companies can cooperate for mutual benefit, not only in dealing with trade bilaterally, but also on the African continent. Last year, our Minister of Trade was here and met with Minister Goyal in August last year, and we have agreed to start negotiations on a free trade agreement, the first between the African continent and India, the Southern African Customs Union, which comprises 5 countries that makes up the oldest custom union in the world, founded in 1910, South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and Eswatini. So we have started work on an FTA between India and SACU, and I believe this also has great promise, and we hope that we can expedite this process and have an FTA in place. Now, given what is happening in the economic space, where trade has been weaponized in recent time, it is important for us as countries of the Global South, as BRICS countries, to deepen trade and investment interaction between ourselves. South Africa has major pull factors in terms of attracting Indian businesses, and likewise, we'd like to see more South African businesses, not just the major business houses, but the MSME sector. We have a delegation coming to India later this year to see how we can increase our trade interaction, especially amongst the MSME sector. So I believe that trade between India and South Africa and India and the African continent is still in its infancy. $100 billion is a small amount compared to the vast potential both our markets hold. If you compare that, India and the African continent combinedly accounts for almost 1.3 billion people of the global community. This is a vast market. It's a vast opportunity. But very often we take it for granted. Yes, India and South Africa have a shared history of struggle, a very long history of a vibrant Indian community that goes back almost 200 years, of Gandhi's stay in South Africa. We think we know each other. But in effect, we don't know much about each other. I believe we need to intensify the interaction between our people, between our private sector, to explore the vast opportunities for mutual benefit between ourselves. I'm quite optimistic that trade between India and South Africa can be doubled over the next 10 years, if not more. And trade between the African continent and India can more than double over the next 10 years if we give it the necessary attention and we take advantage of the vast opportunities that lie before us. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much for that. Your Excellency, High Commissioner of South Africa to India, very bullish about South Africa-India ties there. All right, now we are going to be taking a 1-hour break. There are, of course, security protocols which have to now come into place. The chief guest this evening will be gracing us, the Prime Minister of India. I request all our VIPs and VVIPs, our dignitaries, to please exit from the gate on the right, on my right, where you came in. So it will be your left, my right. Please exit from there. There will be a waiting area. And in 1 hour, we'll be back in the hall for the sessions to resume. The other audience, the ones in the blue section, the magenta section, are students. I request you all to exit from my left, your right. So we're going to take a 1-hour break, and we'll be back after that. Security protocols are now coming in place. We will see you very, very shortly.
what we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent.
what we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
what we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When
Let me invite on the NXT podium Mr. S.K. Pandey, Deputy Director General of the Aadhaar Services Division of the NIC, that is one of the fulcrum agencies that has made all of this possible. He's joined by Professor Omar Bezbez. He's Director AI and Business Initiative at the Columbia Business School, and my colleague and senior editor, Devika Chopra, will be moderating the session. Gentlemen.
A very good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to be moderating this very interesting session with Professor Omar Bezbez, who's the Director of AI and Business Initiative at Columbia Business School. And in conversation with him is Mr. S.K. Pandey, who's the Deputy DG of Aadhaar Services Division, NIC. Firstly, sir, welcome to NXT. Professor Bezbez, we've had the pleasure of hearing you in the morning as well. Thank you to both of you for joining us. And we were just having a discussion with parliamentarians on digital governance. But here are two individuals who actually work on the technology, on the policy, and on explaining to government what really needs to be done. So a very important conversation. Let me begin with Mr. S.K. Pandey. Mr. Pandey, when we talk about Aadhaar as a concept, sir, over 1.4 billion Aadhaar cards issued in India, is that correct? That's a Herculean task. That's a gigantic number. What does this milestone truly indicate as far as digital governance is concerned?
Actually, in India, we are having a 12-digit number, Aadhaar card, and it is started way back in 2008. But in India, what is there, that Aadhaar is the digital identity of a person. I mean, that all your biometric, your face ID, and as well as your address, it is basically represented by this 12-digit number. So what is there, actually, just in my previous session, it was already discussed that how the digital infrastructure is being created and it is in progress in India. So Aadhaar is basically one of the major milestones to deliver the services. For example, I'm giving you one example. I'm looking after the Aadhaar system division. So previously there was, as you are aware, many government servants have been retired and they have to give a life certificate annually so that they can get their benefit, their pensions regularly in their account. So previously what was there, people has to personally visit a bank branch or their pension disbursing authority to submit that life certificate. Obviously they are old and India is a big country and there are many unreachable places. People are living, someone is living, they are basically from a remote area, but right now they are living in Delhi. So obviously they will have to go to their native place. So recently it has changed. We have all that now you have to submit your Aadhaar number and it using the face auth, it automatically identifies whether you are the same person or you can give your life certificate using biometric. The transfer directly transferred to your pension disbursing authority and you need not to visit any bank, you need not to visit any pension disbursing authority and it automatically, no need to stand in queue and obviously because previously it was manual process, now it is completely digitalized. So using this type of service, this type of system, we can deliver the government services to the citizen easily.
And that's where the intersection of social justice comes, Professor Bezbez, as far as digital governance is concerned. Because more than just technology, we do want to ensure that digital governance and everything under that reaches the last mile. And India is a fantastic example of how that works. I just want to quickly get in your thoughts as well. When we talk about certain specific models of digital governance, what really stands out to you?
So indeed, I mean, one thing that the question that one wants to ask themselves is, what does digital governance allow to do that we couldn't do before? And indeed, this was a great example, but then we can go the next step. How can this help in terms of financial inclusion? How can we help people get loans that they wouldn't be able to get otherwise? And that's the power, in some sense, of digital governance. And I want to highlight that, there's digital governance in the public sector, but in the private sector as well. I mean, one area that I've been researching quite a lot is e-commerce. How can people transact online? And in a way there's a lot of innovations that have to come into play in how do you bring strangers to be able to transact. And an important component there is trust. How do you build trust? Government has trust, but a private entity doesn't necessarily have trust. So innovation there has happened, for example, through the development of reputation systems that has allowed strangers to transact with themselves, strangers to host other people in their homes or in their cars and things of the sort.
Mr. Pandey, on that note, because Aadhaar, as Professor Bezbez is also pointing out, that when digital governance models come in from the government, there is some level of trust. But as far as Aadhaar or other services are concerned, I want to understand from you, it was launched in 2008, it's been very successful, but if we were to talk about the next steps, is there something that is being planned as far as public-private partnership in digital governance is concerned? As Professor Bezbez was also pointing out, that the private sector is somewhere that digital governance is also very relevant.
Actually, just want to share one thing. Actually, in India, we call it one major initiative government has started. We call it the India Stack. I mean, in case I want to deliver anything to the citizen or anything to the business, all that I need identity, I need a payment channel, I need a document. So India Stack is basically an open API, open platform. You can use Aadhaar with UPI. UPI is basically a payment delivery system of India. You can use Aadhaar with API, so obviously you can deliver financial service to any citizen. You can use Aadhaar with the DigiLocker. Yes. You can go ahead with the DigiYatra type of app. In airport, you can move out directly without any showing any document. And in case, suppose you want to submit an application to a government, like a scholarship application, whatever it is, you submit your Aadhaar, because Aadhaar is again biometrically identified, and get the data from the DigiLocker. And you need not to submit a physical form, and directly it's an electronic form, and you can submit the free using any online system. So using these three systems, even I think one more thing, I'm giving you one more example. Right now, all the players like telecom players, Airtel and Jio, they are not doing any physical eKYC. They all are doing the authentication using Aadhaar.
Yes.
So that's an example how we are using the government ecosystem for the private.
But then, I just want to then understand from you, Mr. S.K. Pandey, how does the government, when it comes to the issue of privacy as well as trust, how does one deal with that, and how do you keep improving on that as well as you go? Because the world is becoming more and more digital as we speak. And with that do arise some concerns over privacy, over data hacking. There's always, conversations about social security numbers or other such digits getting leaked or hacked. How does one then keep themselves prepared for this?
As far as Aadhaar is concerned, it's a completely secured system. Actually, one more thing, actually, when we are dealing with the Aadhaar, so we are not storing any biometric detail in any device.
Right.
Actually, the Aadhaar repository is very strong, and Aadhaar is having their own data center with all type of security measure. No one can hack the biometric detail. And even though, in case someone want to do the interaction with Aadhaar, all the information are encrypted. They are traveling in a secured network, digital infrastructure network, and all the information are completely, you can say it's highly encrypted, and even the, that we call in a technical term, HSM machines, they are well in place, and I think hacking of biometric data is almost impossible in this ecosystem. It's a complete robust ecosystem, and end-to-end security is being ensured by all the entities.
All right, Professor Bezbez, I want your thoughts on this as well, because you work more from a policy point of view as well. What does your research indicate? And if you were to advise governments, because like I said, the world is becoming more digital, and we rely so much so that I today do not carry any cash. I hardly carry a wallet because in India, as Mr. S.K. Pandey has also pointed out, we have so many digital facilities beyond the Aadhaar. We have the UPI, and that's been adopted widely across India. So you would, if you're going to the smallest of stores on our streets today, you would find QR codes, and we are all transacting essentially through our phones. But with that, of course, comes certain concerns. Like I said, over hacking. The world is becoming digitally advanced, but at the same time a little dangerous as well. So if you were to advise, what is it that we need to focus on next?
I think a big question indeed is what's next, and the next layer of digital governance will not be about information flows, but it will be about AI agents. Now, you may have an agent that takes decisions on your behalf, that goes and shop on your behalf. How do we ensure that the right authentication happens? You might have your agent communicating with someone else's agents to lead to transactions. How do we make sure that these transactions are secure? Because these agents are going to introduce another layer of risk from the perspective of the platforms and potentially of the government. So the question is, how do you prepare for this new governance layer when it's not anymore individuals who interact with each other, but rather agents that interact on behalf of individuals?
That's a very excellent point. Mr. Pandey, I want to understand then from your perspective, when we talk about the integration of AI into the world, your thoughts on the same. How is the government preparing on how to deal with AI agents coming up? And is AI being used towards creating certain newer forms of digital governance as well? Is there any sort of AI integration that's taking place?
Yeah, there are many applications where government is using AI. It's like you can say in India, almost all the portals, I'm giving you an example. I think you must have the word the Bhashani.
Yes, Bhashani AI.
Yeah, Bhashani.
Yes.
It's a Government of India initiative. Actually, rather than LLM models, it focuses mostly in the Indian context. The problem sometimes, in case we are using the Google or some other large level LLM model, so what happens? They just translate in context of their own language. And in India, many local languages are there. So Bhashani is a very good example how we are using the AI-based system in government. And because in India, large number of population live in the rural area, so almost now we are trying to get enabled the Bhashani, that our translation system in our apps, so that in case, obviously it's you can say it will bring bridge between digital divide. Right now, what happened? Many times people are not familiar with English, so that's the problem. They are not able to use the app correctly. So we are using Bhashani, and there are other apps, other AI models also. Government is exploring to give the citizen.
But Mr. S.C. Pandey, what's astonishing truly about India is the fact that we've had such a rapid adoption of digital services, and that's truly a remarkable story and a remarkable journey. What is it that other countries can perhaps, or what would you advise other countries and governments in terms of how do you get people to adopt technology quickly and get them to trust that technology as well? The reason why all of us have an Aadhaar, I have a digital Aadhaar, I have DigiLocker, I have DigiYatra, I have UPI, I have all of it in my phone, and I can't operate without it. I solely depend on all of these applications, government applications. How does one build that trust? And at the same time, what would you suggest other countries can perhaps learn from us in terms of getting people on board?
You see, for the countries like India, first of all, an ecosystem like Aadhaar, an ecosystem like UPI. I told you now, actually, in case you want to deliver something to the citizen, obviously you only need three things. First, how to identify the citizen. So in case you have that biometric or digital identity system, obviously it will be a gold record for the citizen to deliver the service. Next thing is the delivery of services. So DBT is there, as in earlier session they have briefed about the DBT. And one more thing, in India we have